밸런스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Knock one, push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I believe you're in need of my services. Achilleos, private detective. Detective Jen.
That?
Didn't expect to see you here.
Of course you didn't. I'm always one step ahead of you. And that's why they call me Pacific's best detective.
Oh, is that so?
Wait, detectives, please, come on. My job is on the line. I got this warning letter. We need to figure out who it came from. I cannot afford to lose that trophy again. Jake Shin is gonna kill me.
Well, Jen, looks like we'll determine who the best detective in Pacific really is.
Yeah, whatever. But first, let's set the stage. Now, I'm guessing it's not gonna be that easy for the teams this year.
What makes you say that?
Triple elimination.
That means 3 strikes and you're out this time. More games, more opportunities for the teams.
And I'm guessing you've seen this already?
The hottest summer destination is back. Tickets to Breeze on sale as players, I mean tourists, flock to sunny beaches of the Caribbean.
Bandit on the loose. A new pistol enters the market with the sheriff's one-tap prowess, but lighter on the wallet. So Breeze is back. I'm curious to see how all of the changes for this map are gonna play out, because there's a lot going on. This is the biggest overhaul that we've seen done to any map across the history of VALORANT.
It's a little bit easier for defenders. There's less space that you have to rotate between, so that opens up a few opportunities, along with a lot more going on in the map.
Well, let's talk about Bandit. What do you guys think?
I think this is going to be abused by so many teams.
It's a one-tap headshot gun, so that means out in the open, it is extremely scary, and with the talent that these players have, they're gonna put it to good use, no doubt about it.
Now, there's something else. Confirmed that map vetoes will be decided via skirmish.
Oh.
Coin flip is out, and 1v1s are in to determine draft order. This is gonna be very different.
Can the teams pick anybody?
Yeah, so it seems like teams will be able to elect which player they're gonna be sending up, which we anticipate that's just gonna be your top fragger. So your maze, your some things, etc. Sent to the fold to just try to determine whether or not you can, get that choice of team A or B.
It could blow this case wide open.
Are you ready to see more?
Yeah, let's get to work.
Whichever team's gonna look to steal the trophy has strong motive. It's likely taken trophies before.
Well, this team would be top of my list for suspects. They won a couple trophies last year, not just taking one from Pacific, but one internationally as well.
They've always been at the top of the table, aside from a minor dip at the start of the previous year. But this is a very scary team and always has been and will continue to be so.
What about their bandit play? How do we think that's going to affect them?
They were monsters with the sheriff already.
I think this is going to be a very terrifying team. It'll also alleviate some of the stress on Alex because they won't be trolling their economy as hard if they lean into the bandit and just go for a full purchase there.
The train will never stop, but your info is outdated.
How so?
Secrets out.
Oh, Envy.
This is maybe the biggest pickup, I think, of the offseason. Envy has always been such a dominant player. He's always had a phenomenal impact for the games when he was playing on Team Secret.
He has great util, great patience. He adds extra depth to this team, and he seemed to fit in immediately with them during the offseason. The firepower, top to bottom on Paper Rex, is unparalleled.
I think everybody should be shaking their boots.
Top suspect for me.
Top suspect.
Absolutely. I think we're onto something here. So let's go ahead and follow that thread and look at another team that has taken a trophy before.
They want to prove that last year's trophy was not a fluke.
Let's see. Won Stage 1, made it to Masters Toronto, made it to VALORANT Champions 2025. Seems good enough.
Surprisingly, no real changes for this team. The team sticking together and now having that experience on a global stage will hopefully set them up for more success in 2026 because they still have such incredible players. I mean, Jemkin continues to be one of the best in the world.
Arguably the best player in Pacific. I mean, if you look at all the metrics, all the stats, this guy is constantly topping the charts. So Jemkin, absolutely a threat no matter what. The good news is you seem to have a solid IGL with Crazy Guy. He comes in, you win a trophy. Everybody else looks really solid behind his calling. If they continue to play well under Ewok's tutelage, you know.
Ewok? That's old news. Look what I got in the mail.
Hey coach. Hey coach. I think we pretty much handled everything now, but I have some notes I want to share about the players. First, Monyet needs to get his belly rubbed counterclockwise to the beat of Making Waves. And for Crazy Guy, you have to make sure his haircut is exactly the same as 10 years ago.
Got it. I'm taking notes now.
Okay, and the most important thing, Jemkin needs to have his weekly stakes, otherwise he'll just run it down.
I got it. I can make it happen.
So this is the new guy.
Yeah.
Goodbye Ewok and hello Jovi.
He seems like such a nice guy. I just can't imagine him being the one that is going to steal the trophy.
I haven't really seen Jovi in this position, at least not in Pacific. Was an assistant coach last year alongside Frost, but now is taking up the mantle of head coach with the Warbirds as his assistant.
The biggest challenge is going to be mental, just getting them to those big moments, winning those trophies, getting to the internationals, and doing well there too.
But do we really see RQ abusing Bandit?
I think that there certainly are players that are going to do so, and Xfero is probably the #1 in my mind. We've seen what he's capable of doing with the Sheriff, and if Monyet's going to continue sliding around on Neon, yeah, hell, why not? So where are we feeling about RRQ? Likely suspect?
I lean towards likely suspect.
Yeah, likely suspect.
I think given that the team is the same, they've lifted a trophy before, they made it to 2 out of 3 internationals, we have to put them as a likely suspect.
Let's talk about a team that won a trophy last year in Pacific. They won Kickoff, DRX. Some questions about this team, but guys, come on. Could this face steal a trophy?
You're underestimating his sneakiness because think about how many rounds this guy has stolen.
Yeah, I mean, some ups and downs last year, like a lot of our teams, but really ended on an amazing high note, getting 3rd at Champions. That's incredible. And you're bringing in a new superstar in Hyunmin, who has really taken over as one of the best duelists, kind of one of those players that pioneered the Waylay sort of style that really took over at the end of last year.
I'm just kind of surprised to see DRX getting through an offseason without making any changes.
Hello? Flashback is gone. Hermes is in.
Okay.
There's a name we haven't heard in a while.
He's been around for a very long time and has always been, a strong player, but has never really been given an opportunity like this before. So this is incredibly interesting to hear. He can fill the role of Flashback for the most part, plays a lot of Yoru in particular. So as far as a 1-to-1 in that regard goes, I think that should be covered.
So DRX, top suspect?
On the edge, I think maybe we need a little more investigation though.
Okay, more investigation needed.
I want to look at one of the teams that has arguably one of the best IGLs in Pacific. So I'm thinking these guys right here, maybe a little Gen G action. Munchkin?
Get with the program, old man.
What? Ugh.
That was ages ago. He is now on T1.
Ooh. Munchkin leaving Gen G, where he was able to find the first trophy for Pacific, and now joining and effectively creating a super team is a very exciting prospect.
Another team that's just stacked with talent. I mean, you have so many options with duelists between Buzz and Izu, both being able to kind of flex around. Stax being freed up now, potentially, to kind of just play his info initiator role a little bit more freely now that he doesn't have to IGL. And Meteor, when he is at his best, he is arguably one of the best in the world.
This has got to be a team that is on everybody's radar. I think that the news of DH being dropped down to the academy roster obviously, struck a chord with some people because DH looked incredibly strong for them, being a rookie. I think he had a very admirable performance, but when Munchkin's on the table, you can't really blame T1 for snatching him up.
Any other changes we should know about here, Jen?
Well, here's the thing. Autumn is gone. Now KDG is taken over.
His coaching on the academy team,
Fantastic.
though, incredible. The only team that was able to take down SLT Songnam before their run at Ascension and qualifying into Pacific for this year, it feels like he's very much finding a stride in Valorant that he wasn't able to find in other titles. I think that this is a pretty clear-cut decision, but T1, likely suspect, all in agreement?
Yeah, likely suspect. Take him with you.
No Munchkin now. Gen G, what does this look like?
Does the words Lakia Valorant mean anything to you, Paperthin? Well, he's back on the team, but there's been a little bit more changes as well.
It's Zinx.
Zinx, a new player here.
Yeah, so Genji, again, kind of trying to dip the pool here of pulling a rookie out of thin air and turning him into a superstar. Obviously, we're able to do so with Karan just 2 years ago now. I think that this could end up being Genji turning into a bit of a scary team.
I don't know, man. Look at the map pool. Ascent is taken out.
Breeze is back in.
Textures map. Okay, agreed.
Genji were globally the strongest team on Breeze the year that they were able to, lift their first international trophy. I think with that coming back in, Lakia was there a part of it, Texture was a part of that. Core is still there. They have a solid understanding of the map overall. This could still be a very big boon for them once again.
Okay, Genji. For me, needs more investigation.
I think I would agree. The competition is going to be harder than it ever has been, so I think that Genji, we will keep a close eye on them, but we need to see a bit more of their development.
Needs a little investigation because of some of the role changes, new IGLing, new players, things like that kind of leave me a little bit hesitant.
We all agreed on needs more investigation.
The last time that the trophy had gotten stolen under your protection, it was taken by two individuals. It was Cruz.
Jesse Vash.
What is he doing in there?
10-10 on Secret?
This one definitely surprised me. I mean, a brother of Meteor, he is an incredible individual player. We've seen glimpses of greatness from him when he was on Zeta, when he's filled in last year. Clearly, there's some potential there. It's just, is this gonna be the right place maybe for him to kind of fill in and thrive?
We see Sylvan getting picked up as well. Sylvan was instrumental in T1's success over at Bangkok, but is all of this going to be able to mesh is ultimately my question, because additionally, you also have Berserks that is joining this team.
Coaching change as well. It's just to add more chaos to the mix here for Team Secret.
But is it a team that we would consider as a likely suspect, or that would need more investigation, or is just wholly unlikely?
Unlikely.
I could go either way.
I think that there's just too many changes that are happening all at once. I'm gonna have to go with unlikely.
If 10-10's not there, what's going on with Zeta?
I know that you're a big fan of Japanese Valorant.
Yes.
Do you really think that Zeta Division would steal the trophy?
I can hope.
I'm not sure if it's going to be in the card. Look, they had an incredible game versus Paper X where they absolutely demolished them, but everything else, every other glimmer of victory that we saw from them throughout 2025, it just felt like it was so belabored.
I think there's quite a few changes going on with this team, kind of like Secret, where there's going to be a lot of differences. The first one that's coming to my mind is Depp has left the roster to go to another team in Japan. That is unbelievable. I mean, seeing Zeta without Depp there is going to be very strange, to say the least. A few other players, Syota coming back as well. I love Syota. I think he's going to be a Bandit fan. I think he's one of those players who we've seen that can really pop off with the Sheriffs. So obviously the Bandit, I think, suits him very nicely, as well as Absol coming over from Mirage Gaming with him. They were teammates for a little bit there last year.
Yeah, but are we seriously not gonna talk about what the night market found out? This guy.
Ooh, Mini.
I think that this is encouraging, to say the very least. I think that, Mini is an incredible coach, historically. If he's going to be able to work even a fraction of that magic with Zeta Division, then who knows? We might be looking at Zeta Division, in the playoffs, making some kind of run.
I think I do have a little bit of concern with Zeta with the map pool, Lotus and Ascent, maps that they at least seemingly were willing to play, or in some cases favored. Being out might be a little bit of a challenge for them to try to adapt, try to find a new identity.
As we keep saying, if there's anybody who's going to be able to get that map pool up to snuff, it would be Mini.
Is Zeta a top suspect?
I think it's going to be a challenge for them to get everything in place. So unlikely, but I would love to be proven wrong.
Yep. Unlikely it is.
What about my GOAT, May?
Well, May came decently close to getting a trophy last year, so goodness knows he's likely to think that he's going to be capable of getting it this year.
They did make playoffs in Stage 2 last year. I think that surprised a lot of people. May is up there with Jemkin as one of the best duelists we have in the region, topping the charts in ACS.
They are joined by, a couple newer faces that a lot of people might not be necessarily the most familiar with Yatsuka as well as Kaide.
I think their transition into DFM might be a little bit easier than a lot of people expect it to be, especially with, following the coach from Ascension. They're fresh from getting that stage experience.
I think these are two players who have shown a lot of promise. They're two of the names that are always floated around in the Tier 2 Japanese scene as being really, really good individually.
Let's see if they can handle it, but honestly, I don't think they're stealing it.
So for you, would you lean this as an unlikely or a needs more investigation?
Unlikely.
I think I'm gonna go needs investigation. It's a matter of, are they going to be able to find their own identity?
Ultimately, I trust in May. I know that he's an incredible player, and I think that you still have a decent enough foundation with him, Akame, as well as Sess on this team. So I'm gonna go with needs more investigation.
Okay, DFM needs more investigation.
DFM made it to playoffs last year, but they were eliminated by Nongshim Red Force.
First year in Tier 1 last year, they got hit hard.
We had a lot of hype surrounding this team, Downbeat playing a play style that no one else was really going for, but then they got hit by a patch and suddenly Neon can't get away with nearly as much as she used to. I think the biggest thing that we've seen is the departure of Persia, as surprisingly to everybody, he was not playing at Ascension. It was X-Ross who kind of came out of the blue and also looked very good and was instrumental in this run being completed for them to requalify.
So X-Ross, I think it makes some sense that you're making a little bit of a change there. Is Breeze, with the changes that we're gonna see on the map, a map where they can lean into Neon potentially and maybe get some value out of that is a question for me. What is really cool for me though for Nongshim is seeing Francis just be absolutely crazy good. He can frag out of his mind, and that's one of the big pluses they have going for them.
So Nongshim, this is a tricky one. Unlikely.
I'm kind of falling in that category too.
Personally, I still have a bit of a hunch around this team. I think that they could go on a run. I think that they could punch their way forward, but if I'm outvoted, then we can go ahead and throw them in the unlikely pile.
Unlikely.
That leaves one more, and I can think of a certain individual, after getting so close to stealing trophy last year, would look to do it again. Frost.
Ah, so we must be talking about Talon.
Talon. Global Esports.
Oh my God, Autumn? Patman? Oh my God, this team? Xavi 8K? Oh boy.
Frost has been hanging out with this new roster. Frost actually put a lot and invested a lot into putting this roster together, and I think he can do it.
This team has never managed to make it to a playoffs before, which sounds crazy because they've been very close several times. It feels like this could finally be the time for them to kind of break that barrier. I mean, you've got Patman joining this team. This guy has lifted a trophy with Paper X in Toronto. You've got Autumn, who has an immense amount of experience over in China playing at FDX, and he has global experience. Yodotan and Crystal, who were two of the strongest players for this team last year, if not the strongest players.
Like, this team is gonna pull rabbits out of the hat at times. They're gonna win rounds they shouldn't, and those are the signs of a team that is going to be doing damage, probably making decent runs.
How much damage? Damage enough to be the top suspect?
I want to see how it all gets fleshed out, so for me, it's going to be needs more investigation.
I'm also on needs more investigation, but I'm so close to leaning to contender.
Global Esports, more investigation. Okay, has anyone heard from Cruz?
Well, Cruz is probably with Primi.
Where's Primi?
Where are the tiebreakers?
They're not here.
Actually, we do have two more suspects. Full Sense and Beryl.
I love when you withhold information. Give me that.
Oh, I know these guys. SLT.
Well, I think this is obviously very exciting. Beryl, long-term Japanese org, scooping up the SLT Songnam players after their Ascension run, which was flawless. They looked incredible. I think better than I could have anticipated. This is a team that, widely has a lot of new faces on it. They just kind of exploded onto the scene and took Ascension by storm.
Yeah, I mean, I think it caught a lot of us off guard. We knew they'd be good. That was not something that wasn't expected. It was the way that they did it. They're mostly a lot of really young players players, all under the age of 21, under 20, they love to just get in your face and let you know how the match is going. So for me, this is an exciting team to have in Pacific because I can't wait to see some of their antics on stage, frankly. This is another team that could potentially be Bandit Nightmares. Like if they're able to work that into the equation, no doubt that they can put that gun to good use.
For me, I'm leaning more towards needs more investigation.
So I'm willing to put them into the middle category here.
Yeah, I just don't know how strong their mental can be. It's good when you're winning. It's nice to have a lot of confidence, but once you lose and you keep losing, can you bounce back? Or is that gonna destroy you?
Time will tell.
Just nothing makes sense, and we're down to full sense.
Okay, so full sense. Leviathan, Jip Boys, Kill, Primi, Ty, Cruz takes over as coach.
Yeah?
Love to see that.
Cruz is shifting away from playing, which heartbreaking in its own right, but I'm very excited to see what he's going to be able to accomplish as the head coach. This is very big pivot. Now he's kind of taking the reins for this team and doesn't have to worry about translating anything into Thai.
Yeah, good point, because he always wanted a full Thai roster ever since the beginning of the franchise. And then now he's coaching a full Thai roster.
I'm almost in the top suspects category for this team.
Really?
I'm very close to putting them in there. No, I can be convinced to go down to, needs more investigation. I think there's just so much potential on this team.
I would say needs more investigation.
Same for me. For kickoff, more investigation.
All right, so how about we take another look back at all of our teams. We'll go through and try to figure out who the teams are going to be putting up as their skirmisher. Let's start with Nongshim Red Force.
Okay.
Francis?
I think I'd go Francis as well, to be
Yeah,
honest.
me too.
Nice and easy, good, concise. How about Zeta Division?
I'm leaning Siota.
All right,
Me
we'll go
too.
with Shota. All right, Team Secret?
10-10.
Probably going 10-10, but I could see an argument for Berserks.
Yeah.
Okay. 10-10 was the first one that kind of came to mind for me, so seems like we all kind of think that he's going to be in the mix, but Berserks absolutely could pop up there. Now, Full Sense, probably a little bit more straightforward. Feels like it's going to be Primi.
There's only one
Primi.
choice here. If you're not putting in Primi, you're trolling.
Paper X. This is a team where I think you could pretty much send anybody and feel pretty good about your chances, but I would probably go with something in this
Oh,
room.
me too.
Oh, I actually wouldn't. I'd either go Jing or Devi.
And why is that?
Jing is really, really strong. As good as something is, if it's ghosts, then sure, something. But if you're going like rifles or sheriffs or something, then I'm gonna go Jing, maybe even Devi.
So we've got something, Jing, or...
I think Devi could, yeah.
All right.
May.
DFM,
May.
May.
Moving on.
Texture.
Texture. Global Esports.
This one, I'm gonna go with Crystal.
I can see a good argument for Crystal here. The guy is just so sharp.
New Blood, Veril.
Zuna.
Shuna.
I thought maybe there was going to be a shot for Zexy.
He's good too.
Yeah, but
He's really,
Shuna.
really good.
Shuna. When it matters.
Okay.
I think Zuna.
T1.
I think Meteor, but I could see a good argument for Izu.
I was actually going to go with Izu.
Here's the thing though, when it comes to the Korean teams and the Korean players, the older ones do not do anything. It's always the younger ones taking care.
That's very true.
High possibility that we see Izu.
Izu.
I'd just be Izu every single time. All right, down to the final two. DRX.
Hyunmin.
Hyunmin? Okay. And then our last team, RRQ.
Jemkin.
So now we've got everything sorted and assessed. Shall we get these up onto the board and figure out who our prime suspect is? This changes nothing. We're no closer to figuring this out.
Nope, we need help.
I think so. I think it's time to get the rest of the gang back together and see if we can figure this out.
Well, guys, buckle up. This is gonna be our biggest case yet.
Let's get to it.
All right.
It's me. It's all good. They don't know it's you guys. It's all going according to the plan.
Do you know why you're here today?
I have no idea.
아니 너무 꽁꽁 숨기셔가지고 모르고 왔습니다.
You two are the team leaders. 오늘 직접 팀원들을 뽑으실 거예요.
저는 너무 무서워요. 아주 그냥 다바이가 대회에서 만나면 이렇게 주머니에 손 넣고 약간 기선제압을 하거든요.
I mean, I'm pretty it's gonna be hard. I mean, we lost to them before, and hopefully it's not the same storyline.
Is there any players, like characters you want?
I think I like loud players. I like extrovert people.
이거 제가 말하려 했는데 멘탈 좋고 좀 이렇게 긍정적인?
So if we both of us wanted the same player, how do we decide then? Just debate?
아니 근데 제가 동생인데 양보해야죠.
Oh, isn't it the opposite? He should be letting me.
아니야. 형이니까 양보해야지.
선수 오면은 난 나 뽑을 것 같아.
생각 안 나는데 경철이 정도 그냥 친구는 여기서 뽑고 싶지 않습니다.
Probably someone that is older than me. Only need to have one unk, you know, in the team.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
네.
Wait. Hype leader.
I'm UB in Pacific. 잠깐만 그러면은 약간 이번에 퍼시픽에 조인을 하신 분인 것 같고 선호 prefer
Yeah,
captain.
yeah. Wait, he wants to be in your team.
아니 팀장에게 매력 어필 한마디가 통나무 들게 해줄 게면 안 좋은 의미 아니야 이거?
Why I feel like I know this person.
Who?
I think it's Batman. Knowing him, I think he would consider himself a rookie still.
그럼 팬맨은 어깨가 90도인가요? 넓나요?
I have no idea. How is 90 degree shoulder look like? Do you want him?
저는 일단 보류.
Let's not give
Okay,
him too easy.
next
okay?
next one.
Let's make it hard to be in our team, okay?
Okay.
Okay. The Hunter. Oh, he played so many agents.
Let's don't do. Wait, you fight with him?
Wait. So there's this note that he wrote for me. Already forgot what. Damn.
오.
Damn, I think I fought with everybody in rank, bro. I think it's Jesse Bash.
제시 베시?
Yeah, because I fought with him last time in rank.
제시 베시.
I mean, I'm not a toxic person, you know. So I barely fight with people. If he says that we fought before, then it's probably him.
제시 베시라면 빅 엉클 느낌으로 이제 맏형 느낌으로 저는 뽑고 싶다.
좋아?
뽑아도 돼요? 근데 다바이가 만약에 원하면
Nah, I don't. It's okay. I told you I don't want people that are
Okay.
older in my team. Oh, this is kind of fun, no? Ben's right hand.
인 라이트 핸드맨?
누구야?
아니 랭크 할 때 어떻게 랭크를 했길래 이거?
Why, bro?
Everyone hate you.
Bro, everyone.
아니 랭크 할 때 톡식 보이네 톡식 보이.
What do you mean by things start falling apart?
이거 김구택이네.
The agent, bro. It might be
agent
good.
Gutek.
Right? I'm the youngest, or maybe not, bro. This is a troller, bro.
구택. People say I have big eyes. It's a liar. Very very small eyes. 구택. And just let me do my thing. 구택. It's 구택. 모든 게 구택을
Okay.
말하네.
Okay. Give me good tag.
양보하겠습니다.
I take him, okay?
또 다바이 형이 원하면 또 줘야죠.
Bro, this guy, man.
다바이가 가져간다.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
I'm the rhythm in the headline. Gold touch with the red line. Oh, I feel like uptime. I don't shrink, I redefine. I'm the rhythm in the headline. Gold touch with the red line. Oh, I feel like uptime. I don't shrink, I redefine. High speed, no decline. Cut the noise, I define. Steady mind, sharp line. Every
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff 2026. It's negative 13 degrees here in Korea, but it's okay, because today we got some hot games. I'm Victoria, joined by Pilski, big time. Great to be back here on the desk with you two. And it looks like Pacific's added some pretty cool things to the season this year. We got skirmishes to determine map vetoes, and we also got player comms. I think we're the only region doing that.
We're upgrading. What can I say? We're just getting better and better and better.
So listen, players, behave yourselves. I've heard some. I've been in the coaching booth. I've heard some things. I'm sure you've also heard some things. Let's keep it PG, please, or we might get player comms going away sooner than we think.
I want more of it. So yesterday we did have some really exciting games. We saw Nongshim versus Secret come in on Haven and Split, and we had no Persia in this new version of Nongshim.
Yeah, he's been out for a little while. Xros came in at the start of Ascension, but Nongshim, I mean, they really did not miss a beat to put away Team Secret here. Split was a little shakier thanks to Berserks, I think, stepping up a little bit more and Team Secret showing a nice attack side, but Nongshim went on a little bit of a run in the last 12 rounds of that game and won that 11-1 in the last 12. Kind of put them away pretty cleanly at the end of Split there.
Yeah, I mean, that double duelist that they have was really starting to heat up. Danby's looking like his old self and just back to full.
Oh, it was so good yesterday. And we also had Zeta versus Full Sense. So we also saw a change. We saw the X-Talon roster come in with Full Sense and looking absolutely on fire.
I mean, they looked insane. This is one of the most fun teams to watch in all of VCT. The aim that these guys have is just absolutely ludicrous. Give me more Full Sense games. I'm going to go back and watch it every night before I go to bed. That pretty 4K? Yeah. Unbelievable.
That was dirty. That was really dirty, and honestly, it felt like the Zeta game was a bit of a warm-up for Full Sense, and they're going to need a bit of a warm-up because they're going to take on DRX as they head through the upper bracket.
Yeah, it's a big opponent for them, but they'll be very happy that they kept their initial life intact. On the flip side, though, Team Secret and Zeta Division down in that middle portion of the bracket. They need to start getting some wins soon, or their road to Master Santiago is going to be really difficult.
Now, we do have some extremely exciting games today. Everyone's super amped up about this because we're going to be seeing Global Esports with their brand new roster, their brand new coach, who is here joining us today. Frost, welcome back.
Welcome.
There's no cap. I'm kind of liking it. I'm liking the new jersey. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, the cap is sad. I got to get a white one. I got cooked. You cooked me, bro.
Yeah, you
okay,
gotta...
though. This will be corrected.
All right, that's good. We got to make sure it's nice and coordinated. Now, we were just talking about Full Sense, and I mean, how does it feel to be watching Cruz step up into that coach role? I know you guys are kind of prepping for it just in case, but how do you feel about watching your old guys do well in Full Sense?
Oh, how do I feel about them doing well? Obviously, I was rooting for them. Sent Cruz a message yesterday. I miss him. I do miss him. I saw Cruz's post game, which I had a lot of opinions on.
Good. Do you agree? Mostly what was it like?
Oh no, I
bad?
definitely agree, but
Okay.
I think there's also, yeah, without getting too intricate into the details, there's also some things that I was like, but it's weird seeing him in the coach spot. I mean, I still think he's the best IGL in the Pacific, so I don't understand why he's in the coach spot. But he's a grown man; he can make his own choices.
But it must be pretty cool, it's like almost watching your son,
No.
take after your Papa's footsteps.
No. It's more sad and frustrating because I still feel like Jovi, me, and him, the time wasn't now to start competing against each other. So it's still, even the wins, like I'm actually extremely confident in my team and the matchups with RQ and with Full Sense. But that doesn't mean that I believe there'll be empty victories. I have an idea as to how I feel about it.
Okay.
And but it was great to see them yesterday perform the way that they did, because that's good.
I think it'll be really interesting if you do end up facing Full Sense down the road. But I actually want to talk a bit about that. You are now credited and well known for how you took Talon into a top 3 Pacific team, without a doubt. Now, you worked them to the bone last year, over the last 2 years.
Oh, it's worse for Javi now.
I was going to ask, how is it with Global Esports? What are you putting them through?
Let me just tell you, so if anybody saw the Spike Talk episode where Cruz is basically like, I hated Hector, Javi has already been there. And it's been literally less than a month. Or, I'm sorry, our first practice as a team was December 6th. Javi and me have already had the, yo, bro. And I'm like, yo, bro, I don't got time. Yeah.
Are you running it a little bit differently in how you're prepping the team? Because it is also a different scenario where you can speak English to them. So is the training a little bit different?
Yeah. I think the people around me, both my family and friends in Valorant, I think people were right that Talon should have been the last, foreign-speaking roster that I have. Because I do think the fact that they're English speaking, and also the fact that they're a little older and ask questions and their level of professionalism is like Cruz is probably, him and Nitro have been the 2 most professional athletes I've had by far. It's full stop. I would argue that, I still think Cruz is still one of one in that sense, but I got 4 guys here that I can tell outside of Sava. That's a different beast, but the rest of them are very academic, flexible, work. They work hard. They have a lot of Cruz's good qualities.
Yeah.
Right. So I think people were right about that. It was probably time for me to go to an English-speaking roster, but I certainly don't like the fact that I couldn't finish the job on my terms.
Yeah.
I see
Right?
what you mean.
So it is going to be bittersweet all year because I also don't want to be the reason why RQ or Jovi and Cruz don't make it to an international.
Yeah.
Because we were supposed to do it together first, right?
It's kind of
So
exciting for us. I know it's heartbreaking for you.
Yeah. I know it is for everybody else, but I think that it not being on your terms certainly makes it differently because we all want to compete against each other. Trust me, don't get that twisted. We're all extremely competitive, especially with each other, especially me and Cruz.
Yeah. But you got a good roster. You got a good roster with you now. And of course, one of the biggest questions we have are the roles. You know, there's a lot of question marks. Is there anything you're willing to say about that? Some overlaps of roles and who's the controller, all this sort of stuff?
I think you guys are going to be surprised with the amount of comps we're going to play this year, with the roles. I think also with the comps, the combination of like who does what and when.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be really weird because it is really weird. But I would say that I'm overall pretty happy with the roster I have, and I definitely don't think I need any excuses. I mean, like if we don't do what everyone, I'm sorry, people don't expect us to do this because we're going to lose to Varel apparently. If we don't do things similar to the trajectory that Talon was at last year, I think the only person that can be blamed is me because I truly believe we have one of the best rosters in the Pacific. And I also haven't had a team that has won this much in practice. Now, that doesn't mean much because I'm not going to say our practice has been great given the amount of teams that won't play you because of this tournament and like all that stuff. But yeah, I think this roster is badass, and I think some of the guys are like really surprising. I was really shocked that no Korean team thought Yudotan was good enough, and I definitely don't understand why Javi now hasn't been in the league before. It doesn't make sense to me. Now that I have him, it just doesn't make sense at all. Like, that's kind of cooked, actually.
Having Javi, though, as your IGL, I mean, in this whole roster, he is the only one who hasn't played in the regular VCT circuit.
Right.
So,
Unlucky
I mean, putting him in the leader role, that's pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, it was either him or Autumn, but I think really he's very underrated in that. I mean, I was so surprised by the first week I had him. He's so far ahead of what I expected him to be. And I grilled him pretty harshly, especially because I felt like Nous choked in Ascension. I felt that roster was way too good to have the results that they had in playoffs.
They had a good start.
Yeah, but
start.
the playoffs was just,
Yeah.
I mean, he lost his head, I think. And that has been a real, I think, good teaching moment for me and him because we've gone over that game. We've watched a lot of like his run. So I get a better idea of what he was doing, what he was calling. And comparing him, like, I believe the Javi today, if he could go back, if he could get in the time machine and go back, that team doesn't lose in playoffs.
Fair enough.
Because I think he was largely, in my opinion, and he knows this, he was largely to blame for what happened because I thought he lost his head. And I think that the better he gets at not letting emotion overtake sort of stuff in server, he's going to be totally fine because this guy is too smart, Dude, we do one-on-ones. Outside of Autumn, he wins like every one-on-one.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, especially with the skirmishes going on right now.
He is disgusting. Yeah, well, unlucky for the boys who have better aim.
So look, we're already talking about some of the players, but tell us about like choosing these players and scouting this team in general, or how much of a part you had of that, because I feel like last year G was on the right track of picking up players, and 2 of those have made that into this particular team. And then we've got 3 new additions. So give us your thoughts on the players. Did you have much of an input into picking them? Because I think everyone's very excited about these players, but yeah, everyone also has their questions about how they fit together.
Yeah.
So some of the players really came to GE because of me. They've said it themselves, so it's no secret now. I tried to recruit Autumn last year before we went full-time. Autumn was going to be our duelist instead of Governor post-kickoff because we had a top 4 team, right? So I knew we were right there. Adding Autumn would have been ridiculous. He decided to go stay in FPX, and then because we couldn't get the team we wanted, that's why we went full-time. And so him and I have been wanting to work together for a while. This opportunity came up. Obviously, I've already talked about the talent situation, so I didn't think I would be here. Last minute, I'm calling Rushi like, you know, do you have a spot? And then had to quickly put this team together. Patman became available. There's no way you turn down an opportunity with the Initiator of the Year and the Rookie of the Year. And it just kind of clicked from there, right? Having Javi was great because, you know, with Javi, I guarantee, you know, Patman when he's available. And then having Autumn, I guaranteed Javi.
So is that where is Javi some kind of package with Patman in some way, or is it just?
It wasn't a package. It's more like an example.
Yeah.
Autumn had trials in EMEA. When I told him that I had Javi, or potentially to have Javi, first thing he does hits up Javi. Then they're like, oh, let's do right. So it's like, it's not so much a package. It's more like when they realize what the roster is alongside Crystal, they start going,
okay, this team's looking better. I'm getting more confident. I want to join more.
Like built itself.
And since I had the relationships, it was just kind of easy to like, you know.
So you have at least 2 duelists on this team, and we have skirmishes now to determine the map veto. So let's throw that on to see what you guys did earlier. You know, talk us through this here, who you ended up picking and why.
Actually, I guess I trolled. So we had been practicing a specific map because we were told to, and then a different map came up, so I kind of trolled Autumn. And obviously I picked Autumn for, we do one-on-ones. I've been doing this historically with every team. Pretty much Autumn puts everyone down. So it was a really easy choice for me. And yeah, I mean, he brought home the bacon.
There's no chance you're going to hop in there? Coaches can play.
I know. Look, I get where you guys are going with this. Look, man, I know people won't do it.
Yeah.
All I'll say is this. I'm also trying to win my map vetoes, bro. I got Autumn.
That's fair. That's fair.
Beat that guy first, then come talk to me. So,
yeah.
Homie.
They put Cinder in. I was thinking like surely they're throwing, you know, Zexy.
Yeah, so, listen.
Zuna.
Look, man, I'll let every coach know in the league. If you want to put your IGL against our IGL, I'm with that too. I didn't know. I thought they would put, you know,
so they don't tell you who you know, they don't tell, you guys don't get to talk about it. You just
open
enter
DMs, any coach that wants to go IGL for IGL, we got that. I'm down. Just
if
tell me in advance, no problem.
If someone petitions you like a coach, like I want to play you in a 1v1 skirmish, what are you going to say to them?
Yes.
How about chess boxing? That's good too, no?
That's some content that we need to see.
That's what I'm saying.
Riot, if we could do that, you know, to scrap the skirmish thing, I would chess boxing.
I'm totally down.
Oh.
Totally down.
That would be
I love watching that. It's awesome.
Absolutely fantastic. Do you think, you know, you have a great roster. You said there was a lot of like chemistry synergy between them right now, and you're pretty confident about them. Did you have enough time to train? Because the roster did finalize like quite late compared to Barrel.
Huh. Yeah, I wonder why.
Well, that's a whole other. You can save that for Spike.
No. For sure. I'm not even going there because I love those guys. I'm just gonna say that personally, I don't think we had as much time as I would have liked, and I also think that created some of the animosity I think between me and Javi, because I don't think he believed that I wasn't too much too fast.
Right.
And my argument was, December 6th was the first time our boys got together.
Wow.
We don't have time.
That's late.
Yeah. So I have been very, very difficult on the guys. Every practice, every round, every map, it didn't matter. My expectation is that we are very strong.
Yeah.
I would be very surprised today if we do not come out with a victory, but I also need to know what we have.
Do you expect this is a team that can hit the ground running? Is this a Masters Santiago team, or is this a Champs team down the line?
Bro, this better be a Masters Santiago team. We're gonna have real problems, I'll tell you that. But at the same time, maybe I haven't done a good enough job either. We'll find out today.
Yeah.
Because I believe we have everything we need, and I believe tactically, especially with what you'll see today, especially the way the veto went. Bro, if we lose, it's on me.
Somebody's.
No
it's
chance.
on you. Okay.
Nope. Yeah, it's always on me.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I know you need to get down there.
Yep.
Really appreciate hearing the insights into GM. We are so excited to see what you guys are going to be bringing to the stage.
I am too. Holly might not be, but I am too.
Well, good luck, Ross, and thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Coach Ross, formerly of Talon.
Good luck.
Really impressed us here in Pacific, but of course now on Global Esports with this brand new team. I think this is going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
Going against another brand new team, Varel, who hasn't played on the VCT stage at all till today. So I'm really excited. Skirmish is really interesting. I'm pretty sure some of the teams are approaching it a bit more tactically. Some of them are kind of like
we were surprised.
Putting Cinder in.
Yeah, we were surprised to see Cinder, but ultimately Autumn did take the win there, so GE did get that veto advantage. that Frost was looking for. And clearly he's feeling very good about it.
I mean, no disrespect to Varel, but like Cinder is statistically their worst player in terms of fragging, and they put him in the skirmish against Autumn. So I don't know. Maybe let's throw Zexy or Zuna in there next time.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. But, you know, here we are, and G's had that, veto advantage here. But Varel, they were formerly known as SLT. They are a freshly ascended team. And they really impressed us at Ascension. They were completely undefeated. But the other thing that surprised us was their ballsy confidence.
Yes. I mean, this team, they play like no one else. People have called them a mini Paper Rex. They have this incredibly aggressive style. I was lucky enough to see every single one of their Ascension games, and I was blown away every time. This is an incredibly young team, a lot of them born in 2006, 2007, which seems insane to say, but these guys, they looked tier 1 ready at Ascension. There's no two ways about it. Their age didn't bother them. Their inexperience didn't bother them. They came out swinging.
Yeah, similar to Nongshim, they struggled more in Challengers Korea than they ever did in Ascension. They went and dominated the tournament in similar fashion to Nongshim the previous year, maybe even in more dominant fashion, and I'm very interested to see how they're going to go moving up into Pacific here.
So for those of you guys who might have missed Ascension, who are the standout players for you guys that, you know, people are coming in to watch Varel for the first time?
Zuna, Zexy, Klaus, LP, and Cinder just does his job. He just does his job.
Yeah. But Cinder is, we talked about him before. He's got a lot of experience, even if the global audience is not familiar with him. And I'm pretty sure that sort of experience helps kind of bring together this extremely young squad. Like you said, they are the youngest team here alongside Nongshim. And I think there's definitely something to say about young Korean talent. Anyway, we've had a quick chat with them, with Bella. So let's see what they have to say.
This is Pacific. Are you ready? Okay, follow me. Let's go. Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with the Vera boys to get their thoughts before their first ever Pacific match. I want to know, what are your thoughts? Are you nervous, Klaus?
퍼시픽 다를 거 없고 그냥 저희 즐기는 대로 하겠습니다. 그냥 발을 화이팅!
Well, Pacific can't be that different, right? We're gonna have fun and take our win. Let's go Varel is what Klaus said. Well, LP, do you have a message to all the other Pacific teams that are here and ready to face you?
기다려라, 잡으러 간다. 화이팅!
Wait up, we'll get you. All right, thank you, Varel, and let's see who will take the win for the first match on day 2 of Kickoff. Say bye-bye. 안녕.
I really love their energy, and I don't know if it's like a generation thing, because it's so different than the other Korean teams we're really familiar with here in Pacific. They are confident. They are not. They'll say it. They'll say, we'll beat you, and they're super confident about this. Now, this is a very aggressive team, and maybe aggression is the meta. They're undefeated at Ascension so far.
Yeah, they are, but you look at their whole run so far, and I want to stress that this is 1 year of progress, guys. We look at the team coming together at the end of 24, going into 2025, and throughout Challengers' career, they struggle a little bit initially, then they start to be a really big contender. They win, finally, the road to Ascension, their first win domestically in Korea, and go on to dominate Pacific Ascension. And following that, even on home turf at the Suit Valorant League, they've already shown that they are a team that on certain maps can blow Pacific teams out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, they just have that potential. This is a team that is absolutely stacked top to bottom. There's kind of nothing this team can't do. They play a style that is sort of uniquely their own. They're not afraid to try different things with composition, and I just think this is a team that I loved to watch. I felt like they had so much spark, so much energy in the server that it was just electric.
I do want to ask you guys, when we first saw Nongshim 2 years ago, we were super impressed in a very similar way. Very aggressive team, especially with Danby on that Neon. I mean, how do you feel these two squads compare? They're both really young and they're both really fast.
So I think there's a lot of similarities, but I was more impressed with what I saw from this Varel team because Nongshim had Dambi. It was a neon meta and they had a neon guy, and it felt niche. And they came into Pacific and the meta shifted. They couldn't quite do the same things. When I'm watching this VALORANT team at Ascension, I felt like this transfers so perfectly to Tier 1. So I was much more impressed. I felt like these guys are ready to go at the Tier 1 level in a way Nongshim quite weren't. I think this is a big test for them today in this first match, but if they hit the ground running, this is a scary team. This is a team that is wanting to push for internationals.
Yeah, Varel have got a lot of shooters. Like, make no doubt, there's multiple players that can pop off. You can see their run through Ascension there. Interesting to note that actually against NKT and E-King, their first 2 games, they had some shaky moments, and they even said themselves over in Ascension in some of the interviews, they had to shake off some of the stage nerves. So my big question is, going on to the big stage here in Pacific, in these opening games, are they going to have any of those same kind of jitters, or have they shaken those off after playing the off-season tournament against some of the big boys there on the right?
That's the big thing for me. I think this GE team are going to be very good. It's going to be very solid, and I think with the way Frost coaches, his systems, they're going to be very consistent. This VALORANT team, it's looking about where do they land. I think if they win, it means a lot, and if they lose, it's can they get stable? Can they figure out how to be consistent on this stage?
That's a really good point. They actually haven't lost a game in a while, so this is going to be a big one if they do end up losing or not winning against Global Esports. Now, Global Esports, like you said, 3 really impressive signings. We have the IGL of Naos, Xavi. We got FPX straight from VCT China. We have Autumn, and of course, the ex-Paper Rex player, Patman. But Frost did keep 2 players. We have Udotan and Crystal.
I gotta say, I'm really happy about this. For one reason or another, GE has made lots of changes every year, bringing in brand new rosters, and that can happen. There's lots of reasons for that, but this is the first year they've managed to hang on to a solid core. Both Udotan and Crystal last year put up big performances, but they really showed a lot of potential, and now you're bringing in these 3 players to kind of back them up, round out that roster, as well as revamping the coaching staff with someone who's incredibly experienced like Frost. I think on paper, this is the best lineup we've seen.
And Pilsky, you know, we know Autumn from FPX, but he comes from a land down under.
He does.
And you know this guy. Tell us about him.
Yeah, so he started off his career in one of the most dominant teams in O's history, Order, and he was actually replaced after a while by Ronsky, who was the first Australian player we had in Pacific, who played also for GE, interestingly enough, under, you know, an assistant coach that we won't name. But after that, he actually went to India, playing under God's Reign, and then went to FPX. And I think that's really important because in Oceania, there's only a few players, and actually some of the more successful players often go to other regions to learn, to improve, and you could see that this has really worked well for Autumn. His God's Reign team was very, very competitive in India. His Order team often dominated Australia until they finally took an L to an underdog team. And on FPX, he was able to make multiple international events and really show, despite not speaking the language of the rest of the team and trying to learn Chinese, that he was a very, very good player, and he has multiple different styles he can showcase. He can play a duelist, but he can also be a very stable player who plays more of a defensive sentinel style, either on a chamber because he's got a good op, or even things like Pseudo Senti Viper or Cypher. He's someone that can be very flexible for your team, but always delivers great fragging impact.
He was one of the first players that Frost had recruited onto his team, so he definitely saw that same potential that you were talking about. Now, we did touch upon this. This is the big question mark. This is a solid roster, but the Asian pool, lots of overlap. Now, we're looking at 3 initiators. What do you guys make of this?
Yeah, this is the big thing I'm curious about, is you have 3 guys who really have suited that initiator role so well. So who takes it and who flexes? So in my mind, as Xavi is the IGL, I think he's the #1 candidate to stay there. But then that means we're flexing Pat, who was Rookie of the Year, Initiator of the Year. So are we moving him off this role? And of course, Crystal was definitely at his best on that Initiator role last year as well. So there's been lots of changes. It's clearly been quite back and forth, and Frost had some challenges to overcome when constructing these compositions. We just heard from him in the interview that I don't think they're going to be afraid to chop and change. We might see surprises throughout the year. They might have some more interesting comps. So I'm quite excited to see how this all comes together.
And not only do we have overlapping initiator roles, there are overlapping potential key duelists here. What do you make of this, Pilsky?
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't even tell the whole story because Udotan was actually playing the primary Sentinel for GE last year. So these are 2 players that both play Duelist and Sentinel, and you're going to have to choose which one is going to play which. Is it going to be role or agent dependent, or depending on the map? This is big questions, and this is my biggest concern about this GE roster. Do you put players on roles that they're not comfortable with, and that could be a breaking point for your team. Even if you have fantastic players who in certain roles have showcased that they can be some of the best in the region, or even in Xavi's case, I mean, in Tier 2, he's been a very good player that's been a prospect for a long time, but unfortunately, not many players from the Philippines get the move up for certain reasons. But honestly, I think that's the biggest question for GE for me, is when you have these players flex, do their performances go down the drain? Because especially playing some of the better teams, and even really right off the bat against SLT, these guys aren't going to lack fragging power. If you have underwhelming performances on agents you're not comfortable with, they're going to run you over.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, there's one role we're unsure about is who's going to be a controller. Yes, we saw Pat play Viper, but we really don't know. There are a lot of question marks.
I like Pat's Viper, especially on Icebox. I thought it was good.
Yes.
But like, also playing Viper on Icebox is different to playing Viper everywhere else. It's kind of its own thing. I think that is a big question mark. That's what I want to see from the roles. It's just, I need to know how this is going to land to really get a fair assessment of this GE roster.
These watch parties are looking pretty sick.
Yeah, and I love that the Japanese fans on Barrel are getting behind this new Korean team that they brought into the org. We see a lot of crossover between the Korean and the Japanese scenes, sometimes mixed teams. So this is going to be interesting to watch how the fans respond to this team.
I mean, while we get our map draft in, putting on your coach hats, what primary roles would you throw the players on?
Oh.
Like, definitely.
This is going to take too long.
You don't have to do the whole thing, but like someone you would definitely put on.
I think the two that I would do naturally I would keep Xavi on Initiator to call from that Initiator role, because a lot of them find that a little bit easier. And I want to see more of Autumn's Chamber. For me, that really is a standout agent, so I'd love to see him play on that Sentinel role a little bit. But truly, I think this could go any which way. I have no idea how Frost will have gone for this.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait and see what they choose, and then criticize it when it doesn't work, or praise it when it does work, because I'm results oriented and I don't like doing analysis before the fact. The map veto is very interesting to me though, specifically because Varel are doing something that they actually did going into Ascension, which is they didn't play much Abyss going into Ascension, and then when it was picked against them, they actually showed kind of a DRX style that they have played before, which is picked in this series, but they actually picked Split. This is a map that they banned back to back to back the last 3 series that they played in the Suit Valorant League. So they're actually, once again, into a new tournament, flipping their map pool and trying to be tricky and throw their opponents off a little bit.
Yeah, I like that they're doing that. It feels like such an explosive map split, so I think it could definitely suit them very well. Very curious about the kind of team comps that they're going to be cooking up that with, but give me Split in every single series. I love this map. This map one's going to be crazy.
With the new, as we put up our talent predictions here, with the new pistol that's in the game now, I feel like Varel is going to have a really good time using that here. But here, we're pretty split on this. I'm actually surprised. I thought I was the only one going for Global, but you guys both went for Varel.
In my mind, Global are the favorites in this series. I think they have that experience. I think that they're building on a solid core. I think this Varel team have a lot more questions to prove with coming into this league, but I was picking the underdog. I was surprised to see 4 of us go for Varel, but the reason I went for Varel is that explosiveness. From what I saw in Ascension, if they're able to play that same way, I think they will be one of the top teams in Pacific.
Yes, I totally agree, and I think that there can be a lot of kind of abrasive factors when you put a team like GE together that can potentially sabotage you going into the opening game. And when you're playing against a team that is going to run at you, the cracks could definitely start to show, and that's kind of what I expect to happen in this series, to be honest. I don't think GE is necessarily going to hit the ground running straight away, but if they do, similar to what you just said about Varel, if they do, I think they're going to be one of the best teams in Pacific.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge deal. This is definitely one of the more highly anticipated matches of this weekend, because there are a lot of question marks and there's so much potential. It wouldn't be surprising if either one of these teams made it really far into through Kickoff right now, because they're sharpshooters on Varel, and GE has so much experience, and all those individual players have experience playing against extremely aggressive teams. The question is, can Frost put it together in time as we send it to the stage for VCT Pacific Kickoff Day 2.
back in the days when I played in Japan region in Tier 2. At this time, I don't really think I'm gonna play in franchise until the moment when I joined PepperX. The moment when I lift a trophy in stage 2, it's like the emotions I cannot even explain, you know, it's like my hands are shaking, adrenaline went up like crazy, and then I think also we won DRX from losing 0-2 to come back to 3-2. It was like amazing emotions.
23년도 때 저를 제외한 모든 팀원들이 리빌딩 됐을 때 살면서 겪어보지 못한 감정들을 많이 겪었던 것 같습니다. 새로운 팀원들과 새로운 꿈을 꿨고 세계 최고의 팀이라는 이야기를 들으면서 많이 행복했던 것 같습니다. 젠지를 떠나 T1으로 온 저는 국제대회 2연속 우승이란 최초의 기록을 세웠습니다.
At first, it was just fun. Putting on a jersey, having fun on the stage, and doing interviews. Everything was exciting and fun. But I never fully solved my inconsistency. And I started losing track what color suited me.
처음 우승했을 때는 이보다 더 행복감을 느낄 수 있을까 싶었었는데 2회 우승을 하고 나서 나 이거 챔피언스도 우승해보고 싶다. 새로운 감정이 또 들면서 그게 제가 지금 계속 열심히 할 수 있는 원동력이 되는 것 같습니다.
Still, there was one goal that I haven't achieved yet. It was winning. Even though I joke and laugh a lot on stage, but winning is always my true passion. Jemkin, Crazy Guy, Pushy, and Xpero. With these guys, I finally lifted the trophy that I always wanted. And right now, I'm playing VALORANT that I always dreamed of.
저희는 어센션보다 더 성장해서 왔고 퍼시픽 팀들은 하나도 안 무서워요. 너무 약한데? 어센션보다 더 성장해서 왔고 아니 여기 뒤에 저희는 어센션보다 더 성장해서 왔고 한번 맞아봐요 어떻게 되는지.
I think we feel really sad and not happy and feel sad. It's a new year and I'm here again to a new mindset. After we are new, I think we are top contender team in Pacific right now. And Pacific history will be rewritten.
가장 원하는 건 아직 이루지 못했기 때문에 올해는 제가 모든 걸 쟁취하겠습니다.
We will remain unshaken to reach for our ultimate goal. It's going to be very exciting this year.
As the beast awakens.
We won Pacific, we won Masters. There's only one thing left to win champions. In 2026, I'll earn everything.
VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
VARL. It's kickoff time, and today is gonna be really exciting. Now, this team, formerly SLT, the players were mostly unknowns outside of Korea until Ascension, and they ended up surprising us all with their stage confidence and aggressive play style. Now, Pilski, a lot of people, we saw that Twitter poll, a lot of people picked GE, but I think it's also because they're unfamiliar with VARL, because they didn't really watch Ascension or didn't really pay attention to why they're so good. Tell us why we shouldn't underrate this team.
Because in November 2024, they formed this roster 1 year later, they win Ascension and they dominate. So if they could show that same reckless aggression, that same explosive playstyle on the Pacific stage here, they're going to be taking down some big names. We've already seen it in the off-season, so that's exactly what I want to see. LP's family's in the audience there supporting him, as are the rest of the Japanese fans over at the watch party.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see that. You feel like he's going to play a bit better today. He's got family here.
Yeah, that's great to see them. It must be so exciting for the families. Now, Global Esports, one of the most exciting roster changes of this season, hands down. Now, Frost, he mentioned it's been really tough with less time than most rosters, you know, being pulled together, but he's done it, and if I know anything about this guy, he works really hard. This is the same guy who took Talon from being kind of mid to the top 3 in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the biggest coach signings that we've seen coming into Pacific this year. Just saw him do a hella sick handshake with Pac-Man, by the way. And we got to touch on that. Let's VOD review that later. But I'm very impressed with this roster. I love what they've put together. This is the most excited I've been for GE in the last 2 years. And I think this team, if they hit the ground running, they have so much potential. I predicted VALORANT, but I really hope I'm wrong today.
What? All right, we're having fun here today. I'm really happy to see it. I'm sure there is a little bit of stress here for both of these teams.
Yeah.
Winning this first match of the season is going to be huge for either team's momentum. Now, we did see something really interesting happen with SLT last year. They're confident, and they're not afraid to show it. What happened in that timeout last year? Do you guys want to recap that?
I mean, we saw one of the players on Boom, I believe it was Nats, that was, you know, trying to get the boys pumped up. He was standing up in his chair every time he was having a multi-frag round. I believe it was Map Point, and there was a timeout called, and VALORANT took the time to talk some smack and get out of their chairs. That's the kind of trash talk I want to see on the Pacific stage from a Korean team, no less. I thought that we were polite out here.
Yeah. But especially, I hope that comes out today against Global Esports, because we know there's a little sass on that side, too.
Oh, there's trash talkers on that team. Yeah. I want this to go back and forth, and I mean, this is such an exciting matchup. For me, this is the most exciting matchup of week 1 that we're seeing here. I just love both of these teams, and I think it's all about who's able to start strongest.
Oh, that is so much fire from VALORANT.
Yeah.
You love to hear that in the
hyped
team huddle. Like, honestly, this game is so hotly anticipated. It could go either way. There's 2 very exciting rosters coming onto the Pacific stage here, and this could really define either one of these teams' kickoff runs.
Absolutely. Now, we've seen a fair bit of SLT or VALORANT and what they like to play. Of course, the big question mark is Global Esports and Agents.
This is a fun composition. We're seeing Vito here for the first time in Pacific, but I gotta highlight the roles here. Xavi is playing that Smokes, Crystal staying on the Initiator, and Autumn is the one on that Duelist, meaning Yudatan is on that Vito. I think Frost is taking a very different approach. This is an off-meta comp. This is something wacky.
Yeah, for VALORANT, there's also some changes. Klaus on the Yoru. Usually it's LP who plays this, and Zexy is more of a Jet guy than a Raze guy.
Yeah.
So you've actually seen some changes for VALORANT. Usually they stick to the same style. They stick to the players that are comfortable with certain agents. This shows a little bit of development for me, but as we've seen before, when a Jet guy starts to play Raze, sometimes that doesn't actually end up working very well.
Yeah, I know. I think this is something I'm very excited about this. Either way, this is my matchup of this weekend, is to see how these two teams will be playing against each other. And to cast us through this, it's going to be Quackmodo.
Oh yes, thank you very much, Vic. This is exciting as heck. I'm hyped up, I'm Quack, and this guy is Aussie. He's brainy, he reaches Radiant despite being colorblind, and he's gonna take us through this new VALORANT, Kids on the Block, and also Global with a whole new cold new iteration of it.
I think it's just really exciting. I think that's going to be the staple word for this series and this day, maybe as well, with DFM and Gen G around the corner a little bit later. But yeah, there's an Aussie in the server, right? We can delve into that. VALORANT. Now, for those that might have actually missed Ascension, because I've seen a little murmuring about at the moment, who are these VALORANT kids? Let's just throw it out there and think of a mini Paper Rex. If you want to see how you're looking at the stylization of this team and what we're coming to expect, it's going to be aggression, it's going to be pushing extremities, it's going to be taking fights and being confident to not shy away from getting dirty in the server. But for Global Esports, man, I'm excited as well. You know, we're building on what this roster was last year. I was looking at that handshake that was coming out from Frost and from Patman, and as soon as that happened, I saw electricity running through Patman. You know that he is so hungry to get wins. A trophy winner in the server right now for Global Esports. I'm just so keen to see what they have for us on this map, starting on attack. And they do have that veto that was highlighted in here from Big Time. A bit of a, you know, outside agent pool, but not really when you consider that we've got some teams in the world like the Fnatic, like your Team Liquid, that play this comp with a raise instead of the veto. So it's not like you're missing a bunch of things that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how it all plays out still, though. Right now on the attack, as you mentioned, slowly creeping forward into Garage.
Well, you got Zexy already on this angle with the Sheriff looking to do what he can.
Right around the orb. The eye comes out as well, but straight through the TP, Cinder crashes against him. Still though, undetected, Zexy quickly lands a double, Shuna popping in, and all that's left, just Javi.
It's going to be a difficult one though, you'd expect, right? A 1 versus 3, playing on this Astra for the second ever time in his history of Valorant. So there's going to be some learning here.
It's a lot to do as well. 2 stars to possibly work with, but already Feral getting into position. The full squad. As soon as you peek this, all you've got is a classic.
Oh, it's just a firing galley. Honestly, there's not really a way you get back through this.
They're starting to dance around as well.
Unfortunately, it's just too difficult.
That's the final star. It's not going to do too much. Klaus cleaning up, and Feral with the pistol.
Nicely done from them. A couple of good numbers. You're seeing a lot of cheeky plays around smokes lately as well, right? When we're seeing dark covers usually, or any smoke form that comes out, right? Players are hiding in the corner of the smoke inside it, ready to get some, I'll call them cheap shots, but it is smart, right? It's playing the abilities to good usage. You can kind of see it's the same sort of thought process in this round. You're playing on the corner of the poison cloud. You're in an unexpected position, and if you play a little bit patient, it's going to work wonders. So Pistol going over to the side of Varel. And in towards this round, I was waiting to see if there was going to be any eco-fraggers, so to speak. It looks like Zexy with the Scopy Boy is going to be the charge there.
Scopy Boy, I love that. And he was one of those standout duelists from Varel SLT Songnam and Ascension last year, playing the off angle with Sheriff in that pistol round. Right now, though, just chilling.
Yeah, you're trying to sell a little bit of a fake over towards the B side in the very beginning, but there's been no space progress over at the A site at the moment. Now with GE having all 5 members together, it is the time for Zexy to farm up with this Marshall.
Who was it from yesterday? Francis, was it?
Yep.
No. Those are some big shoes to fill. See if you can find something huge here as well. Otherwise, just trying to do what you can. But Unoton coming in! Benzito Burrito!
Talk about disgusting behavior coming out from the Bandit there. This is a round that is turning upside down immediately. Unless Klaus can do something heroic, the answer is no. And now it's going to be Cinder, the leader for Varel. See if he can save face in this round.
Does have a full kit.
Planted.
Disgusting shots. Just trying to stay undetected for now, but that could potentially reveal a little bit. Every single angle covered by the global squad right now, but as soon as they can peek out, still not going to be enough. Patman nails it.
Oldest member on the roster for Varel, can't get it done. LP, the IGL, for those that, again, might be questioning what this roster is, right? Because I think that's a good point in time to kind of talk about for Varel at the moment. They are the new kids on the block. They are very young, right? So we're looking at some learning, some building experience in this T1 area where they might not be used to losing. So they've got to navigate a lot of these problems, as that is a cheeky round to come through from GE, and now we'll have a bit of a listen into them.
Yeah, they smoke. I just shoot the bit. I can recon for you.
Yeah, you're keeping careful, okay? They have Viper smoke with.
Now. I go recon coast and go run.
He's jump picking ramp.
Savan B. I'm leave you.
Alright.
Fake teleport. Well, always good to hear from these teams, a new addition to the broadcast here in Pacific. And just for confirmation as well, it is direct live comms with the teams today, fixing all that up.
Just feeding us so much as well, feeding intel to each other at the same time. But here comes Cinder trying to steal something away. It's not quite going to happen with Autumn watching the angles down. Javi as well, chiming in with a Vandal. This is what you want to have, building up that momentum after the Thrifty round being picked up.
Can Shuna find some damage though? That's the question at the moment. Has picked up this Phantom, finding the right timing, but Autumn quick for the trade. And now it's all on to LP at the other side of the map with the Bandit. And it just feels like it's going to be an untenable situation. Maybe he can get a kill or two here, Quack. But that's kind of all you can hope for, you'd assume.
Yeah, it would be nice, nonetheless. But otherwise, just the entire thing breaking down around Garage in this round.
Little by little, we creep on into the site. Plant to go down by Autumn to get a bit closer to the drift.
Spike planted. Toxin screen down.
Yeah, I see that, a couple points away. Nonetheless, position revealed. All you best hope for is just a wild swing, but Pat will take it anyway.
And GE will find 2, so now we look for a little bit more stability in the beginning of this map. Of course, Varel, you would assume definitely not expecting to get thrifted come the second round. You know, when I look to this team and I look to the style of play that they're going to be coming in, right, they are going to get aggressive on one side of the map. If they're losing a player, they're going to want to take space elsewhere, right? They have a very big understanding of the macro aspect of this game that they want to be playing in their 1 year of Valorant play together. That Pilsky highlighted earlier, of course, but in this caliber, in this area, are they really going to still be able to deliver that? Early showcase of the operator here for Klaus should bring a little bit of changes for GE, but maybe not, as Shuna finds a double opener.
Yeah, Shuna instead. Still though, quickly as G pushes on, they apply pressure on towards Mail.
Now a bit of a reset. As I said though, exactly this case in point, right? They lose space somewhere, they want to figure out elsewhere. Is it dirty? Or is it occupied by the opponent? Cinder going very far forward into the garage at the moment, but now poised on an off angle.
Oh, but Crystal still finds it instead. Now you'll be able to open up the B site that quick.
And how do you do this with an operator though, right? Klaus, a single blindside. LP, no utility to speak of, and a judge in hand. Maybe you want to try and change weapons if you possibly can up at the tower.
G's just not letting up. Nightfall, more ability spent in. Yudotan locking it down towards the top. No chance for Varel to answer back.
That's really nicely done from GE around the map, understanding that they're going to play together as a team to try and get out these trades as well when you consider the first opener, right? It removes Patman, it removes Autumn. You've got a couple of key components that you're looking to gather some space, to gather some entries, but they do pause a little bit. And again, if you've done your homework on this Varel team, it does not matter the map. Expect that they're going to push an extremity when they lose members. We're already seeing this right now. It's something that comes to mind in the offseason against T1. T1 had a fundamental understanding that that's what Varel do. They got the better of them a lot. GE, I'm already seeing that they know this.
So many of those lessons learned throughout the offseason. Of course, Varel not backing down though, and this time with a Judge and a Guardian.
Yep, party mix by. It's cheeky. It can get the job done, don't get me wrong. You got that Judge real close towards B main at the moment, but Cinder, he's not going to be able to bite for that one. You'll hear the TP come out from Autumn to the A side of the map now, all GE. Looks to go.
This Outlaw has been doing so much work for the team as well. Slowly slicing the pie. See if the target gets revealed first.
If you do go up towards the ramp here as Global, and you walk in towards Shuna with that Guardian, he is one away from the Nightfall as Evolution comes out for Yudotan now onto this A site.
Yeah, as you mentioned that, right? Right through the top of heaven, trying to get them as they approach out from main. Unfortunately, not able to find too much. Just Klaus into the corner now, hoping for a right click, but it's not happening.
It got Yudotan down to 3 HP, but with that Evolution, he's just going to heal up right back to 100. It's a little bit disgusting sometimes. You feel hard done by for Klaus, but we do switch into a post plant now.
Yeah, right as you are. Still, though, Evolution could be quite pesky working against Varel. Little trio trying to approach out from main. One from screen, Cinder. In with that Judge. Trying to secure some safe passage into its elbow.
It's just good crossfires at the moment from GE.
Yeah, all of it marked down. Boombot quickly dealt with. Patman dispatched up yet another. LP chiming in with a Sheriff. Now Zuna finds a shot, but at this point, way too low, way too much to do. GE with another round win.
And this is the point in time where I think to myself, all right, Varel, you got thrifted in the second round, you've lost a couple of other rifles, it's time for a talk. It's time to have a discussion with the coach to figure out what you gotta do, and it comes in nice and early here. hopeful for them that they're going to be able to try and figure something out on this this defensive side at the moment. Now they got the rifles back in play, right? But what are they going to try and figure out that GE are doing? Because it's kind of cut and dry at the moment from GE. They're using the usage of the Yoru, nice in my mind from Autumn. He's keeping interest around this B side of the map and coming back over towards A, where they're scaling up together slowly as a team, trying to maximize a bunch of the utility that they do have up their sleeves and trying to just figure out where might be weaker side of VALORANT or who is positioned where. So it's the time to really change things up. And again, right, I mentioned VALORANT not really used to losing. Right?
Yeah.
They were winning everything in careers, essentially. They have a little slip up at the end on their road to Ascension, but they managed to come back and they managed to win. They go flawless in their run, and now they're here. They go up against GE. You know they're feeling confident, but it's always different when you get into the server, when you see this crowd, when you feel the vibrations in the arena here.
That's what it's all about.
They're feeling that now, Quack. 5 rounds in.
The weight, the gravity of the situation. Your family right here in the stadium, in the stands, watching you. There's quite a bit to do. There's a lot to earn. Everything up for 2026.
And we had expectations last year for our last year's Ascension winners in Nongshim as well, right?
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of questions posed. Is VALORANT going to do this year what we expected Nongshim to do last year?
Ooh.
This is a good stepping stone series to see.
It's all going to get tested right here as we come back in through the timeout. Farrell's map pick as well. They're hanging back for now.
Autumn one away from the dimensional drift, likewise of Klaus. So you got to be on the expectation that this might be a very big pickup for GE to scale in towards the site to sniff it out as well. That dark cover should permit the orb gathering for Autumn, and you should know in Varel's head now that this was going to potentially happen. But you got to think to yourselves, with the information revealed over to the B site, is that where GE's ending? They've been TPing over to the A site to look to end there. You're not seeing too much shuffling at the moment from Varel either.
Just trying to trust in their current positions, but that's where I get a little bit nervous. This Outlaw upgraded to an op, and the shot goes through.
You hit the TP as Klaus to back up this B site at the moment, but it's not like you're playing strong side with this Yoru and TPing away to the other side when the hit comes, right? They're playing a little bit late reactive at the moment. A boombot only now going down at this B site. GE are selling a fake towards this Bravo location, and Shuna is falling for it. There's a problem right now. LP needs help at A.
Unfortunately, he's not going to get too much. We'll see how long he can stay alive for. That Cosmic Divide selling so much of it. The Nightfall does arrive, and LP just absolutely mows them down. Snakebite burning at the feet against Patman. Javi answers back. Out with the op. A second shot through the engine block. Now a 1v1 against Sexy. Spike on the ground. Not too much time, and unfortunately that will be it. Farrell has managed to stem the bleeding.
That's crazy. That is absolutely disgusting on that timing to come out with that Nightfall from Shuna. I mentioned it earlier, right? Picking it up potentially at the tower earlier on in the previous round. Have that available right now. And unfortunately for maybe a lot of people's liking here, GE taking a little bit too long to get in towards the A site. The timing on LP's Toxic Screen, absolutely perfect to keep them at bay before they blow out in towards the site. And I mean, what, 4 on the Nightfall, and even beyond the grave, the Molly getting the job done too for your 4th kill there. That's a bit of a breath of fresh air for Varel in this defensive side.
Oh yes, looking a lot like that Omega Viper, but right now it's gonna be GE going on the offensive as well. Maybe another fake yet with Dimensional Drift over onto B site.
Oh, they've overlooked LP in this change up at the moment. He's at this B site in amongst the toxins, but sexy for Patman.
Yeah, that was how Varel took them down the pistol. Off angles and everything to boot, but the rotations have been bought over, and it's just enough for GE to try to push in out into A site. Cinder slowing them down. Javi finding another shot. Cinder, though, still around elbow. And here comes Dimension Drift from Klaus as well. Enough of a reaction against Yudotan. Javi doing his best to stay alive, but more pop flashes. He turns away. It's not enough. Crystal, what do you have? The spike on the ground. Angles in check, but movement too quick coming out from Klaus.
Very nicely done from Varel. 2 in a row. Taking 3 weapons in towards the next round as well to better build up a little bit of your economy. Right, could have been in shambles if it goes the other way. And now we're starting to see a little bit more of the right decisions from them. A bit of an over-rotate against with a B site, one could argue, but for Cinder, holding down this site and the backup of Klaus on the Yoru. Really nicely done. Of course, to highlight as well, right? LP, nicely done. Of course, to highlight as well, right? LP, for example, on the Viper on this map and Klaus on the Yoru sometimes sees things changed up where LP is going to be calling from the Yoru too on specific maps. Always have a different look in what VALORANT want to play come what map they do have, and I guess you would probably say the same for GE is what Frost is saying.
Still though, as things continue to change, it gets hard to predict. All of a sudden, it's a quick movement, quick rush all the way up ramp, 3 players down.
Got to get that spike in towards this A site, get that pit down for Patman as well, because this is a 2 versus 2. Though, a hell of a lot of utility for VALORANT here. Boombot can clear a bit of the pit. You got the Paranoia that you can go in together as well, and Yudotan's quite low. Does have the cross cuts available, but do you really want to use them in this sort of situation? You're going to look to just play Protectorate in the pit with Patman.
That's all you can hope for. Interceptor's been shot down as well. Now just trying to play around the positioning, but Cinder trying to get on top of it as well. Where could Zexy be? There it goes. Now Cinder is known as well, as the drop is audible. Snake bite to protect the spike, and Pat, all he needs to do is just hold down left click.
That's against the Phantom as well, so you don't really have those traces that you can immediately follow through. It's the audio cue and the spam to come out. Very nicely reallocated for Global Esports in that round when you consider could have gone the other way with the trades that VALORANT were coming through with, right? Shuna trying to just stamp his feet down at the tower as well, trying to lock down ramp after the opener goes VALORANT's way. But this is the importance on why I say you want to get that pit down in the 2 versus 2. Nicely navigated out from GE. And the economy situation for VALORANT nearly in the bin. Guardian and a Bucky for Cinder on the ladder weapon. Not going to be positioned at the front side of B like that Judge was this time. Just going to be dancing around the map.
A little bit unfortunate. The brief recovery from the past 2 rounds quickly stifled by GE again as they head back into B site.
Crystal 1 away from Nightfall. All priority on him.
Okay.
Good maximization from Global Esports to have a lot of this equipment to utilize where they need to.
Face your fear!
There it goes. Right after the orb picked up. Quickly breaking down the site, but still sight lines open. What is this? The Guardian shot! A snake bite to kind of slow things down, but Suna still able to land them through. Global trying to hang back.
You are divided!
Huge casualties sustained, and they're trying to hunt down for yet another pick, trying to work around this cosmic divide. Klaus just watching for security, and he's right on!
That's really good crosshair placement to come from Klaus there. And just really disgusting utility to come through from VALORANT ultimately, right? They get the Snake Bite down, which brings the vulnerability in, and the lesser weaponry can just pepper you down very quickly. The paint shells were even lobbed in there as well for good measure. It's just a really good flood position from VALORANT in towards the B site when you've got Global, again, I think a little bit too slow on the back of their utility. You've got that Nightfall that comes out, and they try to go in a little bit later, but it's not in tandem, right? It's not getting the back of the B site space with a TP to come out from Autumn, for example. A couple of jitters, but an opportunity for VALORANT to potentially tie things up now when you consider the lesser buy that GE have equipped in this round.
And that's fantastic for VALORANT as well, quickly catching on to these ruses, but right now, GE coming with a different approach up middle.
Yeah, not really seeing too much from them at the moment. Ultimately playing around B and TPing towards A. You got to be really careful in these moments as VALORANT too, right? What do your adjustments look like? You've got LP playing Spotto essentially towards the top of tower, thinking better of it at the moment that they don't see anything. But you're not being too aggressive as VALORANT as well, right? Only now at the 1 minute mark, starting to sniff what's happening on the extremity of B. And again, this is what I talk about. They're a team that will always want some space if they're missing information.
Big challenges posed against GE. Threats being sussed out with that Prowler going through. Space being gathered meanwhile. Kind of hung back with the snake bite being tossed out by LP again.
Look at the rotations though towards this B site at the moment. Zexy maybe thinking better of it to be the 4th member to get on over here. LP has to get out of the tower. 30 seconds to go now for Global to end at this B site.
A lot of information retrieved. VALORANT kind of has a good idea, but it all comes down to how well they receive it. The Outlaw going through, but LP going down. Heaven claimed. And it's Global coming through, looking for the spike plant. Autumn claiming more heads as we speak.
First bullet accuracy from a couple of these GE members there. Absolutely perfect. And now this is, again, another flipped round, isn't it? GE, info on one player in Shuna from the chokehold.
Just trying to find a little bit more. A little bit afforded by Sexy if he can find the duel, but unfortunately going down to the elevation angle. Suna, though, slight double, but not enough as Autumn comes back in.
Yeah, a lot of those positions at the moment in that round for VALORANT, individual. Not a lot of trades to potentially come out from them. I'm looking at that 2 versus 4 as well, and it's a bit of a split retake, right? We've seen a lot of good strength in numbers from VALORANT, playing on the back of each other, getting the trades. A round like this, a bit absent of that variety. And it was the lesser buy from Global Esports as well, which gets a little bit more stability coming their way into this attacking half. That's 6 that they've found. Nice but tighten up from Autumn there. Understanding, you know, in all of his experience as well, right, over in CN, that there's always opportunities for growth, always opportunities to do better as Shuna opens this round on a crystal.
They're going to need to tighten a lot more right now. This toxic screen working so much against Global Esports. More sheriff shots and everything to boot. LP working himself into the off angle, but here comes Autumn, here comes Javi. Trying to break through the top of Rat Klaus! Trying to do his targets, but it's not enough.
And then Cinder was here because of the utility that he used a little bit earlier on, so it's a very heads-up play from them to get over towards this B site. No from the shadows for Cinder anymore as that's used. Should look for a good close here, you'd expect from Autumn and Patman. When you consider those names in this roster, it is very scary. They should not be dropping this one. Poison Cloud onto the spike. You got the Snake Spike for Pat as well. Very difficult for Cinder here.
That's just it. The talk of the town, Autumn. The champ of the 1v1s. Here comes Cinder, the challenger. B hops over, but positions noted as well.
Ooh.
GE now stuck up, elbow to elbow. We'll see if Cinder can do much, but unfortunately not enough. As Autumn crouches down for the headshot, GE looking to take this first half.
We hear it at the end of the last round, right? From Autumn to tighten up. That felt very, very loose and sloppy from GE going in towards that A site in the very beginning. A gorgeous haunt that comes out from Shuna. Capitalizes with the kills to come in there. But the 5 versus 3 very quickly, and I mean very quickly, turns into a 2 versus 1 there back to GE's favor. And now there's 1 round remaining in this half. Couple of items for VALORANT to make it good as well, right? Nightfall, Dimensional Drift. Definitely want to see how they're going to use them in this sort of round. Is it going to be early for stalling? Is it going to be for a post plant? How's it looking for them? There's that drift to come out from Klaus over at the A site, scoping out everything, seeing that there's nothing really there.
That was what GE was doing ages ago, though, with the early round pressure. This time, backing off the TPs, maybe audible.
It's a nice bait and switch opportunity for VALORANT in the garage at the moment too, right? When you had Zexy very far forward with Cinder as well, but luckily for GE, they're going to drift in towards the A site at the moment and spot out 2 players over here. Maybe it was just the 1. Klaus, though, is going to diff Autumn in that Yoru battle.
But once again, another slight fake. Most of the GE players are all towards middle now.
40 seconds to make some adjustments as it's the garage control yet again for Zexy. Slips back on in. Shuna taking out Patman. Looking a bit better for VALORANT, but just for the millisecond, right? Cinder falls. Where do you think GE are currently lurking about? Because look at this. I mean, LP's looking the complete wrong way.
Just so versatile. Every single move all across the map. VALORANT are stunned and confused, but here comes the Nightfall. Shuna trying to keep them at bay. The rest of the squad arriving just on time.
Individual prowess. Need to see it from every member alive in this round at the moment, and need some coordination in my mind for VALORANT for this retake.
Absolutely, Komodo. Zexy has got quite afforded to him as well. Paint shell, satchels, everything. GE, though, trying to buy that time away from the spike. More stars and everything tossed over the screens, and here comes Javi. Silent movements, but it's not needed. Crystal! What a spray on that Phantom. Off towards elbow, and the footsteps are already heard. Shuna with a desperate effort, but unfortunately shut down at the end. It's GE with an 8-4 first half.
Another recovery for them as well when they're losing these opening players. Another 4 versus 5 conversion. Autumn being felled first, where the team comes back. I think a lot of people, when you think about this global roster, you think, or you forget rather, what Crystal was able to do before he joined GE as well. How impactful he was in his ascension runs over in CN before coming over towards Pacific. He took on the mantle of an IGL role as well, which drew him back a little bit from the fragging power. He's been, in my mind, released and has the opportunity to be released on this roster now with Javi taking the mantle of the IGL. And if he can grow back into his confidence as well that we know that initiator in him can be, it's another attribute to this GE roster that's really, really scary. So it's good to see that he's making smart decisions in the individual moments in this map already.
100%. I mean, that's why this team, the roster shuffles here, they've been the talk of the town. Global esports, helmed by Coach Frost, and they're already proving it in this first half itself. Yudo-tan as well, of course, another mainstay from last year's roster.
I mean, when I think about him as well, right, a lot of the times last year, and I'm going to put the devil horns on right now, when GE was crumbling, because they did crumble a lot, who was the fella on the roster that was generally consistent? It was Yudo-tan. He was consistent in his plays, no matter what, generally. So it's good to see that I feel he's got a bit more building blocks around him to be able to maximize his potential as well. I'm just, again, really excited about this roster, to be completely honest with you.
Autumn, here we go. Back in the second half, and I believe we're going to be able to listen in.
Michael, Jordan. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Let's go. They touch left. Touch left. Jump, smoke. Smoke up. Come towards it, guys. Come towards it, guys. Wait, they're gonna go back, I think. Saba, I need your prowler ramp later, okay?
I go recon ramp, guys.
Omen TP the soul, Omen TP the soul, guys.
The break.
We can fight after this. I think we fight it, bro.
Here, Viper mid, guys.
Let's go fight it.
Yudo-tan and Autumn over at this tower at the moment, but great to see and hear that Patman is very vocal for what he needs from the team. Simultaneous kills from Javi and Pat with extra information in mid from Yudo-tan. It's looking like a gorgeous pistol.
Just served up on a silver platter. Suna trying to pick up what he can, while Klaus tries to poke and prod towards B.
He can get in towards the B side at the moment, but in a 2 versus 5, you know the gaps that he's going to be able to play, right? You've got Autumn looking towards the alleyway, and you've got Heaven covered off by Crystal. There's not really a world in which you'd assume that Varel can pull the rug out from GE in this scenario.
That's why my perspective shifts towards, does GE make any mistakes here?
The doors are starting to close as well because of this double flank coming through the garage, so you'll take the plant here as Shuna. And the kill.
Okay. Still gonna need a whole lot more though. Oh! Just as soon as they drop down, Klaus! Right on the trigger. But one unbeknownst to him, it's gonna be Patman. Just enough to bait and switch up for Javi to find a final headshot. It's global with both pistols on this map.
Well,
no. Excuse me. Got that wrong?
They missed the first pistol, but you're kind of right in thinking thrifty. Because they got the thrifty on the next one and they had a sensational start to the map because of that one. Yes, 2 versus 5, that you've got some damage and a plant in there for Varel is not too shabby. We could definitely see a lighter upgrade for some of the members on the back of that one, but ultimately Global Esports will be extending the 8-4 half that they come out with that pistol round. Got to be feeling pretty confident from them on their opponent's map pick as well, right? Split picked out for Varel if you did miss it.
Where are you?
Take a look at the buy that they come out with those little lighter upgrades I was talking about. The Sheriff for Shuna and Zexy in with the Shorty.
And there he goes, flying over into the side. Yudo-tan already keeping him in check. All the automatic weapons just making light work. Unfortunate for the Korean squad, but it's going to be a flawless for Global.
Yeah, cleaned up on that one. 10-4. Rubber ducky.
I love that.
Yep.
They should have a Komodo Dragon one at some these days.
Nah, it's all right. It's all right. Important round coming up for Varel. Weapons in possession, but what are you going to look to deliver on your now attacking side? Is it going to be trying to maximize the double dive potential? Or do you have to play a little bit more slower and disciplined? Because we know Varel, aggressive. They want to take these fights. But when you're this far down, are you getting a little bit more hesitant?
Right, that's where those seeds of doubt seep in. The tendrils starting to take over your mind. But these guys, They had smack talk up over at Ascension. They surely have the confidence to back it up still.
Wait, you're talking
right
about,
now.
You're talking about confidence. I mean, look what they're doing.
There he goes.
Trade, at least.
Okay. Still though, up over on top of Heaven.
Flip the map now. VALORANT going down the stairs in towards the defender spawn. You've got LP who's off yonder in his own postcode. They're not looking at what's behind them. There's the spike, but it's Autumn taking the initiative to get the lead for GE in this round in terms of numbers. And mate, you're just stuck here, aren't you?
What a check by Autumn, but Sexy! They hold it down! Yudotan coming in as well, but it's all down to this 2v1. A bit more pressure applied over up from Vince.
That was a bit of a mistake from Global, I will admit. A little bit too hungry to close the round there and catch up VALORANT potentially, but 2 versus 1. Yudotan, an opportunity perhaps onto LP, but by the timing of the toxic screen going down, dispatches of him. He's fully healthy here as well, Quack.
So clean.
Oh, did Klaus hear him? Yep.
Yes, he does. Now quickly alert as well. Quick on the hop, but it's not going to be enough. Klaus just snaps out to that midair.
Necessary round to come through from VALORANT. Though with only 1 player surviving, it can look to get a little bit costly. So I think if you're Global Esports, you'll forget a little bit that the round was very possibly won on the back of their initiative from Autumn, as I said, when they all try to flood in and they do ultimately die and lose the round at the end. But some really good damage.
Nice.
And you're still 5 rounds ahead, too.
That was a very lukewarm, nice coming out from Barrel. I don't know about you.
We're not at the moment where we all need to be standing up yet.
Okay.
We're all good.
Just map 1.
Map 1, opening series, triple elimination format. There's depth to this tournament. And right now, it's 1 step in front of the other for VALORANT on their map pick. 5 rounds behind. A couple of light shields coming into the mix in this round.
A little bit of noise as well.
Yeah, let's see if Crystal can draw the attention away from Patman at the moment where the Prowler is actually going to reveal him.
Ooh. But it's still just going to be them waltzing through, unfortunately, into the crosshairs.
Yeah, a bit of a loose bullet coming out from Shuna on towards Patman, but Zexy has found the gap at the moment. Javi had a little bit of the awareness to check that one, but poor old Yudotan, head removed. Trade starting to come on through. Zexy onto Autumn, and now the side is overwhelmed.
Oh, and it just turns back around into screens. Still, though, enough space and some options for VALORANT.
Yeah, they pivot over towards this B side now. Cinder and LP. Eventually, you'll get that refreshable dart cover back for Cinder. They're going to plant towards the tower and alley. See what the idea is for Crystal and Javi here for the retake. I mean, Javi's low, but with a lot of stars available, and that Cosmic Divide too.
Trying to go over fast. Cinder just trying to eliminate the most likely option, but also otherwise taking a deep space back up into Heaven. Something that Javi might not exactly expect.
Oh,
quick to
no,
check
he
on
does.
it. Whoa! Insane peek. Just down to LP left. And a very doable round for Global. Cosmic Divide out. It's another wild swing. Crystal is stuck at halfway, but LP is jumping all around. VALORANT comes in huge with a Red Bull clutch to keep them afloat.
Now, it was really nicely done from Javi to be able to find that first kill on really low HP, and when that divide does coming out, you're kind of hoping and praying that that's going to be the be-all and end-all that can get the job done for Global there. But LP not phased when brought down to the 1 versus 1. Spike half defused, playing jump with the wall, and does go out for a bit of the swing when he sees that Crystal is off the spike. I mean, it was starting to get the real tail ends where that defuse was necessary. Another round for VALORANT, another one with only 1 player surviving though, but you do destroy the economy of Global here. Ouch! That is a headache. That's what that is.
You just mentioned economy shattered, but they're still able to come up with rounds like this. Autumn! Oh no! Shuna's gonna have to hang back for now.
You do have some space over towards the A side at the moment, but the chokehold at the front, and if that does get destroyed, it gives a heads up towards Yudotan, and he's just going to remove the head from the shoulders of LP. They just got the better of you in the last round. This is all 5 players not really finding damage on the side of Global until that there very kill. Crystal slips in towards the back of the site here as well.
Close range.
Frenzy.
That's where it goes best.
They're not checking him.
TPs for now, just wanting to be able to take space, but as you mentioned, unchecked, the spike unfortunately dropped.
If Cinder gets one kill, he does have access to the ultimate, but in a 4 versus 1, he would have to convert it to a 3 versus 1, and it just feels like it's going to be difficult. Now position noted.
And you're so close to the side as well. Might as well just try to maybe shoot yourself out of this one.
They're going to toy with him here. It's a 4v1. No, never mind. Javi's just going to swing.
That's all he has to do. That's what he's been doing all day.
That's
another thrifty up for Global.
It's crazy. Honestly, it's crazy. When you're looking in towards this one, a bit of insight for the folks out there as well.
Ah, yes.
A lot of people thought that against the fast-paced teams like a VALORANT, that Global Esports might be running a double Sentinel comp, right? Well, we're seeing on the desk a little bit earlier that they've got these options. But Frost has allowed me to say this as well.
Okay.
You're wrong. People are wrong when they think this is
wrong.
going to happen.
Timeout.
You'll be surprised, right? This is what he's said to be. And we're seeing it right now. They're not running the double Sentinel, of course, right? And they're taking a lot of these aggressive fights. So the idea that people had on Global Esports right now is wrong.
Flat out. You heard it here first, folks. Oh my God. Komodo and you guys are tight. You call him Hector.
Sometimes.
That's how I know you. I mean, you guys, you watch party a little bit together at times. I see that going on. But this is exactly it, you know? He's been talking about how they started this December. They've had about a month. Meanwhile, Farrell has had a whole year. But the work shows.
I want to dive a little bit deeper onto that as well, right?
Okay.
When you have a new roster that's being rebuilt with a new coach and you only have 2 members from the previous one that all do have a lot of adjusting to do when you've got 3 new players coming in as well. 1 month is really not a lot of time whatsoever, even if you're playing 7 days a week, because you've got how many different maps in the pool, which, by the way, GE are comfortable on all of them. Okay. I will add.
Okay.
You've got a lot to prep, you've got a lot to practice, and you've got a lot to adjust. So it just goes to show the sum of the individual parts for GE at the moment is really contributing to the caliber that they're going to be able to come out with here.
Straight up, it's big words, but it's big performances as well, and I think we can certify that Komodo is indeed a GE stan. But right now, GE is going to have to close out this map. A lot of space already being taken up by Klaus all the way towards the back. The rest of the team just raring to go, but they hear the chokehold, the interceptor outside around B.
I'm a VALORANT fan as well. I did predict them to win Ascension.
Fair
I'll
enough.
Put that out there.
Yeah, you gotta play all your cards, all your bases. That said, though, that's exactly what Patman is doing as well. Keeping mid in check. The Prowler comes out, but the entire Global squad is here to play. They are here to slay. Klaus only able to get just the one, but GE has reached map point.
Yeah, not too much you can do with some shorties there around the block, unfortunately, for VALORANT. Not getting the plant out in the end either, but you do have some access into this next round with a couple of ultimate abilities. And I definitely feel like you're going to require them here as VALORANT, because it's 6 map points that Global Esports do have to play with now on their opponent's map pick of Split. And you also kind of have to remember that GE are on the defensive side of this map. That was one of the most defensive-sided maps in history of this game.
Ross, was he just beckoning over to him? This is huge. What a way to come in with your debut on a kick-off performance. Still, though, VALORANT not backing down. As you mentioned, they do need those ultimates. They're coming in with some of them. The showstopper deployed straight onto Yudotan. The team is quick to receive, though, as Autumn chimes in out from stairs.
Nightfall and Drift available for GE at the moment when this plant does go down as well, so they can settle a little bit and discuss what they want to do.
Just trying to poke a little bit with flashes, trying to see if anyone's inside this orb. And here goes the scouting report. Out and through with the dimensional drift. Javi applying pressure out from the back, flushed over into the open, but LP able to hold! Quick with the double, but quickly snuffed out! 1v1, Fade versus Fade, Barrel spotted, shots whiffed, but quickly recovered at the end. Barrel still alive.
Another round that's on the knife's edge, though, for VALORANT. Another round where they only have 1 player surviving. And you look at the money of Global, it is fruitful as well. They're going to come out with another purchase in the next round. So while these rounds are getting very close, you have to try and deploy everything that you can as VALORANT. And unfortunately now, Quack, there's not a lot of these big be-all and end-all ultimates to throw in the mix. They just used 3 of them in that round. And maybe even 4 of them, right? With the From the Shadows that came out too. So
that's right.
That was a lot used.
Everything, you see it. All points all down to the minimum, but they're still fighting, trying to earn it all in this spot. Yudotan denying them their moment. Out from ramp, he spots another head, and another! Online for the ace! He taps and taps! Hunts it down! Yudotan is locked on for the ace at the end! Global close out the first map!
He is indeed the homing missile that his name says, and he brings that map home for Global Esports. The new roster with their debut series here in VCT Pacific against the new kids on the block in VALORANT. And they are going to give them a taste of some yucky medicine, because that is not how you wanted your own map pick to go if you were VALORANT.
You guys just walked up to the wrong neighborhood, y'all. Global Esports, what a way to close out the map.
I'm very impressed by the decision-making that comes out from them as well, right? And I'll echo what Big Time was kind of saying. I think a lot of people are misinterpreting what this GE look was going to be. He was expecting that GE are the heavy favorites and was going for VALORANT for a bit of that underdog story. And a lot of people were, kind of maybe recency bias, seeing that VALORANT did so well in Ascension. They went flawless. They're super aggressive. They're super sharp. They're going to just hit you in the face and look to really square up. Sometimes you also, see the other team be able to do that as well. We had such great decision-making from GE in this one. Not scared to take the fights, and they're looking sharp. They're getting the crossfires out. Really exciting stuff to come out from them in map number 1, but it's not like it's all done, right? Abyss around the corner. We're going to see some different looks for these teams. We might even see some different roles come out for them as well, which is always really cool to see, because we are Pacific. Yes, we are the best region.
Best region. Still looking to earn a champion spot sometime, but for now, we're going to toss it back over to our lovely desk, the hostess with the mostest. Victoria, take it away.
Thank you so much, Quack and Komodo. What a game to start the day. And also, what a game to end. How it ended. Frost was just saying right now, he's like, Korea, I don't know why they're sleeping on Yudotan. And that guy just ended the final round with a beautiful ace.
Massive map from him. Massive map all across the board from GE. Very, very impressed by how this team looked. The macro was rock solid, and we saw them be able to take the fights to VALORANT. VALORANT, a lot of question marks in my mind now. Where is the team from Ascension? If anything, this looked like their opening games back there.
It did.
It's shaky. For me, they felt very disconnected. They got out-macroed again and again. They're losing ecos. They're losing 5v3s. I mean, if you want to play aggressive, you want to be the next Paper X, yes, you have to take risks, but you have to find a way to convert, and Global shut them down at every turn.
They didn't play aggressive, though. That was not the VALORANT that we usually see. That was a combination of things. The, new pickup of the Raze, rather than playing something a little bit more comfortable for Zexy, did not go well. I think Klaus was totally fine on the Yoru, but flipping the map pool as well and picking up Split after banning it in the previous tournament, sometimes, particularly when you're playing brand new rosters that you don't know particularly what their map pool are or what their strengths are, what they've been cooking up for this event, can completely backfire, because you pick a map that you might have worked on a lot, but historically you haven't been great on it, and maybe your opponent is very comfortable on it, and you can get completely slapped like they just did. But I think more so, it was definitely the nerves conversation. That looked like their shakier games at the start of Ascension. I think once again, the stage nerves are getting to VALORANT, not to take anything away from a fantastic performance from GE though.
Yeah, GE, I do want to talk a bit about their agent comp, what you guys make of that. And of course, they had some spectacular rounds to counter against VALORANT's firepower.
Yeah, we can pull them up right now. I want to start on round 2. You win the pistol, you're so happy. Yudotan walks up ramp with the bandit, that new weapon, and makes all this magic happen. This is worst case scenario for VALORANT. It all begins to fall apart. We saw so many ecos, so many pistol kills from this global team. They're incredibly sharp, and they were fantastic at flipping that momentum. They never let VALORANT build up steam, so really well played to that GE group. I feel like they did an excellent job, and they understood their win conditions.
There's not much that can go worse for you than being nervous on stage. You win a pistol, you get this big rush of energy, all the boys are pumped up, and you immediately get eco'd. It's like it's like the drop on a roller coaster. Like honestly, from that point on, I think that really shook VALORANT, and I don't think they were able to recover from it.
But there were some bright moments that did come from VALORANT. We can see a bit of that come through. LP's family sitting in the audience, so it's probably pretty cool for them to see this clip here by LP.
Yeah, I mean, LP is really the one I was most impressed with. I thought Zuna had some big moments. I mean, this round, this 4K was wonderful. I mean, this just speaks to how well this team are able to shoot. His back is against the wall, and he really makes the magic happen. But ultimately, it felt like that's all they had in that map.
Yes,
they had bright moments, but it's all aim. Where's the strategy? Where's the macro? The amount of time somebody's left alone on an island, and GE just had better fundamentals. They take them to them together, and I mean, it's a level difference right now.
Absolutely. And Global Esports, we had a lot of questions about the roles, the agents that each of these players would be playing, and we got some things answered today with Javi on Astra.
Yeah, got to give Javi his flowers. I mean, he had a great performance. He's IGLing. He looked very sharp on the Astra as well. He didn't look like the roll swap was bothering him too much, so filling the smokes position there. Yudatan was also a standout, but seeing Yudatan play an aim-based Sentinel is well within his skill set and well within his experience, so that's expected for me. But to see Javi pick up the Astra and have a fantastic performance in the opening game is very promising for Global. It's going to give them so much of a ceiling in terms of firepower because, you know, some of the players didn't even necessarily have to play fantastically for Global Esports to get them across the line in that game. They've got so many heavy hitters.
Exactly. In fact, one of those players, this is the first time we've had an Australian on a team in a long time.
Yes.
The first time we had the appearance, we touched upon this, was on your team.
Yeah, Ronski.
Also on Global Esports. Global Esports is giving Australia a chance here.
Yeah.
It was Ronski. Ronski, a lot of potential, but Ronski has never won a match in VCT.
He's never won a match. He's won a maps.
Yeah,
He's won
maps.
Maps, but not a match.
And look,
But Autumn, I don't know. How do you feel about Australia?
Okay, I won't get too excited. I'll go, let's go, boy, singular, only one Australian player. Let's get some more in here. But also maybe a little bit of a decor change. We won't get too carried away just yet, but let me just make a few changes around here. Slowly we'll transition if things get better.
He's not even committing. Wait, are you? I want to know how confident he is about the Australian firepower. Okay, this is looking aggressive.
It's a kangaroo and a koala.
It's Ronski and Autumn.
You feeling good? You must be feeling good now. We got more Australian representation up here on the desk. Just what we
Let's
needed.
just calm down, all right?
You've not won yet.
Australia is synonymous with disappointment in TAC FPS. Winning a map is not enough. Let's not get carried away just yet, okay?
But
let's calm down.
There's something
I think
to
we
it.
can do it.
There's
Let's
something
calm
to
down.
it.
I think there's something to the marsupials we have here. They can help carry GE to victory in their little pouches.
That's
even
what
if
I do
he
with
wasn't
Big Time.
the top
You know,
record.
when he's feeling, when it's a little bit cold, he
Go in the pouch.
Tuck him in.
Hops in the pouch. Just, I carry him around in, in Seoul like I carry him on the analyst
He
desk.
opens his beard and like Morgan climbs in. Anyway, I'm very happy for Australia to have a representative here. I don't know if you know what, if Global Esports wins today, if Australia wins today, I think we'll definitely have to celebrate it here. But we do have another map around the corner. It's Abyss. Now, we've seen some of these players play Abyss on Global Esports, including the coach, but when you have this completely new roster, I don't know how each of these teams are going to approach it. And right now, VALORANT need to pull themselves together.
Yeah. I think VALORANT, it's going to be an interesting one to see them approach because, like I discussed, going into Ascension, Abyss wasn't a map that they played too much. They adopted that DRX style, which actually fit their team at the time because playing double duelist as well within VALORANT's wheelhouse, and they look decent on it at Ascension. At that level of competition, they're beating, E-King and some of these other teams 13-8, 13-9, so it doesn't blow you away. They haven't played that many officials on the map, so I'm a little bit concerned for VALORANT because them flipping the pool did not work well for them, and now we're going into another map that is not, a stock standard staple for them so far. It hasn't been played too much. It's not one of the maps that they played in the off-season when they're beating some of the other Pacific teams, so I'm a little bit nervous for VALORANT. This might be the debut that doesn't go well for them.
Yeah, and on the flip side, this is Global's map pick now. They felt good about Split. They're going to be feeling even better about Abyss. So a lot of question marks here.
I am really curious about Global and if Frost's approach is going to be the same as Talon, where he kept rotating the different roles. And I mean, things are definitely different this time around too for Abyss.
So for Varel, I mean, they have actually changed things up a little bit. They're going to keep Cinder on that controller role. I'm a little bit worried about his individual performance coming off that last pack. LP on the Harbor. The Veto comes out for Klaus. This is a change-up. They were playing that kind of DRX-S comp previously. They've come in with something a little bit different coming into Pacific here, but their last change-up went horribly.
Yeah, GE playing something very similar to what we saw last map, just updated for a bit. Autumn staying on that Yoru. I think he wants to improve his performance, but we saw how great he was with those scoped weapons. Yutatan on that Veto once again. This could become a real staple for this global esports team.
How confident are you feeling about your Varel prediction?
Not confident
at all. I'm very concerned.
Can I swap?
Sure. Come join Global Esports with me here. All right, so we're going to send it back to our casters to see what's going to happen on Abyss. Quack and Komodo, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Oh, those guys, they're not confident about their Varel picks. How confident are you about your pick, Komodo?
I'm pretty confident, not going to lie. I did exclaim earlier that there will be no Australian bias, and I want to treat all teams, you know, respectfully.
Keep things professional here.
But I am liking what GE are doing, honestly. I think when I'm looking back towards that last map as well, specifically for how Yutatan was playing the Veto with the rest of the roster, I was liking the defensive rotations, and I was liking that he wasn't super aggressive with the cross cuts, which is the teleport for those out there, where a lot of teams running Veto are aggressive. So I like that little style to come out in difference. So I now kind of wonder if Varel are going to be a little bit like that with Klaus on this Veto. We'll see. Good opener for Zexy.
Yeah. Right off the gates. Swinging through, especially with the clone as well. Just trying to get a lot more around middle. GE trying to temper this aggression. Swinging off the interceptor, what?
But hang on, Zexy got 2 back, so that opens things up here.
That's right. Trying to push on through now. It's just Crystal up from top of heaven. That's where he's pretty exposed. A little star placed down, smoke for cover. Tempting him out with the shots out in the open. They are pretty low, but they've managed to stay alive.
Yeah, 10 HP for Cinder, 49 for Zexy. And you've got Klaus, who's fully healthy with the interceptor still available as well, but are they going to be expecting this flank to start to come on out? It's going to be Klaus with the timing. Oh, this could be very cheeky for Javi.
How do you clear these corners, Javi? How do you clear these angles?
He's got to go, though. If he waits too long, they're going to be, well, thinking about it, but maybe now not.
Oh, there he goes. Starting to clean things up now, and Cinder's just way too low. All 3 cleaned up a young Javier.
That was really patient play to come out from him. Really, really smartly done. But I kind of feel a little bit bad for Varel at that point. For Klaus specifically, he did the right thing. He's gone to check the flank and he's seen that nothing was there. And then he comes back, but he's missed that window, unfortunately. Javi very patient after the round starts off with an opener for Varel. We saw the scores last map, right? How many opening frags went the way of Varel, and in the end, their conversions. 11 opening kills to the 7 rounds that they won. Ultimately, it didn't look too good. So always at deficit for GE, they still come back with the victory.
Just quick on the recovery, and that tells you quite a lot. Varel, though, once again back into it.
Autumn, once again charged with farming some eco frags with this Outlaw. See how many are going to come into fruition, though. Something I also want to highlight as well in this current moment where we've got a Harbor here.
Oh, yes.
With all the changes that have come through, right? A lot of people liking the old ultimate. A lot of people missing the Cascade as well that was really used for a lot of the scaling in towards one of the sites. I was looking at the Cloud9 versus Loud game where they ran it the other day, and I was really feeling like there was a lot of just missed opportunities on the Harbor. It was played a lot wrong with the high tide that comes out, and you really felt like the Cascade was missing for the scaling opportunities.
Storm Surge? Is that anything? Not for
Yeah,
now.
that's like have a new kind of molly near site. It's there.
Very new.
You can use it aggressively to, you know, try to scale in, but I still feel like the Cascade was all so much stronger. Unlucky for Javi, does get bowled out there by the Shock Dart.
It's one of those things that you kind of want. Grass always greener. For now, though, grass is very green for Patman.
And now he can get out as well. He's brought a little bit more stability back in towards the round. Autumn dispatches of Klaus. So a situation that could have been a little bit worrisome for Global. They will look to come out on top of, you'd assume.
Here. And just here as well. One more in the chamber.
Oh.
Well, slight dings here and there for Patman, but
that was ambitious from LP.
Got pinned down for now. 5 seconds to go. There's not much that you can do there.
Well, if he was going to be in doubt of needing to die in the round, there is a big void and chasm in the middle there that he could have dropped in towards, so that was never a real problem in the round ending. He'll just give over the ulti orb at the end there with death. And now we'll get to see what the buy-up does properly look like for VALORANT. And their endeavors to see really what their opponent's map pick of Abyss will look like.
Especially with this composition that they've elected to go in with as well. I mean, it's only been 2 rounds, so we'll keep our judgments reserved for now. But here they go. GE though, look at this peak!
That's really unlucky for Zexy with the op shot out. Cleaned by Patman, and that might even insinuate a bit of a further proceeding go time in towards this A site when you think it might be a little bit weaker, but there's been some good stalling nature coming out here from Javi on the Gravwell. As LP does get in towards the site, you can look to see VALORANT get a plant and play a bit of post-plant shenanigans.
Yeah, the opportunities were there, but right now, VALORANT's managed to break through. And their darndest to hold on to these angles. 1 out from main, the rest on the site. Utility from Global, though, starting things off with the drone. A couple of shocks as well, but LP continuing to keep them in check, especially with that Cove again. Just can't safely peek through that. But here come the stars. Javi with a swing again!
Do they expect Klaus over the tower, though? They're not really looking for him. Now they know where he is. Smoked off.
And there he goes. A couple more shots. Does he have enough time to play for the spike? Crystal just sticking it all the way through. No! A valiant attempt by Global once again. Thieves in the night.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous to come out with that round there from Global, right? When you've got the opening frag that goes their way with the Bulldog on towards the Operator. You bring that in towards a retake as well in a 4 versus 4 situation where you didn't really have the opportunity for a bit of a flood play before the retake comes in, but they go together as a team, right? Everybody out of security, you're hitting the angles that you need to, you're very patient at the end there with what lines you're looking to hold, and even at the end you remove the final weapon from Klaus, looking very handsome from Global Esports there.
Just when you thought you were starting to see shades of how this harbor might play out well, but Global again, pressure applied.
Honestly, I was, with the kills that are coming through because this is an eco, I was a lot more impressed by them with the composition when they had the Waylay Yoru over at Ascension.
Yeah.
Interesting decisions to come out with this change-up of agents for VALORANT. I mean, we never really know the story behind why, right?
Yeah, true.
But
fair.
from an outside kind of armchair view, we've got to give it the map, right? We've got to see what adaptations they come out with, what they try to maximize with this this different look.
It's true. Yeah, I just can't forget that game-winning moment, the game-winning clutch they had against Boom back at Ascension. This is quite the far cry away from that.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like
trying to stay ahead of the curve.
You can look at this composition for VALORANT and you can be like, all right, what Gen G used to do, they had the Waylay instead of the Harbor. I think that's a big change, right? Because you're going back towards this kind of Yoru Waylay for the double dive, but you've got Loud as well that played the Chamber instead of the Veto. It allowed Luxo, right, to get a little bit more aggressive on that Chamber, come out with some just disgusting plays. So I wonder if we will see some changes after this from VALORANT. Right now, though, in the server, they have to change things and adapt immediately because it's a 4-0 start.
That's just how the cookie crumbles. Last player alive as well, running out of time.
10 seconds left.
As you mentioned, just an eco, so not going to hang too much weight onto this, but look at Suna. This is what these guys are made of.
Imagine.
Oh, I'm imagining. 2 on the swing, though, from Global. Surely not. But it's Suna. The guys who never back down, not at all throughout Ascension. Trying to put their best foot forward all throughout. Very young players. Trying to keep himself hidden away, but it's Autumn with an Operator.
Just very patient. Very passive from Global Esports, leaving no stone unturned, knowing that that is the round they should not be dropping. Don't give him an opportunity and scale up together for the retake. Really nicely done. 4-0 start for GE in a sort of similar situation we saw on the last map, right? First round over to VALORANT, 4 in a row from Global. There was timeout deployed. I'm kind of thinking, are we going to get a timeout before the next rifle round of VALORANT, or are they going to use it a little bit later? Have they figured things out in their camp at the moment in these 4 rounds of what they need to do on this attacker's side to get the better of GE, who are changing things up again? A 4-1 stacking, playing strong side Yoru on defense to then rotate out if your opponents aren't here. It is the way to go.
It's the players that they have as well that can afford them these styles. Clones all the way out, but at the same time, take a look at Klaus.
It's cheeky getting in towards the vents. It'll kind of be the question of when he's going to pop out the door, really, as Zexy starts to drift in towards the site, scope out the situation, and a Hunter's Fury behind it to try and dispatch your opponents. LP does get taken down by Crystal.
Oh, well done, keeping everything in check, but at the same time, the gates have been opened up. Klaus all the way through as that veto, alongside Zexy, holding down the crossfire towards the back.
You could Cosmic Divide here if you wanted to as Javi on this retake to get in. You almost feel like you want to kill first to equalize 3v3.
Oh.
What? Spotted.
Slight pixel, and that's all you need sometimes. The aimers trying to do their best, but Autumn comes back in full!
Immediate drift as well. This has got to be a go time for Global, though. They don't have a lot of time to figure everything out here. Shuna spotted, Evolution popped for Yudotan. Now both players noted.
Yeah, surely that gives you extra confidence to just stay on the spike if you need. Extra firepower as well, and out of the gate crash, it's just going to be through and through. Yudotan picking up the pieces for Global.
Ridiculous scenes in that. I'm talking about a scenario where before you even contemplate maybe needing to drop some ultimates into that round as Global, you want to equalize onto the 3v3. You look at the turnaround into a 4 versus 2 where you think, yes, VALORANT, they did what they needed. They scaled appropriately in towards the A site. They used their ultimates. They found Crystal looking into a wall with the rest of his body spotted out. Okay, adjust that a little bit later, my friend. But a 2 versus 4, man, for that retake. Absolutely superb to come through from Global. And now there's that timeout from VALORANT that, honestly, I was going to beg for if it didn't come out.
Sooner or later, man, it would have had to have come out. But right now, I mean, it's just Autumn plus Yudotan equals potent, lethal mix.
It's like a poison.
Oh, yeah. We'll see what Coach TK9 can cook up for this VALORANT squad, though, having led them all the way through VALORANT Challengers Korea last year, up to Ascension.
And this is the revelation that Frost is speaking about as well, when he wasn't sure about this player called Yudotan, and really how good he was. And how good he could be activated when he's really got some good surrounding and supportive cast as well, right? Feels like everyone on this GE team is going to have moments. It feels like everyone on this VALORANT team can have moments as well. But on this stage, I'm really waiting to see when that switch is going to be flicked.
Oh yeah, that's what the desk was hoping for. That's what we're all hoping for. We saw glimpses of that up over on Split. Just as Big Time said, it was all aim. We need a lot more.
Yeah.
We need that kind of confidence that we saw from them over at Ascension. Out on the attacking side, once again, it's VALORANT. Big space up around middle this time.
It looked like on the radar there that Zexy was fake cloning straight down the guts of mid. That would have been cool if it actually worked, but no one was there for Global. Now they'll send in the drone and spot out where he is. But if you do relinquish this mid control at the moment, where do you look to still teeter towards, right? Global Esports of having a bit of a how do you do in the B site earlier on with that Operator of Autumn. Now they're exchanging a couple of blows over at A.
Just very careful.
You do have the ultimate for LP as well that you could reckon in towards the A site. Big wide wall, but do you want to do that? Autumn gonna get his head removed as Klaus looks to try and scale up a little bit too eager by himself.
Yeah, can't quite do that here on the Tier 1 stage, buddy.
Remember though, that Zexy was in mid this whole time. He's not going towards the site itself. He's going to just slot himself in towards the spawn side. How does Javi get away with that?
My God. Just as you mentioned it. Quickly, Javi pops up those stars, those smokes, finds his way around the angles, spots yet another. But a little bit of a backstab coming from Zexy.
His job was done though, you feel there. Getting 3 kills is just paramount to this round for GE. Or is it?
Big numbers. Just as you mentioned, Zexy continues to mop up more, and then LP for the finisher.
Yeah, finally we see VALORANT get around on the board, hitting a couple of individual shots, just likewise of what Javi was doing. The 3K that I just very well mentioned, but a very required round on the back of that timeout deployed for VALORANT. Does it give you enough confidence, though, to be able to double down and figure out a couple of the weaknesses that Global Esports are showcasing in this map?
One enemy remaining.
You would hope it does. This was still a really close round.
Yeah, it could have gone down to the wire for sure. Kind of a bit of a scoreboard check as well. Waiting to see Cinder get on the board. Cheeky chokehold to reveal Patman nice and early up the guts of mid as well. But this is a little bit more rampy from VALORANT into this B site now.
Just trying to go in as much as possible, seeing that maybe they do have some safe space over the side, bring the spike over.
It's just a flood before the plant goes down. This is going to get scrappy.
It's like calm before the storm! And just as they go, lightning strikes. 2 players down against the global squad.
Spike planted.
Trying to hold out the angles now. Javi working around the stars. Once again, he drops. Shots found. Spikes planted as well. LP doing his best to hold. It's been sent out the ultimates, but Javi continues to slay. Cinder answers back, and suddenly Yudotan in a 1v2. Cosmic Divide does conceal just a bit, but unfortunately not enough, as Cinder has made his way around the back as well, trying to find the elevated position, working around the team as a duo. VALORANT will descend upon this global squad.
That's another round where Javi has really tried to do his damnedest again, right? Another 3K, but VALORANT stabilized a bit and having the right angles around that B site, some right openers as well. Zexy and Shuna. Very stable hands, it feels like, if you can start to get them awakened in the server. And then there was 2, holding on to a couple of these ultimates as well for VALORANT. So we start to put that foot in front of the other after that timeout. We really start to figure out things, and we also see not too heavy of an investment over on Global's side. Javi with the Vandal, Sheriffs for the rest.
Javi rightfully so playing all the way around back, but Zexy sees the opening. VALORANT sees it all the way too clear, and they will push in. They will capitalize right off against the Ecos. The site has completely been claimed. They're farming off the points.
That's the statement, though. That's the statement. Against the Ecos, right? Are they going to be able to go in with this pizzazz against a fully equipped GE as well, right? Because on the defensive side of this map, you are playing Ecos differently towards your rifle rounds as well. They get caught out with a couple of ultimates invested for VALORANT in that round as well. Don't forget, right? The drift going on in. I do love the layering of utility, though, that VALORANT do throw in towards that round. These are the sort of rounds where you got 5 alive, you got all the utilities, you kind of know in your prep, in your practice, in your scrims, how you're going to execute on towards the site. That's the sort of round where they've been able to kind of copy and paste from their scrims you'd expect.
Yeah, good execute. At the same time, a lot of cheers of encouragement ringing out throughout the stage right now. Global does have a lot of options available to them after that save.
Yeah, good bait. Get Autumn on the line as well. Pick up the orb for Crystal to get that Hunter's Fury on the line. And I mean, you do get spotted out from the drone, you will be forced back, but the re-aggression. As your TP is fading for Autumn as well, is he going to get caught by the timing? Oh, he just gets out of dodge.
Just a slight exchange of space and utility for now, but the high tide comes out from LP.
Yeah, now there's a little bit more emphasis on Javi making sure that he's holding this crossfire in mid with Crystal. He pulls you away from a couple of the extremities around the map, however, where ultimately VALORANT are pivoting towards this B site into the veto utility of Yudotan.
It's exactly that. Trying to create some gaps in GE's defense.
Oh, Crystal.
But Javi's pulled back as well.
Oh, Crystal's going to get caught.
Team being very vocal out from before. Unfortunately caught this time, though. With more players from VALORANT sneaking in. Ultimate spent as well. This will afford them the site as well as the spike plant.
Shuna's already fallen greatly back as well to play with this Hunter's Fury. It's the question in your heads at the moment from GE.
Oh.
Are you better prioritized to go for the save in a 2 versus 3 with an op in play? The Vandal for Patman, I mean, they got 50 creds, 100 creds. You have to take a knee in this point in time. And you probably even look to maybe have a conversation with Frost now that VALORANT have found what they need to do to string together 4 rounds in a row.
Oh yeah, especially now that this is then GE's map pick. Frost should have quite a bit to say. But otherwise, finding a lot of effectiveness from Coach TK9's timeout for Varel's side. And that was the question that we were all wondering about, you know, the nerves coming through from this young squad. Do they have the pizzazz that they're going to answer back from that anti-eco from before? Yes, they do. Kind of.
You got to remember as well that there's going to be a lot of learning for Frost with this map as well on Abyss, right? Because in pretty much the whole of last year...
Obvious. I literally called...
It was obvious he called it. Well, let's see if that comes out. What I was saying, in his previous roster and Talon, they didn't really play this map, right?
Okay.
Abyss is not one that they generally play. There was a little bit earlier on in, you know, the kickoff environment for them way early, but apart from that, yeah, not a lot. Tail end of 2024 as well. So Frost has a lot to rebuild with this team on this very map. And I mean, you know that the theory crafting is going to be there for sure. Frost, a coach that always has multiple comps when he was with Jovi as well, with multiple different maps, multiple different comps and stuff, still playing that same style of thought to this global roster. But happy for them to be picking some different maps to their strengths as well and to catch off their opponents. First look at Abyss for GE. Looks great at the start. Now it's looking a little bit more worrisome with the 4 on the trot that Varel find, which is absolutely brilliant for Varel finding that in this map as well. Definitely want to see this very competitive between the two.
I'll say that. This matchup is certainly delivering today. 2 new teams out to Pacific.
Jump check. Drone A.
I break.
Guys, I will recon site.
Nothing B, man.
They want to flap, guys.
Close smoke.
Getting a bit scrappy early on, isn't it, with that one? Hearing what you can possibly do with the scan to come out from Crystal. He called for that one. He'll recon later. He did. And there'll be a bit of stability in this 4 versus 3, but Varel still trying to break and enter in towards this site. Cinder's gun barrel spotted. Autumn will find that one. This is problematic, Quack.
2 rounds left. Silent steps up the ropes. Oh, but quickly spotted as well. Zuna is playing with fire at this range, but quickly backs off. Just continuing to scout out even further, but Autumn's picked up a Vandal!
Yeah, they've stolen the weapons here. Yudo-Tan with that operator as well, just playing back as security. Now you'll get a Vandal in Crystal's hands. Spotted out where Zexy is. Just don't give 1v1s, guys. Leave that for the skirmish. Play together here.
We're in the servers live, guys, but, well, it's unfortunate. It is what it is. G have the numbers to afford these rounds, and once again, just able to answer back in that fashion.
On the back of the timeout, right? It's very wise, getting a bit of that coach intervention from what they've realized and recognized, as we heard exclaimed from Frost, right? He called it, he knew what they were doing. Well, if it's come out with this, great success. Great conversion after your timeouts.
Nice!
You can just hear it from the team comps as well. Always flowing. And that's exactly what you love to, well, I guess, hear.
For sure. Got to be a breath of fresh air for Frost as well that it's hearing it in English. Cheeky, very cheeky from Autumn, and it felt like the Klaus was maybe even aware that this was coming up through middle. We'll see how long that Autumn wants to hang around for, though, because the operator is just going to start to sniff him out, you'd expect. No. Autumn gets out when the smoke fades, as Varel now come in towards this B side.
Yeah, dimensional drift. A lot possibly afforded as well, but here comes Yudo-Tan, that operator singing through the site.
Doesn't matter which character that you are playing in this game, operators can shoot on the vetoes here for both sides. 4 versus 4 in the post. Early Hunter's Fury to come on through. Zexy, position unexpected.
Just completely cutting him off on the chokehold as they try to push on through. It's just Autumn left. Out with the shorty, out with the flashes, but still denied.
A lot pacier for Varel in that round. After a bit of silence in the very beginning, but the drift in towards the B site to scope things up, and then again just getting down and dirty in those duels, right? Something that we want to be seeing from Varel. We want to see them not be scared, not let this stadium get the better of them, not be too worried with these stage nerves. And then there was one as we go into the last round of this half.
Could be a tie.
Could be a tie, could be 7-5 to GE. And the weaponry that they've got at their disposal is not the greatest. There's a couple of rifles, but ultimately plays on the weaker side of things.
Watcher expired.
All right, similar approach there to the previous round, but that was not what you want to have.
Evolution up, Operator back in possession as well, but you have given over a bit of this B site control. If LP looks for the plant here or a kill, we'll have the Reckoning available.
Fake teleport.
Cutting through. Tiny little fumbles, and GE could walk away with everything once again.
And they're going to force the plant as well instead of looking for a bit of a forward position. Though, I'm seeing Zexy a little bit more forward over for a duel towards the stairs.
He's hungry for it, but here comes Yudotan, trying to apply that pressure up against Suna. See the Reckoning being spent by LP as well.
He's evolved, remember? He can run in and charge. No utility faces him.
Trying to keep himself alive as well, but here comes Autumn. All together as a team, simultaneous movements all across the board, and Varel have no idea how to react.
You're just getting pressured from everywhere. You've lost your flanking hold at the moment, so you can get pushed from the window, you can get pushed from bottom of main, you're getting pushed from stairs, from tower. It is just so claustrophobic in trying to hold that B side, and this is why I'm trying to talk about, I'm surprised that they're forcing the plant there instead of, you know, playing with the time that they've got at their disposal to push together as a team. Even before Yudotan potentially came to the site, right? He was just in mid. He didn't necessarily... He wasn't able to get to the site as early unless he had a TP at the ready. So a little bit surprised that Varel opted to force the plant and try to hold together in a deficit scenario.
Whatever, just kill them, Terminator.
Yep, just kill them. That's what you did. There you go. Yudotan, again, at the tail end of a half. Last time it was the tail end of the map, but still technically the half.
Yeah.
Coming out with the goods. 7-5 for GE.
A lot of possibilities. A very bright future ahead of this team, I would say. I mean, we're talking about Yudotan, and we do see him all across these highlights, but Javi has been top of the kill feed at times as well.
Gotta remember, though, there's always an asterisk on the first series or the first week, right? Where you don't have a lot of tape to watch on these teams. You don't have that VOD you can watch to see a lot of their tendencies to anti-strat against. You're going in a little bit cold in towards this one, right? So it really comes down to a lot more decision-making and realization in the server itself, where we're seeing Javi really shine at the moment on the IGL for GE. We're not seeing it too hard over on the side of Varel in the beginning of these maps to try and then figure out a way back in, right? But we are seeing after coach intervention a little bit deeper into these maps, Varel are starting to switch on. And I would assume that throughout the course of 2026, that will only get better for them with more progression, with more time in the server.
Couldn't agree more. I love that. I always respect that you're always being this cautious, but at the same time, you're absolutely right. The winner of this bracket as well, this match.
I'll always be cautious, but I'll also say triple elimination.
It's lovely.
Win your damn games, guys. Go to Santiago. I'll be brutal with that. Don't lose.
Okay. But just as I was saying, the winner of this will face off against Paper Rex.
Yeah, that's
one of the upcoming games. But right now, it's off the pistol, off the rip. Zexy once again.
Yeah, defensive side for Varel as Yudotan is spotted out and peppered below half HP. See if he can maybe steal away a kill here, but after he's just getting spotted and pressured, he's drawing a lot of attention, I will say, to this site. Don't get me wrong, the B site's now open for opportunities for GE in a 3 versus 4 where the plant will go down.
Yeah, a little bit costly. Javi somewhat low as well, but instantly recognizing the situation, Global. Trying to take a bit more forward space. They hear the footsteps. Crystal's trying to slow them down. Coming in, peeking off of contact. It's Patman. He's managed to find quite a bit. Right off the abilities. Finds 2 more headshots. Pat! No!
Remember, this guy is a Masters winner. He has lifted trophies. He is a Pacific winner. He's done it, right? He's done the things.
He's done the things.
He's done the things. Players in this server getting caught out with utility in hand. I mean, Patman just had it there. LP, I can't believe you didn't get that kill. I'm a little bit jaw-dropped on that. We're pulling out shock darts. We're getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves, unfortunately, it would seem here. But
look at this.
At the end of the day, you know what that is, Quack? That's another pistol over to the side of GE. That is 3 out of 4 in this series. And they did answer back in the first one that they did lose with that Thrifty in the next round. So they're swimming quite nicely at the moment as we are all jumping off the map to a certain someone's dismay.
Yeah. I think Global would have won it a little bit more, but you know, that's what you got to do sometimes.
Question marks in the chat. Why are they doing that? For those that might not know the strategy, if you're new to Valorant, it's to deny your opponents the ultimate orbs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Komodo. Yes.
You're welcome. I always laugh when it happens.
It's a sound decision, all right? We respect it. They did manage to take the orb really quick as soon as the barrier dropped, and then they went for that. So, yeah, I'll respect it. I'll respect it.
We'll see what trying to maximize Zexy with the Dimensional Drift is going to pay for VALORANT.
He's half away.
If they've got depth in towards this map as well, right? Because this is the first buy round that VALORANT will come out with, and I'm looking towards what GE have in their possession. A couple of Vandals, one Vandal and 4 Guardians. It can be pretty strong.
Right here.
Another potent mix. Hanging back, being very cautious. Barrel as well, down to the minute 15-second mark. They started to shift positions.
Well, again, likewise a split, right? When you get a little bit hot under the collar in the tail ends of these rounds, you're going to see them push for some information in the middle of the map, right? Or the middle of the rounds, rather, not necessarily the middle of the map. They're not kind of doing that at the moment. They're playing a little bit more reactive to see where GE are showing face, droned in towards mid a little bit earlier from Shuna. But right now, they have to hit their shots. GE are knocking on the door of this B site.
You're gonna have to react quick, otherwise there's gonna be hell to pay the entirety of this team.
Interceptor about to fade away as well, as Klaus will find the first, traded.
Managing to TP here and there, but there goes Yudotan once again, exploding up on the site!
He is just so good, and everybody forgot what he is capable of, it would seem. Another 3K to break in towards this B site. And LP and Shuna are going to see if they can find any freebies getting in towards this B site, but you know it's going to be difficult.
Difficult would be an understatement right now. Oh,
One enemy
just trying to clear out the forward positions, but Pat's holding the angle all the way out back.
And Shuna is stuck.
Just trying to go for the swing, hope for a kill or two, but not afforded. You smell that? That's napalm. That's giving homing missile.
Gunpowder?
Gunpowder. There we go.
That smells
the scientific term.
That smells like success in the rounds for me for Global Esports.
Smells like
somebody going into the site, being just propped up with the rest of the team, shooting in the util to layer in approach together as a unit. And it just so happens that Yudotan is the one to reap the reward in that one, right? We've seen Javier have a lot of opening success in these rounds as well. It definitely feels like anyone on GE is going to be able to do something cheeky, something damaging. And they might need to do so again, because VALORANT are stampeding up this A site.
Slight orb control here and there, but as you mentioned, a lot of talent on this global roster.
A lot of talent on the VALORANT roster as well, right? You got to remember, 1 year put together in the Korea's region, going all the way through into Ascension, running that one flawlessly to ascend in towards Pacific. And now they really need to do everything in the server to earn their spot to international events.
Triple Elim, so see how far they can go. Wanting to be intimidating all the way through their, little content pieces here and there, but right now, just nipping at the heels, finding some early shots. Autumn's still around though. Autumn's still existing. Seasons change, and Global will always be a constant.
But Autumn will not fall at the moment in this one, will he? With that Outlaw holding down the line towards security, where majority of VALORANT's force is looking to retake from.
That's a hell of a line. I love that.
Uh-oh.
Whoa! Okay, big on the swings coming up from Barrel now. The new kids on the block! They are here to say hello. Crystal suddenly feeling a lot of heat, wanting to play around utility and the spike. Shock darts going back and forth though, and there goes another Sheriff. Just down to the Russian, but he will not be able to find it. It's Klaus instead!
Thanks.
That one's a bit of a slip up to come through from Global Esports there against the Sheriffs, not hitting those deeper lines, losing out to the Pistols, and a Thrifty permitted over to the side of VALORANT to maybe bring a little bit of stability back in towards this one, because ultimately, right, your opponent's map pick, you're starting off kind of atrociously 0 to 5 down, you have your own timeout, you start to come on back and you feel a little bit confident. But the way that this second half starts as well, it doesn't give you a lot of good feelings down deep in your guts. So to come out with a thrifty round like that has to be huge for VALORANT.
Track them down.
Rounds like that certainly would keep them in the game, keep them excited in their seats. Ops afforded now because of that.
Well, Yudo-tan can just pop that evolution and go on in through all of this util, just charge in.
Somewhat fearless, but that's not going to shield him from an op shot like that. No. Collateral through and through, and now Patman managing to find some trades as well, taking up huge space.
And if you want to maximize this, you are using the Drifter's Zexy to get in to permit Cinder and Klaus to follow with all the information. He's a little bit far forward to the rest of the squad, though, and exits that drift early.
Just to create a bit more pressure around the back. Patman unfortunately going down. Javi trying to save the day again, but Zexy manages to arrive on time for VALORANT.
And that is another important round for VALORANT to be finding. A bit of an economy check for global esports as well at the tail end of this one, and they'll be able to kind of put something together into the next round, but you do have to start to consider, is this another position for the side of VALORANT where they figure things out later in the half and then maybe make a bit of a comeback with some space to spare as well, right? It's not like we're seeing GE on 11, on 12, where any sort of slip-up can give them map point or victory. 4K in the end for Zexy. 25 and 13, by the way. He is silently just putting up a lot of numbers in this one here, but to what avail? Need to see more conversions come out from VALORANT. Look to try and send this to the third in Haven.
Not too much else.
Interesting that Crystal's gone on to the Bulldog. Yeah.
Possibly could have afforded elsewise, but
yeah. We'll see what happens here. 2 away from the Hunter's Fury as well, as Zexy is forced to TP away, being tagged on up. But it is still a helpful amount of members over here at this site for VALORANT, as Patman wants to change that.
All the way throughout the backs. Zexy's managed to find a little bit, though. Straight on through with his high tide. It does kind of tamper with things a little bit. Still, though, spike planted, and that just might be enough for GE.
4 versus 3. There's that Hunter's Fury that I just did mention as well. Though, they're all playing together on the site. Where do I dot?
You're trying to find information as well, but that's been smoked off, shot down. Crystal out towards the back with Hunter's Fury too. Just trying to stay around the corners, but here comes Klaus. Low HP, but Evolution's been popped. Continuing through and through, but now the entire team just collapses on the trades. Global once again with another round.
And I like this aggressiveness as well that Patman goes in with there too, right? When you've got the Interceptor on the site that's going to zap a lot of that utility where Klaus puts it, you need a different avenue to get on through. You're either pushing together as a team with just bodies and hitting your shots, or you're playing a piece of utility that doesn't really get taken out, right? He's just getting in towards the site, in towards his own smokes, or his opponent's smokes with these opportunities as well, and just coming out and shooting you. It's pretty nice stuff to come out. A lot of different availabilities that they do have on Global side to always change the way that they're going to be taking the sites. Timeout to come out now from VALORANT. Because that gap that I talked about a little bit earlier that they did have up their sleeve, right? Having Global only at 10, they could afford a slip up or 2. Well, one of those just happened. Now there's 11, so any more and it's series point.
Walls are closing in. Well, that's exactly what happens. Global, once again, just performance after performance. You mentioned the TP, and they just have this composition that affords them just that.
Yeah. I wonder if LP is maybe taken back some of his words he said a little bit earlier on when we've had some chats to him. He said that GE was the team that he's most cautious about as they've gone through many changes. Well, yeah, at least you didn't say that GE is the team that I really want to beat. Cautious is the right word that you're putting into that one, and this is exactly why. Without that tape available, everybody is questioning what the team looks like, what roles the players are playing, what maps they're playing as well. We kind of get a bit of an answer now on what it might be looking like in a very small sample size, mind you.
That's true.
But on the back of that timeout now, it's the eco from VALORANT. Autumn to scope out the situation. Dispatcher Klaus as well.
And the flash has been eaten up just a bit, but still right out through the drift, and GE come out guns blazing. This is unbelievable. Off to the anti-eco. Unfortunately, VALORANT just does not have the right opportunities to be able to answer back. LP, just a slight whisper, but unfortunately then for the entirety of GE, just staking their claim, planting that flag down right on this B site. Patman hunting down the last one alongside Crystal, and there it goes, map point.
It's a slight whisper that comes in from LP at the end there, but it just goes with the wind, doesn't it? Because now it's map point. The timeout that was taken before the eco, you'd assume now that LP have a bit of an answer. VALORANT have a bit of an answer to come into this next round where they've got the buys. And I mean, yes, technically LP would need the answer as the IGL in this roster. Because that's just now map point. Series point. And I'm going to be the bearer of bad news as well. Cinder has really not found his footing in this map, has he? I highlighted that he was, what, 0 for 6 or something like that?
Oh, what's he now?
There's only 2 kills that he's managed to find.
Yikes.
Let's see if he can flip that, though. Bit more pacier from Global Esports into this site, but it's just the trades that come on through. That Crystal stamping his foot.
It's a lot of noise, as well as Petman in with the TPs onto versus the top. LP trying to stay aware, but just quick on the swings again. GE operating so smoothly. Klaus, do you have another clutch out for us? Smoked off around the back. I'm sorry to say, folks, this might not be his moment.
It's hard, that is for sure. Autumn and Crystal navigating together to watch the flank. Patman, probably the closer.
Oh, that's a tough angle. That's a tough fight. And unfortunately, a tough map for VALORANT as well. They put forward their best performance, but this will end in a 13-7 scoreline in favor of Global Esports.
Yeah, definitely not the way that VALORANT thought their first outing in VCT Pacific would go after ascending into this league. But for the new look of Global Esports, it's looking pretty darn good, isn't it? 2 13-7s come out from them. Everyone thinking that VALORANT were the favorites. Global Esports did not like that at all. The words from Frost. And you can see why. 13-7 doubled down. That is a really good first series to come out from them. But as you did highlight earlier as well, who do they have around the corner? Paper X.
X team for Patman. That's a big name for sure, but for now they can definitely revel in their win. You would love to dap Frost up as well, but right now, at the same time, I do want to give them their flowers, VALORANT. This might be their debut performance. It might not have been the best, but they did still show some glimpses of brilliance. Nonetheless, Global can hold their heads high. This looks very promising, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a trial by fire sort of scenario for VALORANT, isn't it? They have to figure out how things are going to work. This is a different beast to Korea's league and also to Ascension. But now, we get to hear from the winners down on the stage.
Guys, it's Bella. I'm gonna talk to the GE boys and Javi. Hello, nice to meet you. Yeah! Come join me on stage right here. Right here. 네, 글로벌 e스포츠의 하비 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Yay!
Hello.
Hello. Well, 글로벌 e스포츠 시작이 아주 좋습니다. 킥오프 오늘 첫 경기 하비 선수가 합류한 뒤 퍼시픽에서의 첫 승리도 가져가게 됐는데요. 뭐 좀 더 의미가 남다를 것 같은데 승리 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Welcome to Pacific, Javi. You joined the team, first match here at Pacific, and you go out with the win. How was it today?
Fun game, revenge match versus SOT, now VALORANT. They beat me in Ascension, and they're very good players.
Super happy.
Very happy.
Very happy. 너무나도 만족스러운 경기 결과여서 좋고요. 어센션에서 못했던 복수를 퍼시픽에서 할 수 있어서 매우 만족스럽다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 또 새로운 선수들이 합류한 글로벌 e스포츠지만 감코진의 변화에도 상당히 주목을 많이 받았었는데요. 프로스트 감독님 지휘하에 좀 체감하는 건 어떤지 좀 선수 입장에서 들어보면 좋을 것 같아요. Well, not only do we have a lot of new players on GE, you have new coaches as well. Well, talk to me. How has it been under Frost's care? I want to hear from the player himself.
I mean, Frost is a very good coach, well experienced, and I'm learning a lot. Stressful, but very worth it.
Stressful but rewarding. It's the sticks and carrots balance, right? 프로스트 감독님이 워낙 훌륭한 감독이기 때문에 정말 배울 점도 많이 있어서 아무래도 스트레스 받는 상황들도 있지만 채찍과 당근의 밸런스를 유지하면서 선수들이 이렇게 조율을 해 나가고 있다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 하비 선수가 첫 1부 리그에서 이렇게 경기를 하고 승리도 가져갔지만 다음 경기를 바로 페이퍼렉스를 만나게 됐거든요. IGL과의 싸움, IGL 디프에서 포세이큰 선수를 만나게 되는데 어떻게 예상하는지 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, this is your first Tier 1 match as the IGL. Next up, you're going to face against Forsaken. It's like an IGL div kind of situation. What are your expectations? Are you gonna take one again?
If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Oh, that is word from Abby. Alright. 최고가 되고 싶다면 최고를 꺾어야 되기 때문에 다음 페이퍼렉스와의 경기 자신 있다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 글로벌 e스포츠 하비 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 저희는 좀 이따가 두 번째 매치 DFM vs 젠지 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Thank you, Javi, and congratulations.
Thank you.
What a win by Global Esports, and mark this day, January 23rd, is VCT Pacific's first Australian win.
Come on!
We finally see a win from Australia.
Let's go! It's about time. Finally, Autumn put in on a show for a whole subcontinent there.
Yes. He's our last hope. Let's get a chant going. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Oi, oi, oi!
Woo! All right,
Good job, Autumn. Good job, Autumn.
You made it rain with the AUD.
I did.
Thank you. That's good.
That's authentic
made
money.
the value of the dollar go up, I think.
It only took 3 years, but I'm glad we're finally here, seeing Australian players make it through. Global Esports, for those who doubted, which was you, by the way, Mr. Australian, who picked Varel. Global Esports completely does it again.
Yeah,
can you explain yourself? Like what? Like what?
I mean, I don't know. I thought Varel was really hot coming off Ascension, but they were not. They were not on today.
No.
They were not on, and Global really kind of put them in their place.
And they continue to do so on the second map of Abyss. Let's roll those highlights to see what you guys missed. We saw the rest of Global Esports step up. Autumn, I think, was a little bit quieter on map 1, but that's because the rest of his team was playing so well. But here on map 2 of Abyss, we saw amazing moments from all the players, including Patman, who will be having an interview with shortly after this. We're just not going to roll highlights. Do you want to reenact it?
The thing for me is everyone on this global team was really able to frag. Consistency across the board was the name of the game. Continually upsetting Varel. I felt like they played much better macro. It was very solid, and everybody's able to shoot. Everybody's hanging in there in the server and putting on a performance. Varel, apart from Zexy, they just kind of went missing. I feel like it's going to be a real adjustment period now for Varel coming into Tier 1. The old strat you had where you're just standing there and taking the fights, the players are ready for that here. We have very, very sharp players, and Global showed that today.
Yeah, they tried to flip the map pool. It didn't work. They got completely out-macroed on the first map. They even tried to change up a lot. In fact, they didn't really even play their patented style very much today. I felt like they kind of went away from what was their success factor in Ascension. So I think they really need to rediscover themselves. Stop trying to be so tricky in Tier 1 and play to their strengths instead, because it didn't go well for them. A lot of the players with underwhelming performances. I mean, Zexy, a standout one for him. Zuna having his moments on the first map, but I mean, looking at someone like Cinder, that's got to be one of the worst VCT debuts that we've seen individually. That's not going to cut it. I mean, even in Tier 2, he was not necessarily statistically fragging, and here in Tier 1, it seems like even a step down further from that. That is not going to cut it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the real thing for me is that I need to see this VALORANT team step up in terms of fundamentals. I felt like they're disconnected continuously across the map. They're losing when they have the gun advantage so many times that it's genuinely upsetting. I mean, they have a lot to tidy up if they want to start making runs here in Pacific. But this global team, you can't ask for a better start.
Look at that from Zexy as well, by the way. Almost 400 ACS in a loss. That is the ceiling of this VALORANT team, but the rest of the boys did not hit it today.
Well, we do have a special guest with us. You guys know Patman. He is the first Filipino to carry a Masters trophy, and now he's joined Global Esports, and you guys are looking fire. Now, we were talking to Frost earlier, and how's it under Coach Frost? He said he's been giving you guys like a really hard time. He's been like doing everything he can to whip you guys into shape.
Yeah, I mean, the coaching style of Frost is very different from what I have before with Alex, but I think like we're very, very open still, like what I am before in PaperX. Like everyone is like sharing their ideas and thoughts, and we just like have to decide like what's the better idea always.
Yeah.
How is the style different, or I guess the vibes of the team? I know you said it was very family-like at PaperX, so what's it like over at Global Esports?
I mean, on Global Esports, I'm not gonna lie because we come from different teams and some are different regions as well.
Yeah.
Like, example, Autumn, he played from China VCT. So, at first we were like very, very struggling, but day by day we're trying to improve. But the vibe, I think it's there. Like we're all like having fun also on practices. But yeah, we need to work more stuff because the practice also. I mean, I joined the team like very, very late also.
Yeah.
So we need to like have more time to spend time with each other and also like play time together.
Yeah.
I want to ask, sorry to jump in here, like for your own individual performance. So you came off a fantastic year last year, right, with PaperX, and now you're moving on a new team. Do you feel like you have that extra fire, like you have something to prove this year that you can do it again, and you don't need that other kind of setup around you on PaperX?
I mean, of course, everyone on us, like, they're very, very hungry to win and qualify to international event. But I told the boys to, like, let's just relax. Not relax in the point that we don't do anything. It's just like, we need to do, like, step by step. And we don't need to pressure ourselves so hard because our work is, like, already high pressure. So we just need to do it step by step. Like, every day, we keep, like, improving.
Yeah, I think there was some concerns a little bit about potential role clash in the team, but I know that you yourself and even Xavi, looking at playing in the Philippine scene, played a lot of different roles. Like even you played a ton of different roles. So what's it being like not being shackled to just being in it, throwing fade dogs for PaperX players, running it down? You know, you get to do a couple little different things. Maybe there's a little bit more space for you to shine a bit more in the team. How's that been like?
I mean, about this role, since before I joined, there's like one player that they want to get, and then they like. Actually, I should not supposed to say this, but basically, there's like a pre like how do I say, like playbook already.
Yeah.
So I just need to replace that player.
Okay.
And then basically for Crystal, since he's playing the initiator, I'm just like teaching him some like a lot of stuffs that I can like so he can improve more.
Okay, so you're giving some input to some of the other players to help them with their roles as well? Okay,
Yes,
cool.
yes.
Well, you've experienced what it's like to be on a winning team, and there's a certain vibe and energy, knowing that you're going to win it. Now that you're on Global Esports, what's that vibe like? How are you feeling going into this year?
I mean, everyone is like really, really happy person. It's just like how I am when I joined PaperX. Like I just need to get used to them, like respect their own beliefs and ideas also, and just like I just need to be patient with them as always.
Okay. You happy with your performance today?
Yes, I think I help a lot, especially to their callings as well.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you look fantastic. It's so good to still see you on the server kicking butt. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Awesome first match. These guys predicted Varel, and they're
sorry. We were wrong.
They don't know anything.
They showed
don't know
sharp as
anything.
well.
But good job. Good job. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. Now, sorry guys, I had to put you on the spot and call you out for your prediction, your wrong prediction.
It happens.
Yeah, you've never made a wrong prediction in your life,
No,
Victoria.
I'm always right.
Yeah.
Don't you know how it works? Yudotan has been absolutely on fire. Frost knows how to utilize this guy.
Yeah, he's just a turret. Like, that's why he makes such a good Sentinel. Like, he was great on Duelist, but I think putting him on an agent like Vito makes so much sense for him because it's the kind of agent that you can really just gun out and tap heads and multi-frag, and that's exactly what we saw today.
Yeah, I have to agree with Frost. I'm shocked no other Korean teams came for him. This 100%. Is a kid with a long career ahead of him.
Or maybe he just wanted to stay in global esports. And he's like, you know, I'm going to be the guy who's here.
You left and you didn't believe, but Yudatan, he's a real one.
Yeah, it's like, I'm going to stick around and show all the global fans what we're made of. With that was a really cool first match of today. We do have a second match coming up. Also extremely exciting because we got some roster shuffles with DFM facing off against Gen G. And I think we're going to be surprised again. We're going to go on a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to go straight into that second match of today.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific 2026 Kickoff. We're going to go to match 2 of today. We've got DFM facing off against Gen G, but I'm very excited about this DFM, and I think this roster might just be it with the new additions. But first, talk me through who is remaining on the roster. We got Mei, Akami, and Sess.
I mean, if we want to start from the top, there's one man we really have to focus on with this team, and it's of course Mei. He had such an insane year last year, despite DFM really not being able to go too deep. It was big improvements, but this guy really stood out, and of course Akame and Sess staying there with him.
Yeah, and finally we get some additions into DFM that we've been waiting for. I think both Kaide and Yatsuka are players that a lot of people have had their eye on for quite a long time. Also, I've been pretty critical or pretty questioning like the coaching stuff of some of these Japanese teams. Now we've got Vors in, a new head coach to kind of come in from one of the VCL Japan teams. Hopefully that makes a little bit of a difference and is going to give DFM the kind of push that they need to go from a team that finally made history and pushed into playoffs for the first time to actually being a contender in Pacific.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they're just moving closer and closer every year. And with the addition of Kaide and Yatsuka, I think these are great pickups from Riddle Order. We've seen some fantastic work coming out from this team through Challengers and Ascension.
For sure. I think Riddle Order has been a team that's been dominant in Challengers Japan for quite a while. They actually had a much better run in Ascension 2024, where they were one of the only teams that looked like they could actually beat SPG at that tournament, which ended up becoming Nongshim, of course. And I think, look, honestly, it's surprising that they didn't get picked up after that run. I guess they wanted to run it back with Riddle Order for another year in Challengers Japan, or stayed on the roster for whatever reason. And then actually, after a disappointing run from Riddle Order at this year's Ascension getting grouped, or last year's Ascension getting grouped, they've been picked up now.
I'm very happy to see them on the Pacific stage. I feel like they've been very, very deserving. Just take a look at their match history. As you say, so dominant in Japan. I'm very happy to see them join.
I'm very excited about it. But Akame, so we talk about Mei a lot, but Akame is his right-hand man, and he remains on this roster. I think the flexibility of his playstyle is really important for DFM.
I totally agree, but I'm a little bit concerned. I think with Kaide and Yatsuka coming into the team, these are very stable players that can flex around a couple of different roles, but that's kind of what and they could kind of over-deliver in those roles, at least in a tier 2 kind of space.
Yeah.
For Akame, that's what I like about him, and as you can see from the Asian pools from stage 1 to stage 2, after picking up more duelists, his performance actually dropped. So my question is, who's playing the secondary duelist for DFM, and are they actually going to be able to be successful hand in hand with Mei? If it's Akame, you're definitely going to have to see his performance uptick a little bit better on the duelist, because it wasn't always hitting.
And they're going to be facing against Gen G. Now, Gen G, huge name in Pacific. Everyone's afraid to play against them. But this year, while they still retain Texture, Karon, Ash, you know, their rookie from last year, but they lost someone really critical, and that's Munchkin. Do you think this is a gut punch to this team?
I think it could be. There is a Munchkin-shaped hole in this team. That's the only way we can describe it. You know, they're replacing it with Lakia, but Munchkin really carried a lot of weight for this team. The way he called, the way they were able to innovate on these compositions. He's a fantastic player. But Gen G, since 2024, have always looked solid. It doesn't really matter who comes in and out. They seem to be able to find that footing. Of course, Lakia coming back is the biggest story. The Lakia of Valorant returns once again. And I think this is a team a lot of people still very hyped about, optimistic about, because the players have been there and done that.
And we saw a bit of Zinx during the off-season, and we saw a lot of promise coming out of this kind of refreshed roster. But we got to talk about the agent pool. Now, something's changed a little. Karon is finally not playing Omen. He's shown a little glimpse of it during the off-season. Do we like this?
I don't know. Like, honestly, Gen G has overperformed to what my expectations were with these roles in the off-season. I want to see some more games in Pacific before I decide, but I was kind of questioning this because Karon goes and fills the Sentinel role that Zinx previously played in Challenger's career. You can see he's very comfortable playing Sentinel there, and Ash, who played Enit and previous to that, Duelist and a little bit of Flex in Gen G Academy, I think it was, has to fill the Smokes role.
Yeah.
So I feel like we have personnel to fill the holes in Gen G, but they've decided to go a completely different route, and Zinx is the one to play Flex secondary duelist.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I feel like they've changed when they absolutely don't have to. It is a big question mark. Who's driving that change? Is that coaching staff? Is that one of the older players, you know, saying maybe this can fit? Or is it one of these guys? Maybe Karon's going, get me on that Sentinel, that's where I can do the best. We don't know yet until we see them play, ultimately, but it does leave a big question mark in my mind.
How many games of Omen can a man play before he starts to slowly go insane? Yeah. That's what you have to ask yourself. Just click on Karen's player page and then just filter for agent pool and see just how many games of Omen this man plays.
It's kind of incredible, but you might be onto something. Now, Lakia, the Lakia of Valorant, like you just mentioned, this guy was around during Gen G's most brilliant 2024 run, and then he was off the roster last year, which, you know, some people had question marks, some people thought that was the right move, but he's back. And he had some amazing moments.
I mean, he has experience. There's no doubt about that. Look at his history. So many great things to share there. And I think he can come in to immediately be an older player, a leadership figure in this team. You can see why they would bring him in when Munchkin leaves. But there is question marks.
I mean, this is not a recent thing. He was sitting on the roster for ages, but I think this was the most highly critiqued player in Gen G. And for me, I mean, Meteor and Munchkin were a massive part of Gen G. Texture was right there. Caron, Rookie of the Year were the big pieces. I don't think most people talk about Lakia as fondly at the time, at least, other than the Lakia of Valorant meme. But of course, he is part of the core that had so much success. But I don't think that, you know, he's going to have to just be able to coast like he potentially did on an individual level now in Pacific, because I feel like the level of individual player is higher than ever in 26.
Oh, absolutely right. Now, we do have Skirmish here now to help determine map veto. I wonder if they lock you in there so he can shut everyone up.
No, for sure it's going to be Texture, right? Like, you 100% throw Texture.
That's not Texture.
That's
Ash.
So we've got Ash.
Yeah.
We got that Ash against
versus
Yatsuka.
See, this is so interesting to me. Why are we putting Ash forward?
No May versus Texture.
Yeah, also that.
I can't understand why teams are doing this. This is such a...
It could be a pressure thing too, you know? Like maybe some of these players don't want to stress themselves out before the match starts.
Yeah, maybe it's like a
your star
warm-up
player.
thing. They're thinking, who's a little bit cold even? Let's get you doing some one-on-ones, you know, warm you up a little bit. It could be all kinds of things. It is definitely surprising to see.
You've seen a lot of them. I mean, people are not shying away from it. There's no gentlemen's agreements here in Pacific, and there you go. The Ops being able to get DFM across the line. They will claim the veto advantage, and that's a nice little confidence boost early on here for Yatsuka, already showing his individual ability.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting. Again, I'm still scratching my head at this decision. Maybe Solo is still like honeymoon mode. Honestly, he just got married. He's just like, yeah, whoever wants to go in.
You guys can have the veto. I got married.
I
got a girlfriend. I got a wife, by the way. I don't care about vetoes and
I want a
Valorant.
Texture versus May. Who didn't want to see that?
I feel
You're about to see it in the server. Relax, man. It's okay. Okay, calm down.
Same.
I mean, he's got it right. I bet that would have been the matchup we wanted, the head-to-head we wanted to see there. But we are getting our actual map veto coming in, and we'll get a Pearl. It's been a while. I feel like
Abyss, Pearl, Haven.
Pearl is fun.
Yeah, for sure. It's an interesting one. I mean, Abyss for Gen G, that's not too unsurprising, but at the same time, that's a map that May has gone nuclear on Jet on in the past, so they're going to have to definitely make sure that they're on top of May in that particular matchup if he does pick up the Jet, or maybe he's going to go to something a little bit more meta. That's something that we have to ask questions of May, because sometimes his agents haven't necessarily gone well for him when he's gone onto the raids. And actually, if you look at his stats against Gen G the last 2 series, he hasn't been hard carrying DFM against Gen G. They've been pretty good at shutting him down. I think to see Pearl there is interesting as well, because think about DFM at Kickoff last year. They destroyed a couple of teams,
they did.
Paper X included on Pearl, and they want to start off the year on Pearl strong again, apparently.
Yeah, I think it almost makes sense that they picked Pearl, although there have been some changes to Pearl since last year, so I think B is going to be a little bit different. I don't know how different this approach is going to be. The agent selection is even going to change. Is it still going to work? Do you think they're still going to do that like double duelist approach?
I think it was double E-net back then, and their double duel, they played like an ISO something, and that was like, that was bad.
I do think they'll go double duelist though. I just think it's the way it's trending. I think Akame could definitely fill that role.
You think Akame May
I
double
think
duelist is the
Akame
way?
May,
Because they were already kind of starting to play double duelist at the end of stage 2, so I don't see why they wouldn't just continue along that trend, to be honest.
Yeah, but I have to say, I love picking Pearl, like maps that are kind of getting changes, re-entering the map pool. I think when you take that in the vetoes early on, you can really catch teams that aren't as prepped on those maps.
Oh, absolutely. Let's talk about our predictions here. We were also split on this, just like match 1. And I picked DFM, and I was surprised that, well, not Clinton picking DFM, but you picked DFM as well. Like, I think there's a lot of promise here, and Gen G, I'm unsure with their roster changes. Why did you go for DFM?
Honestly, more or less exactly the same. I'm a big May believer, and I think they're strengthening the rest of the group around him now. I feel like there's lots of other fraggers. Kaide and Yatsuka are players I've been very excited about, and then on the flip side, I feel like Gen G have downgraded. I think losing Munchkin could be a massive hit. Now is the time in my mind for DFM to strike.
I think it's just standard that Gen G G should win this series. Like, I think this is the kind of series where DFM need to actually show us, oh, we are a series contender in Pacific right off the bat in the first match. Because Gen G, even with the change, I mean, we haven't even talked about Zinx yet, but he's come into that role playing secondary duelist and flexing a lot of different agents and still put up pretty consistently good performance in the offseason. Gen G, despite the fact that they've lost two of their, title players over the last couple of years in Meteor and Munchkin back-to-back, have still been a very, very good team. And I think it's the same for DRX, even losing someone like Flashback. These Korean teams are always just still so good and so quality with great coaching staff. And time again, they bring in rookie players, bed them in, and get good performance out of them.
We've been getting a lot of 2-0s so far. Do you think this is going to be a 2-0, though?
I think these teams are pretty close in my mind. I've got DFM at 2-1. But what do I know? I got the first series entirely.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Gen G 2-0, to be honest.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's a really... I don't think so. I think Gen G is going to have to figure out a couple things. Zinx... They did have a little bit of practice during the off-season. I do think there's something to that, but I think DFM is going to want it more than ever. I think Riddle Order, I really believe in these two players. Don't let me down, guys. Don't let me down. But I really think they've shown so much promise in Tier 2, and I think they're going to bring it to the stage as long as they don't get too nervous about it. With that, we are going to send to the stage to continue our kickoff and welcome the match to teams. We got DFM facing off Gen G.
VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. Detonation Focus Me.
I'm very excited to watch this matchup. Now, DFM versus Gen G matchup was once considered probably pretty predictable, but last year, DFM finally qualified to their first playoffs. And this year, they have a promising updated roster, and the walk-ins, walkouts.
Honestly, I forgot Akame did this.
I thought he was just going to keep going. Like, he was just going to hold the match up for like a good 5 minutes. So keep body blocking the rest of the team. I would respect that.
Yeah, but this DFM organization have had their ups and they certainly had their downs. They're looking to rewrite the script this year. They're feeling good. They're feeling optimistic. I think they've made excellent changes in this offseason. You'd love to see it.
It's all vibes. Oh man, those jackets are cool.
Yeah,
I mean, they're always style in DFM. They finally broke through the playoffs barrier at the end of last year, and now they want to push it a little bit further. They've always been great in the walkouts, but now it's time to be great in the server.
Yeah. Oh man, but the walkout's 10 out of 10.
Oh, I
think
the
they're
best
like
in the league.
top,
Best in the league.
I would say like definitely top 2. Actually, yes, they are the best. They are #1 here in Pacific on walkouts. But Gen G, who has actually gotten first place, gotten a Masters trophy, our first Masters winning team, in fact, in Pacific. They continue to shuffle players around to fill that void left by Munchkin and Meteor prior. But Solo, the coach here, he's never failed us.
No, he hasn't, and Gen G, they have beaten DFM 4 times in a row. The last 2 series against Gen G, May did absolutely nothing. He hasn't been able to put up a good performance against the Gen G squad since 2024. So I think Gen G are going to be feeling very confident despite this new outfit. They're going to know this is just another day in the office against a team that they always beat in Pacific.
I mean, I'll tell you what, after those handshakes, Solo's making some changes after this game. He's not okay with getting snubbed like that.
I'm loving the vibes that they're having here today. This is an important match, This is the one that helps drive that momentum going into kickoff. We do have 3 teams that we'll be sending to Santiago, and both of these teams I think will have a very fantastic showing today. I think it's going to be a 2-1 finally here in Pacific Kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to a third map if we get there. I can't wait to see Pearl as well for the first time in Pacific 2026. But we will be starting over on Abyss, Gen G's pick here. So I think the question is really on them. What are they going to bring out and what have they got prepped, ready to deal with DFM and May specifically?
They will start with the attacking side. DFM will start on defense and all eyes are on May. He has had some 30, 40 bombs on Abyss, hard carrying a DFM team that couldn't keep up with him in the server. Hopefully with these new additions, he's got a little bit more help and they can be very competitive here on a map that actually DFM has had some success on, even in seasons where they haven't really been able to get a win elsewhere.
And this is pretty cool. Here in Pacific, we do get player comms, and it seems we get huddle comms too. Not that any of us can translate what was happening on either team.
Hannah do set Gen G fighting. That means 1, 2, 3. Gen G fighting.
Oh my god,
I'm just letting you all know.
I mean, you've been here for a couple of years. That makes sense.
Screen lessons are paying off. Thank you for the translation, Morgan. And yeah, so as these teams get ready to go into this, I'm curious about their agent comps.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'll quickly summarize Gen G. It's not that surprising for anyone that watched the off-season. Texture's been picking up more different agents as of late. Zinx has been very good on this secondary duelist, and Karen will be on the Senti role. We've had some shuffles for all those that haven't been aware.
For DFM, the melee returns. He's back on it once again, but it's Yatsuka that's supporting him as that secondary duelist on the Yoru. Akame moving back to be a little bit more supportive, where he was actually better last year in that Sova role. Kaide picking up the veto as well. So mirror matchups heading into this. I think clearly this is the strong meta.
Definitely, and I'm loving the happy vibes that's happening on the stage right now. I'm just feeling good about this one as we send it over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Yeah, I think we're feeling pretty good as well, right, Komodo? I mean, at the same time, I do want to say, though, big time. Let's leave the Korean translations to Jen and Bella. I think you're a little bit overqualified. But yeah, it's going to be a fresh new coat of paint, a lot of upgrades for these 2 teams that we have here today as well.
Yeah, of course, I've been following Kaide and Yatsuka for quite some time, of course, being at the Ascension, having the privilege to be around them and speaking to them, you know, off the stage as well. I was kind of waiting to see when a couple of those Riddle Order players were going to make their step into the Tier 1 atmosphere. Of course, you've got Jojo, who's hanging around with them as well. You had Soldam, right, the original Korean Jet. I do believe as well, GN, who used to be on DFM, is actually now gone to play for Riddle Order as well, for those that might be following his story. So it's good to see that he's going to be continuing to play VALORANT as well. And I'm really excited for this one, right? We get the melee back, which we saw on Corrode most notably for the 2 times in occurrence that was there. They destroyed Boom 13-2, and they lost to Talon. So 1-1 for the melee. We'll see if that's going to come into good play. Playing the composition that Gen G play for this mirror match alongside Vitality over in EMEA, so there's a little bit of parallels that are coming out in that one, but ultimately, this is a new DFM. This is a DFM that have tasted playoffs for one series that had never done it before. We are looking to do more this year as DFM. We are looking to see more as an audience, and I hope that we do.
Yeah, we got the extra life in the triple elimination bracket to bring that out. But for now, we're starting things out with DFM onto the defensive side. Mirror comp, as you have mentioned.
More Abyss for today as well, and immediately straight down mid for DFM to get some early information as we see Cess has to back up to security. Well, that's Astra as well. Mind you, normally for the Omen plays from him, so got to relearn this one.
While you taketh, you also giveth away. Spike planted now for Gen G. Everything smoked off too. Some extra stars coming back online.
Oh, 5v5 situation. Kaide to draw first blood.
First point of contact. It's just a bit of information for now, but at the same time, everyone else still alert as to where the other gaps are. Watching out for Heaven, but that's where they get to apply that pressure. DFM now closing in the distance. Texture needing to find the shots alongside Karen, but unfortunately, they will falter down to Akame and that Bandit.
4 alive on the back of that pistol as well in a 5 versus 5 post-plant scenario. Might want to go for a couple of early duels, perhaps as Gen G a little bit later on, because it is going to be a bit of a learning curve for them, right? How much stock do you put in an off-season event? When you consider it's best of ones as well, correct? This is no longer the dominant Gen G of 2024 that was winning nearly everything or becoming second. This is a team that has to re-find their identity, in my opinion, and you can see that is beginning with Texture starting to change a couple of his agents in the pool as well. We're starting to see, you know, Caron move away from the smokes perhaps and into a Sentinel as a bit of stability. Larky is coming back to the IGLing, so we kind of have to see what this team actually now does look like in the Big 26.
Really a lot of hopes as well, at least for the Korean fans in the stands right now. Otherwise for DFM, talked about the upgrades. Clearly a big fan of them as well, following through VALORANT all these years. Right now, just holding tight with the weapons upgrades.
Let's see if Gen G can get a plant perhaps, just farm up a couple of these orbs if they want to.
Wow.
Maximize what Texture can gather. Seen a bit of an adoption of the Bandit so far, haven't we?
Of course, I mean, you kind of have to at this point. It's just so strong, but at the same time.
Case in point.
A little bit of an opening shot from Texture. But also for DFM continuing to push out, you know, some extra information around from where Yatsuko was pushing around main. Now the entire team is just aware.
Well, there's the plant that goes down as well. So pretty good for Gen G, farming orbs, getting a kill or two on a plant.
And a Bulldog.
It could get interesting. Everybody is over at the ledge side of things.
Ash gonna have to be a little bit careful though. Placing down the star is gonna be a gravity well, but unfortunately with the Stinger, Cess will be able to close in the distance. Zinx now playing as tight as possible, but unfortunately it might not be enough. He actually does manage to take another player down, but no weapons found just yet. Yeah, that relay is not going to help you out too much there, unfortunately. So Akame, again with the finishing kill with DFM up 2-0.
There's a lot of good damage that comes through in that round, though, to be completely honest with you. 2 Bulldogs transitioning into the next round for DFM.
Yeah.
See how much stock they put back in towards a buyout, perhaps. As Gen G, again, farming the orbs, getting the plants, getting some kills in here as well. Albeit not the round count, so it'll give you a little bit of confidence early on the stage, you would hope, as they will move into their first buy-up now and see what this double dive does look like, right? When we think about what Texture's going to be able to do with this Yoru as well, what space is he going to be able to find? For Zinx coming back on towards a duelist role as well for a new roster, how much pressure is on his shoulders, but how much freedom does he have up his sleeve as well to be able to go in and try and do things on himself?
And previously, DRX Academy, Academy to Tier 1, that is quite a leap, but still close enough for them to be able to have some confidence going in for some of these duels. Ash swinging out left, now off to the rest of the team, but it's Akame able to spray out 2.
Keeps things very interesting here, doesn't it? 3 versus 3. A large rotation now for DFM to this A site, and a bit of a stalled process for Gen G as well. Texture 1 away from the dimensional drift. So whether or not he wants to try and challenge for that here and now, or we'll pick it up for the next round. These situations can always go either way, even if it is lesser weaponry for DFM, so you have to make sure you're calling correctly at the moment on Gen G.
That's what it comes down to. The calls. You have options. 40 seconds to go. The gate crash is available.
Yeah, I think for me, for DFM, though, you just gamble this stack as 3 towards the A site, right? If they come into you, brilliant. If they don't, you just try and challenge out for the retake. You lost a little bit too much in the previous round. You do have access to the Hunter's Fury, though, for Akame in the next one, and I'm seeing 20 seconds on the clock. I'm seeing a pivot up through mid towards the A site now for Gen G. This is a little worrisome for me.
I know.
10 seconds.
Getting quite nervous about this, Komodo, but so far so good as Caron will be able to swing out through the top alongside his team. Now on towards Texture, down against May. Gen G have managed to strike back.
I mean, lucky for Texture that he doesn't die there. That Bucky should have probably finished him off, but yeah, unlucky for May that it doesn't. Around on the board for Gen G now. And see if this game is going to be kept a lot more interesting with some backwards and forwards affairs, perhaps unlike our previous one that was ultimately just a lot of rounds in a row consistently for both teams.
Yeah, we saw those timeouts from before as well. Still early days for this one, but also keeping the vibes up for the crowd as well. All of a sudden, though, thanks to the alt point from B4, it's going to be Dimensional Drift straight into sight. Alongside Waylay, just a bit. Zinx making his presence known. The entire team claiming the site.
Like the pistol, it's another 5 versus 5 in a post-plant scenario, but will it be better for Gen G this time? A lot more access to utility.
Early scouting for now. Alongside the clone and everything as well, but that interceptor. That, yeah, a little bit pesky. No pop flashes, but they still manage to go for the swing. Shot's not found. Crossfire broken apart. Texture still manages to steal away too, though. But nonetheless, it will be numbers now for DFM, marching into A. 1v3 for Ash as he looks to click on heads. Unfortunately, too much cover to work against. Cess will be able to deal the blow against him while the defuse gets stuck. DFM up 3-1.
Yeah, very nicely done from Texture to be able to get a couple of cheeky kills at the back there as well. And you're looking at that interceptor buying you 9-10 seconds. I noticed is that it did zap the blindside that Yatska tried to throw out just as it was falling out of time. So that one was a little bit rough for them. Allows Texture to get away with a little bit of mockery on the round. But for me, I think one of the problematic positions as well, if I'm really paying attention to utility, is at the end, Ash's star was not at the right place to gravity well suck them off the spike. It was actually missed. So I need to see that fixed up for later.
Tiny details to keep our eyes on. But once again for Gen G to try to break through or at least apply pressure down into this A site.
Always a powerful position getting a scoped weapon on this open line. Texture really low in HP as well, down to 5. As Lakia is going to be the first one that finished off. It's just the lesser weaponry for Gen G, of course, in towards this round. That is a nice shot.
Lesser weaponry or not, still got to watch out for some of these guys.
But,
well, it is a new DFM.
Yeah, bait out the chokehold. Draw out the interceptor as well. See if he can sell a little bit more of a fake towards this B side here. That Kaede, on his first frolic on the veto, is going to just note that nobody else is there. And it's an easy cleanup, you'd assume, for the rest of DFM here.
There we go. As mentioned, it is a new DFM this time. Very much in control all across the map. Of course, maybe some movements from Gen G as well.
What does it look like now for Gen G, right? We've got the weapons back. Are we challenging for an opener? Because I really don't think that you want to see another scenario where it's some 5 versus 5 post-plant. But we know that DFM are also okay going for fights at the moment too. May hasn't really been too involved in the battles. You can exactly say the same thing for Lakia on the flip side, still on the donut. Right now, though, it is the DFM squad looking for a little bit of this aggression in towards main, as they will TP and refract out. Zinx for the opener, though, into Akame. We're just charging ahead.
And there's the gap. And onward with the trades. Kara now feeling the heat, but he manages to hold. Kaede with the silent steps.
And he cross-cuts out of there as well. Really nicely done, but Kaede slips in towards the tower, finds Lakia.
Spike down A.
That's another strong angle to hold. Tries to work around the headshot angles, but unfortunately falls to Texture. Now it's on to Cess. He spots them, he knows they're there, but no shot available. With that, the round will go to Gen G through eliminations.
Hey, investment of conversion pass as well for Singson there. Does go 1-for-1 in the end with a nice headshot to come on through in a little bit of a delayed trade there by May. All in all, though, Gen G getting into the site where they necessarily needed to. And, well, even in the scenario where Cess finds a kill, perhaps the trades would have been there, you'd assume, too. Very needed round for Gen G to get back on towards the board and maybe find some comfortable footing in this map pick that they are choosing in this series. Of course, DFM picking Pearl, for those that might just have joined us when this one started.
At the same time, just a lot of mental conditioning at play, always kind of wanting DFM to apply pressure, spend utility outside of A right now, just TPing away as well.
Yeah, you drone pretty deep in towards A main and see that nothing's there, so I bet you'd feel comfortable just inserting May in towards main to hold that one, and you look towards mid a little bit more. You don't play too heavy forward as well as Yatska, actually, over towards the danger side of B, so there's a bit of an emphasis here on mid for DFM. A minute to go for Gen G as they'll start to just silently walking towards A, and this is the challenge for May now. How much do you get away with? Because there's no refract, there's only the light speed.
Maybe the saturate, if you can toss it in time, it does slow, but not enough. Only the one kill.
Gorgeous.
Enough for the Hunter Fury to come out, in fact.
Yeah, because the saturate still had a little bit of activation on that one, so nicely done from Akame. It's a 3 versus 3 scenario, as it's just the complete switch up towards this B site. You haven't seen Ash be able to slot himself in too deep just yet. Wait for the cavalry to come. And if I'm looking at this bit of a post-plant scenario right now, Clack, you've got the evolution that gets popped, you've got the cosmic divide too, but they're kind of insurance policies to get into the site, not in a post position. So we'll have to see how Gen G do look to play the hold structure now, as it is a 3-player flank to come through from DFM.
Yeah. Maybe hoping for more HP regen, but otherwise working around this Cosmic Divide for now. Alerted to the positions from before thanks to the little chokehold.
And Cess can drop his Cosmic Divide too.
Oh, that's where things get interesting. Slices the side in half somewhat. Oh, no. Still keeping things intact, though. Off with the swings, the trade somewhat found, but this time it's DFM coming out on top.
Yeah, 3 versus 3, you're trying to duck and dive with that wall there as well. You always understand that you got to find the timing, right? You got to have clear and concise comms to go through, but you don't hear the audible scenario on the back of that. You don't know that Kaide's already pushed all the way up through the cliffside for the eventual final trade. Very nicely navigated there for DFM as well. Some good timing and, you know, a situation that could have got the better of him, right? What if the Hunter's Fury wasn't pulled by Akame there to get the trade? You've got a bit of an advantage for Gen G where you can reset and play some numbers. So there's always these small percentages that come out in the moments that can definitely turn these rounds. And that 3 versus 3, yeah, DFM will come away with it. So 5-2 scenario now in this map number 1. Between DFM and Gen G, and it's going to be Gen G feeling the heat and pressure for their timeout.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that those are the words we're uttering right now. I mean, it's such a storied team. We definitely did see, you know, dips in performances here and there throughout last year. But you would have thought, you know, with the additions to this year, the performance throughout the offseason, Kickoff might have been better, but DFM, wow.
Yeah, I mean, we had, you know, some questions thrown out there to all the players in Pacific for this kickoff right now. It's which team do you, you know, watch out for the most and why? And for Gen G, they're saying T1, Paper X, RRQ, which is relevant because the winner of this series goes against RRQ next. No DFMs whatsoever, right? No one's really phased by DFM at the moment, but I think there is a lot of people out there that are overlooking them. There's a lot more potential that we can see from DFM at the moment, and a lot more just caliber in the duo plays, in the tandem plays available, right? You got Kaide and Yatsuka that come from the same team. Previously, you've got Coach Vors coming from there as well. You know, my questions were, how much does change with a new coach coming in? Is it still the May show, or is it really more of the team dispersed for a lot of the roles at the moment? And I'm already kind of seeing the latter, which is giving really good confidence for me for DFM.
It's a welcome sight, we'll say that for now, but at the same time, Gen G off the timeout, look to go into the rip. It's Texture with Dimensional Drift, but May finds an answer as well, instantly traded. Ziggs now chiming in. More trades as Ash follows through, and that's the site being taken upon by Gen G.
Now it is the Riddle Order members to see if they can establish a bit of a retake at the moment. 2 versus 3, Kaide caught with knife out.
Time to jump.
Which does leave Yatsuka alone. Some utility.
You just feel it's a bit too difficult though, don't you? Ash is still alive, so there's the Grav Well that can come on towards the spike in a bit. Texture, I mean, look, he's got Clone, 2 flashes, 2 TPs. He's only drifted and come out and got a kill. There's just so much here for Gen G to come in. You got the Shockies, you got a Recon that may very well even come online during this post plant, but it doesn't really matter because in the grand scheme of things, Yatsuka is just trying to run out of there, run on a marathon, and he's got Gen G trying to chase him a little bit, but it's not going to happen. Nicely done on the back of their own timeout, ramping up the pace a bit quicker in towards that A site. They'll keep things, you would hope, nice and competitive.
We'll take those. Actually, I was just chuckling to myself because Texture, as he whiffed the exit kill, he took his hand off the mouse or keyboard. A little moment. Always love the personality.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Texture highlights of him just reacting and putting his head in his hands and doing all of his movements on the cameras. There we go. Yep. We're probably going to be able to like have multiple minutes of just clips of him at the end of the year. Multiple minutes.
Compilation.
Yeah, gorgeous. Up through mid though right now. Lots of DFM bodies to potentially hit the floor. Unless Texture overstays his welcome and then dies.
Surely not. Oh. He's the man with the snipers, but here they go. Quick with a swing, some additional cover coming through from Ash and Lakia. This is Gen G. They've laid out the traps, and now they've sprung.
Lakia's on the board in the eco round, the anti-eco.
Let's go. Yeah, we're cracking eggs. But at the same time for DFM, what are they looking for?
In this round, some kills.
Fingers crossed. But Gen G are backing off.
Again, Abyss not really played for these guys, right? Last year, stretching all the way back to the beginning. In fact, the last time DFM did technically play it was against Gen G.
And they lost.
They lost 6-13, but benefit of the doubt. New year, new agents, new style, new players.
Mirror comp.
30 seconds left.
It's still is relatively early, but as far as this round goes,
Spike planted.
I don't know, Chief.
Oh, it's just trying to see what damage you can do on the side of DFM, isn't it? And it's good to see that Zinx gets the priority of the plant to get the convergent pass in towards the next round. And, well, we just commit the unthinkable for the tail end of that one as well. No more ulti orbs to be given over. And we'll go again. Another round needed for Gen G as they are knocking on that door to try and tie it up.
Very lovely and wholesome, unthinkable play. Akame just went and did finger hearts to the camera as he fell off. But of course, as you pointed out from before, you know, they do this for good reason. But it is also Gen G just opening things up successfully. Texture now 13 up and 5.
Let's see if this is an angle for Gen G to use that convergent pass in towards the site as well. May is at the right site to be able to maybe even throw his own back. You got to remember that Charon doesn't have evolution to be able to fight through that, but Kaede does, right? It is going to be May who does drop his own pass, however, there, and the push in from Kaede where I mentioned it. What a gorgeous set of headshots to come from him. Can't quite get, I'll call it the clip at the end for the hungry 4K, maybe the ace as well, but you would assume that that's damage done in the rounds to not see an equalization.
Just perfect. Whole convergent paths into the taps. You would have wanted more, but nonetheless, we'll see if this Gen G duo will be able to pick things up. Role swaps here and there for these two.
Well, in this sort of position, you kind of just, as a DFM fan or a DFM player in this, you're just hoping that you don't falter. You don't give an opportunity to Ash and Charon to be able to bring this back.
Shouldn't be, right?
Yeah.
Spike's down. Everything's known.
You'll hear the crosscut. You'll see what you can do. 30 seconds to go. You're kind of okay if they're only at the bottom side of B main. Because either they're making a full run rotation with minimal time and eventually someone can cheat a rotate back over towards A. Or they are going to try and bully you in towards this B site. And with 20 seconds to go now, we know from our position that Gen G are going to try and run in towards A and get this plant. And DFM will just go for the retake if they beat them to it, which it looks like they will. So post-plant scenario now. How much do DFM potentially lose in this retake? Or is there an opportunity that Gen G can pull this one out now that time starts to become a bit of an issue depending on how long DFM take? It'll be a huge scenario for Gen G to win this one.
I'll handle this.
That's right. Bottom line, 4v2. You need to take these duels and you need to win some of them. Especially with the drift going through. Hold up! Charon once again just cracks 2 skulls. Ash onto another. May answers back. When it comes down to the 1v1s, who do you back up?
Oh, he's sticking it, he's sticking it. Is he going to get it? May, it's going to be so damn close, and he's got it! He saves a face. Pros don't fake.
Down to the extra second.
May lost his buddies, but comes through with the goods. I got worried, Quack. I got worried in that 4 versus 2. How much would Gen G get back? How much were they going to be able to make that one plausible? Oh, it looks so damn doable.
Oh,
crispy.
My God.
Just take a breath.
Let them speak for themselves.
Reset. Yeah, that one. What could have been for Gen G?
Somewhat heartbreaking, but they do have the economy to buy back up. But look at this. Oh.
All you can do is laugh.
Something's no change.
All you can do is laugh as Texture there. Unfortunately, Does get the trade though. So you'll take that. May down in this lesser equipped buy for DFM, but they have achieved a tie at the half no matter what.
Just for Gen.G to try to re-clear that space.
I wouldn't mind seeing Caron try and get closer towards the evolution as well, right? Just a couple of charges away from that one.
Oh, they're going to give it to Lakia.
Yeah, 2 rounds to go. Will Lakia have enough in terms of plants and orb farming and kills to get it? They're going to try and maximize it here. Get the orb at A, go towards B. He can get the plant. So there's a real possibility he can get it for the next round. But whether or not that will happen if they continue to waltz in towards this stack of B.
Buckies.
Yeah, that's where I get worried.
Okay, well, it's a cosmic divide for now.
30 seconds left.
Little nebulas here and there for Cess to poke around. He will be able to collect onto one. Akame looking for some angles too, but unfortunately that will be that. Gen.G will still be able to right this ship 6-5, trying to climb back up.
Well, speaking of climbing up, trying to jump up on top of the site there with those buckies is maybe a little bit ill-advised. Should play a little bit cheaty around the corners, but hey. Gen.G to weather through that one in a situation that kind of could have got the better of them running in towards a stack like that. Last round of the half now, and we'll start to see again for me if Lakia is going to be getting that Hunter's Fury online. Feels like that's an avenue for Gen.G that they are prioritizing to maybe get into a post-plant scenario a little bit later on and favor the usage of that, but 3 ticks away. I'm definitely looking at Caron doing more and Zinx doing more with the convergent paths, as May is just going to get out of mid. No one offering up their head on a silver platter for him.
Evolution already popped as well. This is really early.
Oh, well, it lasts the whole round, right? So there's kind of no point in not popping it.
Just an off shot for now.
Let's see what you can figure out around the map at the moment. Sending in the drone up through mid, and you only spot someone in spawn. Do you see that they are really rotating towards this B site? You get a bit of a feeling with the shuffling around the map at the moment from DFM. And you got all this veto utility still around the side as well, so we'll see what Kaide is going to be able to do here as the rest of his squad starts to come up towards this site as well. This is just going to be another big old brawl towards this B site where you're hoping that Zinx does put in the paths to kind of lay the way in.
It should. Oh, but unfortunately doesn't really connect onto much. Not anything at all. May has afforded 1 kill because of that. The rest of the team coming in to mop up as well. Ash, the lone lurker left. He's been playing this position the past few rounds now, and Kaide's quick to draw to it. 7-5 at the end of the first half for DFM.
That's just very destructive at that moment, isn't it, from DFM? When they recognize that Gen.G have all gone towards the B site, you kind of get the idea if you don't get picked up in the conversion pass, you're going to be able to shoot. You're going to be able to dance around this site and hold all of your angles, and it's just really strong and sharp shots to come out from all of the DFM guys there in that round. 7-5. Good effort from both teams, I will say. A couple of opportunities that could have gone the other ways from where we were seeing, but if you're DFM, you're absolutely happy with how that one goes in your first outing on this new squadron, and if you're Gen.G on your own map pick, I wonder is 5 enough for them?
That's a really good question, Komodo. I do have to wonder that myself, because this is a little bit worrying. I mean, playing a very cautious and slow-paced tempo, but at the same time for DFM to be able to walk away with some of these kills, right? May rushing in with a Bucky, or just even the convergent paths, not quite landing in the spots that you would want it to.
Yeah. I mean, I think back towards the off-season for the Invitational as well, right? Gen.G Paper X's game. This was the map that Gen.G did take off Paper X in that grand final. It was the opener. 13-5 was the scoreline in that one. A very destructive attacking side with a great start. So I wonder now for Gen.G, that was their attacking side. They only got 5, right? It was 8-4 at the half from memory that they came out with against Paper X on their attack. So not enough here if you're trying to echo that statement. But they did stop on the defensive side as well to close, right? So maybe we'll see that if they can look to do some good closing out here now on the defensive side on this map, but they've got to do a bit more.
Yeah, more is always what you would want. Holy, already kicking things off with
Yeah, early warning call though, and now they're just going to get caught out with no weapons in their hands, or you would assume, as Kaede finds texture, and Caron whiffs up a storm. That is unlucky.
Just aware as to what your opponents might do with a double duelist composition, right? And now, even with fake info, the clone making a lot of noise, the rest of the team backing and peeling off.
I mean, it's 5 versus 3 at the end of the day. If you regroup together as DFM, you just call the numbers in towards the site somewhere. For my view on this map at the moment as well, very spread Gen G doesn't give a lot of confidence. You need to see, you know, a falling over moment from DFM, not shooting back against Ash here at the A site, which will now get backed up by Lakia. 10 seconds on the dart, so he's just going to have good crosshair placement here.
Hope for at least a couple here and there. Oh, he just lights them all up! Lakia as well!
My jaw is on the floor. I'm talking about good crosshair placement from Lakia perhaps, but it's Ash. He just plants his feet like that and comes away with the 4K. Crazy.
Call him soap because that was clean. And that's the pistol round right off the rip for Gen G.
He did certainly rinse them, that's for sure. 5 versus 3. You're thinking that's going to be an easy close for DFM. No, it is not. 1, 2, 3. Absolutely disgusting. A different scenario if the saturate does hit its mark, by the way, but hey, it doesn't. And Ash is just catching them all. Very nicely done.
For all that we were thinking tactically, maybe not the best positions, but you know, things happen, and now you've got the guns. A full squad online on A site.
Yeah, texture the money man as well. Farm up those ecos with the Marshal. See if it's going to happen though right now, because you're expecting a bit of a smoke fade bust out to come through from DFM.
Well, straight on through. Saturate's been spent as well. That one's painful. Right off to the races, though.
You think that one's painful, Quack? You think those aren't? More classics doing the job. 4 versus 2 now.
The whole team's on site. That's exactly what DFM is going to do. They have the space. They can play with these guns. And Gen G are in for a rude awakening, even with the Phantom loss. It's just texture left. Moneyman no longer.
Yeah, I did say he's the one that had to farm up the frags, right? So let's see. 1, 2.
It's still possible, but he's so low now. Oh, and Yatsuka's pretty far away. Spike. Oh.
It only takes 1 shot, though, to seal the deal.
Just run and gun it. That's all you...
He heard him.
Holding our breaths as Yatsuka tries to mind game his way out of this one. Eats one to the chest. A slight wall bang, but now the angle held in position. Thrifty out for DFM.
Oh, they answer back, don't they? Just like we saw at the beginning on Split from Varel and Global Esports, where the latter team got away with the Thrifty in the second. That is a crazy and criminal to come out from DFM. The Classics getting the job done. I actually thought that the Traces coming out of the chokehold would have incentivized maybe a bit more sprays in towards the smoke, but it's just a jump in towards the smoke where you get Classic'd out of Oblivion. That is a round for DFM that they had no business in winning, but they do come away with.
Revealing area.
Off to the next round now. You're really starting to feel the loss of it. Just trying to work around the off angles.
Well, let's see if you will pass go and collect $200 or not here in the open. May misses the shots, gets out of there. But it's a bit of good steadiness from DFM to find the frags where required around the map. And now this 5 versus 3.
You all right?
Too many Thrifties today already, Quack.
They're always entertaining, I will say that. And right now, Ash, okay, a little bit of support coming through from Caron now.
We'll see what they're going to be able to do with the Classics as well here.
A lot of smokes to maybe trying to play sneaky beaky around, but now that's not going to quite do that against full armor, is it?
No, and everybody's aware that this smoke is a dirty position as well, though you look away at the mere millisecond as a Kame. Could have lost your life, you don't. But the rest of the Gen G squad do. Flawless in nature for DFM as we now get into the meat and potatoes of this second half. The buy will come through for Gen G.
Really makes them think as to how they want to play around this defensive side as well. past few rounds now. Suffered heavy losses out towards A main. Not to mention Texture, who might not have been having the best time of his life on this Yoru. But here we go.
Again, I mean, it's a bit of a scenario where this isn't the 2024 Gen G, right? We have to think that they now are a different squad that needs to be doing different things. Losing Meteor, losing Munchkin, changing of IGL, changing of styles, changing of roles for players as well. But what doesn't change is some sort of consistency. Texture for a double, for a good opener before being traded out. So it gives you some good options for Gen G on this defensive now to try and inch a little bit closer back into this map.
Always take those. Star players will always give star performances, but right now, DFM not out of the fight.
And Ash playing a different angle this time as well, right? Not deep on towards the site itself, around a little bit of cover. See if he can get one or two individually here.
Oh, no, Interceptor's right there. Some added cover. The rest of the team will be able to break through.
And in this 3 versus 3 as well, Yardska can dimensional drift a little bit earlier because he's low in HP, use himself as a bit of a information gathering spot, but they're not really aware of this flank at the moment, or are they? I can see by the radar that Kaide is watching it from the crossover.
Just kind of clearing out the back ends, holding the angles, luring Gen G in. Trying to go in simultaneously, perhaps 3 separate angles. But does DFM have the reaction? Yes, they do. Yatsuka, the firepower is here, Komodo. Lakia has no choice but to back off.
I mean, he was the one that was low in HP, wasn't he? So he's done a sensational amount of damage to gather those kills and convert DFM onto round number 10 on the tally. Nicely placed out from them as well, and even Kaide just very focused on that flank potential to come through from Caron. Really scared him away, didn't it? Drew attention away from where Yatsuka was playing. Gen G starting to feel a little bit worried for them on their map pick now. This is not too much of a situation where you can get in with a buy, and if you drop in the next round, well, that's 11 for DFM. You don't give yourself a lot of rope to make mistakes for the map. Timeout now exercised by DFM. Sorry, by Gen G.
Definitely a needed one. Would be a bit of a question mark if DFM had thrown that in, but you know, given how things have gone,
DFM aren't the team that's going to drop a timeout and all stand up. That's
usually
that's VALORANT.
That's true.
One day we'll see again, maybe. Get some entertainment value there. But
well, Kami could dance.
You know what? I was thinking about that earlier when the walkouts were actually happening. If we had a break dance competition, he wins hands down. Hands down. I don't think anyone has got the better of him in Pacific. I think Boaster would give him a run for the money over in EMEA.
Cruz?
Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Does Cruz dance?
I mean, yeah. He did a thing with Boaster.
Okay, true. Okay, let's Cruz, Akame, dance off on the stage. Let's see.
And then we throw Komodo in there.
No. I've got 2 left feet, mate. That ain't happening.
He's got some moves.
No.
He's being humble. Ladies, he's single as
I
well.
got 2 left feet. That ain't happening. Gen G timeout. Let us see if they can get back in towards this one. Lakia and Zinx, I really want to see them get a little bit more activated on this defensive side as well. Have some little tandem plays to potentially come out on the back of the drone, the dart. Get aggro, get the fights happening. This is what you want to see. Texture in for the first one. Unfortunately for Zinx, he gets straight.
Yeah, inside of the smoke, DFM are just so quick to react to it, instantly aware of the situation. They come in and cover their spots.
And it feels like Kaide just has magnetic bullets through the smoke at the moment. Can't see anybody, but they're connecting to the face of the opponents. And just as quick as that, it's DFM into the site in a 4 versus 2, looking to find round number 11 and force Gen G into a really sticky spot on this map.
Yeah, the Bears just dropped. This was off the timeout. They would have hoped for something, but it's not quite there. Just Karen with the judge now. Ash a little bit closer, looking for exits.
Just got to do something a little bit unexpected, really, to find a kill that otherwise wouldn't happen. You start to scope out where they might be lurking around, and it's not really too much, is it? Yatsuka finds Ash, and now it's just Caron, noted by the chokehold.
Uh-oh.
You just need to make sure that you don't give him a massive duel up close and personal, because he'll give you a good kiss with that judge.
Should be able to, but you got players all over the place. This is now DFM inching closer towards that coveted map point.
Now, it would be very good for them if they're able to come away with a series, and I know that's a little bit further on in this one right now because we're only in map number 1, but if you look back to the history for this team, right, 2024, they played 12 series, they won 2 of them. 2025, they played 15 series, they won 5 of them. They made playoffs. So we're getting a good little journey on the up for DFM, and I'm looking like and I'm hoping like it's going to keep on going.
The trends that the charts are charting, they're moving upwards. We like this. This is good return on investment.
And if it's exponentially so, then we're getting DFM on the international side, and I think that Paper Thin is going to lose his marbles if that happens.
He's putting on his captain's hat right now, but you know, we'll keep that in view. We'll circle back to it at some point. Right now, it's just going to be Ash holding the angles. Texture unfortunately going down. Quick rotations coming through from Gen G.
Ash needs to do a lot here before the team gets there, doesn't he? Caron will meet with him and a little bit behind Zinx as well, but they really need to start to take the fights to DFM if, and I say if, they kept going in towards the site because they feel a little bit too much heat. They're going to fall on back for now.
Sudden gaps exposed. What's the reaction, the reply from Gen G going to be?
It's taking the space, it's getting a little bit of information of have they actually relinquished control of this position? Do we feel like they are indeed moving to the other side of the map? And that's why you see Lakia bring out the drone in towards main. Zinx finds Yatska, Caron falls elsewhere to Cess. So we're still in a balanced state at the moment, but with 30 seconds to go, DFM do have to go into this B site.
A little bit back and forth, but now you're starting to hear maybe more movements towards B. That's the calls, but Lakia is thinking to hang back. Ash, good for at least one. That is good value for Gen G. Trying to play around the smokes now as well. Silent hops towards the top, but Cess managing to steal yet another. Ash with 3 under his belt and 10 seconds left to hold on to. Just play it safe. Your reinforcements are arriving. Cess is running out of time, and the pressure is on Gen G. Will be able to walk away with another round, 1 more kill. They're still in this game.
Yeah, very, very required for Gen G that they don't see DFM get to 12, because that's where the pressure really is put on their shoulders, isn't it? So nicely done. Time buying and the re-clearing of the space and just staying, you know, a little bit slightly ahead of DFM at every point in that one. Would have been a brave duel for Ash to take had there been more members already a little bit closer towards the site. Imagine a world in which Kaede actually removed him from the equation there. There's an opportunity for DFM to get in towards the site. So a couple of really important duels going Gen G's way there. Now hold on. Another buy to come through for DFM as they get a little bit of pace here up towards main, of course. But is it going to be outrageously fast behind this drift of Yatska now?
Could be. Depends on what Yatska sees, and the answer is not too much. It's an open site. Just a Cosmic Divide, a possible pop-out from Lakia.
Oh, he's got to be aware of this one, though, surely. The flash, and Kaede just knows. He knows exactly how to play that one with his teammate in May. Now you've got the tower control as DFM, and you've got to consider for Gen G, how much time do you spend to try and go into this retake before you call it? Because you don't got credits for next round if this one gets lost.
So clean, right? DFM covering all their bases. Gen G putting everything that they've got into this one. It's an all-in play with Caron onto the Evolution. With the kill onto May now. A crouch! A generational whiff! Now on towards the final 2. Does Gen G have it in the bag? They're sticking the defuse all the way. The shock darts are going, but it doesn't do damage.
It doesn't matter. You're evolved as Caron there. You don't take shock dart damage. They put the right player on the defuse there, and I think Akame in that moment, I mean, there's just so much going on, right? You forget that sometimes, oh, they're not going to take damage. Or maybe the evolved player isn't on the defuse. Too much going on, and Gen G do come out with a good retake. I got a little bit worried when the Evolution was popped and he didn't go for the double swing, but hey, it works out at the end for Gen G. They will hold on. 8-11 is going to draw DFM's first time out for the map out now.
Okay. Now we get some dances. No, I'm just kidding. We're not. We're 2 rounds away from possibly closing out Gen G's map pick.
And we're 2 rounds away from Gen G potentially knocking on that door and really making DFM question, can they close out this map that they, for more often than not, have felt in control?
Slowly coming back from the brink of it, but we'll see what this timeout can afford for DFM. They've tried going in fast. Gen G have been wise to it now.
a lot of times you would see it's you know, maybe Ash, maybe Karen making some of these plays.
I think it's important to recognize, though, that they are going for the plays as well, right? And they're not just waiting for things to happen.
Oh, yeah.
It's a sort of situation as well where previous DFM, for example, the May show, everyone's trying to activate him. You got a lot more pieces to the puzzle right now.
Yeah,
you got a lot more that you can do. I mean, I look at this one. May's at the bottom. When have we seen a suboptimal play from May?
That's
ever.
Really
like, literally
point.
ever.
Oh, boy. Well, here we go. You know what? They still have the guns, but slowly starting to get robbed away as Karen jumps over with the judge. Suddenly the rest of the Gen G team on this site on high alert. Ash stunned up, but quickly refracted back.
Oh, what can Ash do on the top of this site, though, when this Nebula eventually does fade on down?
Such a strong position. He spots out at least one, but also exposed. DFM starting to find the angles. Convergent paths coming back through, though. And that's just May giving his team added cover. Texture. Oh, no! What a shot, but it just punctures through. Not the kill. It's onto Lakia of VALORANT. He tosses out the shock dart, trying to play the positions, but Cess has an angle.
I was looking at the timing in that moment as well for Lakia and for Texture in that 2 versus 3. You got a dart that you haven't used the whole round. You got a drone that you haven't used, and you just deploy that as your teammate looks to come out through the stairs with that operator. They get the leg, but I feel like the timing is a little bit missed from Gen G there. Are you droning to clear first, and then he peeks on the ping, or are you swinging together to potentially, you know, play it a little bit better in that scenario? They go for a little bit of a mismatch of it, so it's fine. They opted to do something, but now that that one has not worked out, Quack, you're facing 4 map points, so DFM is sitting pretty. Gen G have a Stinger and a Bucky behind the rest of the primary rifles. So you're feeling a little bit pressured on your own map pick right now. This is not the first display that Gen G wanted to put up.
Definitely not.
Take flight.
Trying to work around the positions, a little bit starved for information as DFM are hanging back.
Yeah, there's a drone up through middle as well to get Karen a little bit more forward. But as him and Zinx do hang around, what are they really playing for at the moment? Gen G need to come over towards this A site, but Yatska just obliterates Texture's face. And yeah, there's a trade, but you've seceded a lot of this control, and also the spike. Someone has forgotten that.
Well, it doesn't matter if DFM just continues to mop up kills. A bit of a Hail Mary approach from Gen G in this potential final round. Unfortunately, not fully paying off. Some slight ults do connect, but DFM, look at this, starting to run circles around it. They've managed to bring the spike back on over. A fake tap reveals Zinx's position. And where is Ash?
Yeah, he's still on the other side of the map. He doesn't have a weapon, by the way. He's only got the classic, so he's looking for a bit of an upgrade. He'll find the Vandal, but you've lost Zinx to Cess, who's got a 3k in this round. And Ash, I think the curtains are definitely starting to close on this map of Abyss.
You're pretty much sure dropping those curtains already. 1v4, all the angles marked. It's a last-ditch effort, but it's not going to amount to much. It's DFM 13-8.
Oh, very clean from them. Very great showing as well for this new lock on this squad that has really been trying to find an upwards trajectory throughout the course of their tenure in VCT Pacific, right? Complete roster overhauls to changes here and there. Now we've got, you know, what one might argue is a small change coming in for DFM, but I actually think it's a pretty large change in the value that comes through from them. Great performance from Kaede and from Yatska in there, but of course, yeah, Kame's doing what he needed to, Cess is doing what he needs to on the calls as well, and May, I said it a little bit earlier, right? When has he really ever had a suboptimal performance? Where I might add that the team loses, right? So if generally May wasn't massively performing, the team wouldn't come out with a victory. This time, they've come out with a strong map. 13-8 is pretty darn good, and May...
yeah! 11 kills, I think, was
the
score.
It was a really big effort by committee for the whole of DFM, which I think a lot of people have really been waiting for. We didn't always just want the May show.
Yes.
Now we get something more.
Tactical approaches to it. Kaede with that triple kill from this one right here.
Yeah, it was nice, wasn't it? It was nice. But there were some good moments for Gen G as well, right? A couple of good decision-making merits, a couple of good multi-frags coming out as well, a couple of rounds that they shouldn't have been able to come out with, they did, a couple of rounds that they should have won, but they didn't, speaking of the pistol comebacks here from DFM, so there's a lot to clean up for Gen G, I think, going into the next map, which you know that them with their coaching staff are going to be discussing now.
Yeah, that's what you were talking about from before. You always want to see more. You need to see more. But for now, we're going to toss it back over to the desk with Vic, Pilsky, and Timu Harry Potter.
Oh my god, I can't believe
Oh my
that.
god.
Oh, that's so... Oh, I'm recovering from that statement, my god.
That's the nastiest quick as ever been.
I know.
Such a nice young man, Noah.
The boy who's mid.
Oh my god. I'm also really surprised, actually not surprised, DFM finding their footing here. What I really like to see is that all of the players stepped up.
Yeah.
This is what DFM really needed. It could not be just the May show.
I mean, 100%. Like, we've talked about it just before this game started, that May has not played very well the last couple of series against Gen G. Guess what? This time he had help. He didn't actually necessarily even play that well. Cess is a player I was quite concerned about coming into this game, but he pulled his weight. And I think, in part, that's due to the role shuffle that we see here on DFM, because for those who don't remember, Cess in the offseason on the controller role was actually able to frag decently. Then they put him on the IGL init role, and he really struggled. He was the lowest rated player in Stage 1, Stage 2 Pacific last year. Now, in combination with these riddle order pickups, this DFM team is looking much more well-rounded. May's on the bottom of the scoreboard in a DFM win on Abyss. What
a confident win, where they looked great. This is what we've all been waiting for from DFM. The problem on my mind is when we flip it across to the other side, we take a look at Gen G. I thought Ash actually played a great game. He was very impressive. Yeah, I think Texture was solid. We come to expect that from Texture in a way, but the rest of that team, you're starting to think about the changes that they've made, and what you're thinking, where's Munchkin? How different is this game if he's here? I think a lot of questions around Gen G. Where's that bounce back? Because we need to see a different looking Gen G in map 2.
It's actually really curious. When Gen G is struggling a bit on the server, we see a lot more stress come through from the coaching booth, from the players, but they actually still looked kind of relaxed, so I'm curious about how they're going to be proceeding into map 2. But I don't want to take away from DFM's win. I mean, I think there's a lot of excitement watching map 1, and this is very different than standard Japanese Valorant. DFM has put a lot of work into their strategies.
Yeah, I think we really want to highlight the coaching staff. We want to talk about some interesting rounds, some fantastic setups by this DFM team. Now, this round to me was very, very important. It's just more about focusing on the specific macro points here of how they're able to control the map and then pair it up so well with this utility.
Yeah, this was a beautiful mid-walk from DFM. You see the fast flank come in there from Kaide. This was another really nice set round that you wanted to highlight.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. See how they dominate. They move forward in that main. They have B. They have a deep angle when the pressure comes back to A. We see May move forward. He takes this fight, feels the pressure, drops that saturate, which is the most important thing, and they pair it up with that Sova ultimate. They fell into this as a mid-round setup. This is a well-drilled team, and this is the kind of thing we've been wanting to see from DFM for some time.
Yeah, 100%. To go back to that mid-walk round, I mean, the reason why some of these setups are impressing us so much on this defense from DFM is exactly how flexible this comp is and how many different looks that they have. So you can see here, they started on 1-3-1. Gen G, they have a 1-4 where they're very clearly wanting to go and commit towards B. DFM push down middle with the Sova, with the Yoru, as well as the Waylay, who both have Refract and Gate Crash active. And very quickly, you get this fast flank from the Vito, who is the third player there in the setup.
Yeah.
And with the Waylay and the Yoru, you have so much flexibility to change your setup. So not only do you get the ability to be able to change from a 1-3-1 where you're mid-walking and see if you can catch anything, you recognize there's no mid-pressure, but for all of a sudden you go from what is a 1-3-1, very mid-focused setup, immediately into what is a 1 on the A site still, 3 ready to defend B with the instant TP, and the fast flank, you've got a player already fast down mid here. And the one lurker from Gen G, Ash, is back mid here on the Astra setting up the smokes, not communicating to anyone on Gen G that mid is dirty and there's a fast flank, despite the fact that there's a Sova dart bottom middle, and 3 players get caught in the side by Kaide with no one even looking at him. So not only is this great setups, you're constantly seeing DFM keep their opponents guessing, but also the communication on Gen G was woeful for a team of their experience and their caliber, and they were getting caught off guard multiple times by some of these tricky setups.
Yeah, I think to add to that, it's such an amazing counter to what we see so often from Gen G. They love a 4-1. They have always loved a 4-1. It's how they like to structure their attack sides. So DFM cook up some perfect anti, and we just saw how that played out in map 1. I'm worried for Gen G. I'm feeling great about my prediction this time round.
Yeah, DFM was definitely working really hard. Like you said, Gen G usually has some fantastic ideas, but this was Gen G's map pick, and DFM expected in a way, prepared for it, and this is the outcome. Now, they did pick Pearl. DFM picked Pearl. Coming up next, we were touching upon this at the start of this match here, that DFM did play Pearl fantastically at the start of Kickoff last year, but the map's changed a little bit now. The team has changed. What are your expectations coming into Pearl?
I mean, I think I still want to see double duelist, right? I felt like that fit them very, very well. Obviously, I think Mei is going to be on that duelist, and I hope Yatsuka sticks with that kind of second man. I think that can suit them very well, but we don't even have to talk about Mei anymore. What's Kaide going to be playing? Maybe that's the question we need to be asking now, because across the board, that was a very impressive team. And if that's a map that they didn't pick and they look that well prepared, look out for some interesting setups, some really well-drilled work from DFM on Pearl. That's what I'm expecting.
Well, the interesting thing about this team is it's now a mix of Riddle Order and DFM. You've got the coach of Riddle Order and 2 Riddle Order players. The setups look transformed. The coach is clearly putting in work, and you've got some experience coming in from the DFM player and the players and the star power of Mei that we haven't even seen yet. It's interesting that Yatsuka picks up the secondary duelist instead of a Kame. I didn't want to see a Kame on the secondary duelist, but not for the reason that I even expected. Cess going on to controller frees himself up to actually frag a lot harder. A Kame is so flexible he can play anything, so I actually think Yatsuka on the secondary duelist has really freed up the rest of the team to contribute a lot more heavily.
Are we feeling confident about Gen G then going into Pearl? Obviously, whatever mental was happening on map 1, the lack of communication, absolutely, that needs to go. But coming into Pearl, it's not like they're new to Pearl either.
Well, no, I mean, that was an underperformance from Gen G. I don't think, I can't remember Zinx playing that poorly in the offseason. They had no impact at all on the Waylay. We expect Lakia to maybe be a weaker fragger, but for the rest of the team to be able to pull their weight enough to make up for that. So you definitely can't afford to have the 2 new additions have like 100 ACS each, or they're going to get 2-0'd in this series. There's definitely a lot more quality than that on Gen G. And they look nervous for a team almost of their experience level, making uncharacteristic errors compared to in the off-season where I felt like they were playing better than that.
I really wish I could, just talk to them and find out what, be a fly on the wall over in their player room. It's from the very start, the skirmish, the choice of player that they sent in when they have a duelist-like texture. I'm really curious what's happening with Gen G, what's going on behind the scenes. It's a lot of behaviors that we just haven't seen in a while from this team.
I mean, we can't know for definite, but it feels like to me they didn't come into this game respecting DFM. They didn't feel like DFM were going to give them a challenge, and DFM have just punched them in the mouth in map 1. They've come in incredibly drilled, incredibly well prepared with anti-strats. Gen G have to wake up if they want to stay awake in this series, or they're going to fall down to that middle bracket. 1 life gone of 3 already is potentially on the cards.
Well, let's see what these 2 teams are going to be bringing to the table as we head into map 2 of Pearl.
Yeah, let's see what Gen G are playing here. They're going to bring out the Teo on Lakia. Very similar roles from them. Zinx needs to have a much better performance here on the Yoru, but it is the double dive. This is going to be fast stuff on Pearl. Quick flood retakes from Gen G and some really, really punching attacking set strats.
Yeah, very, very similar on the side of DFM, but swapping that Teo out for a Sova, a little bit more standard. Yatsuka staying on that Yoru. Seems like these roles are going to be what we're going to see moving forward. I think Kaide had a huge map 1. Look for him to put a stop to that double duelist.
Well, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far all day today and yesterday. There have been a lot of changes here in VCT Pacific. Things are going to be very different. I think the outcome of this kickoff might end up surprising us.
Oh, yeah.
We might not get the usual suspects. And DFM definitely holding true, making those upgrades through and through. We're going to send it back to our casters who are going to take us through map 2. Quack and Komodo, all yours.
It's all on us. All eyes onto Kaide as well. Oh my goodness. Now on to the Killjoy on this map of Pearl. Their own map pick, Komodo.
Yeah, which is, it's going to be a fun one for me, right? Because again, how much stock do you put in towards an off-season event, right? Gen G, they ended up playing 2 of those events. They played 2 maps of Pearl in that, so it's a composition that they know twice over that they're deploying here again, right? They had a 13-10 against VALORANT, and they had a 13-11 win against Paper X. Off-season things aside, they've learned a little bit on how to play this map, but again, or were they expecting, rather, DFM to come out with this map pick right now, because there's going to be a different look, right? It's, as the desk was saying, a bit of Riddle Order, ex-DFM now, and it's a different comp than the guys from Riddle Order are actually used to. They played it back in March of 2025, so it's been a hot minute between drinks for them. Kaide back then was playing on the Vice, and Yatsuka was on the Fade, so it definitely is a different look for what they're deploying in this rendition with DFM. As there's a bit of a mid-exploration for Gen G on this defensive side, whereas the spike I thought was going to go over towards A, but DFM thinking better of that, pulling back the duelists.
Just making a lot of noise. Gen G happy to hang around Arc for now.
But who's going to be first casualty at the moment? Are you ever so hungry for the frag as Gen G?
Ooh.
Zink's just going to tuck himself behind the box to peek out when Larkia's there. No flash to be able to pop below himself as well to peek off that you generally see in these sort of situations. So he's just hoping for a good sharpy old bait and switch shot as DFM start to look to greener pastures toward this B site where Charon is relinquishing a bit of the control.
No, we're going 5v5?
Maybe. Again.
They broke past. They're getting the spike down. It kind of is a 5v5.
But it's a new look, remember, towards this Pearl, right? You can't just all go back towards long and play massive post plant.
That's right. But this is the situation.
Yep. One salvo and a delivery for Larkia. See what he's going to want to try and facilitate for the team to get into this retake.
And it is a useful tool. It's got to be utilized correctly. Oh, bolstered in alongside the relay bolt. Some extra space being cleared out. Ankles being wait, hold up! May turned around! He's come up with a 3K! And all of a sudden, it's just Larkia left. A low HP May out with a quad!
Well, he's going to be feeling happy about that one, Quack. I would dare say feeling a little bit absent and maybe depressed over on map number 1 because he really was suppressed a lot of that time. 4 kills in the pistol.
Damn. That's like almost half of what he had.
Yeah, nearly. But hey, you got to get that confidence out, right? Sometimes you can just have a warm-up map. You come out confident in the next one. You got to be feeling that one for sure. I did like, by the way, the a little higher play from Texture as well to try and slide in over above them. They were vulnerable as well from the gravity well. So unlucky for Texture that he didn't come out with something.
That's what happens with those 5v5s. So many factors.
We're past 5v5 post-game stuff. Like, let's get some kills in the middle of the round.
Like this one?
Yeah. Yes,
a little bit more.
Anti-eco. Zink's down for the count first. As long as you don't see anything too untoward, DFM should be finding this one easy peasy, and also getting very close towards the lightning fingers for May.
Just really helps you build up so much potential momentum up to these upcoming rounds. Gen G.
I think it's important for me as well to see what the decision-making is going to be for Gen G on this defensive side nice and early as well, right?
Like, what sort of things are you looking out for?
Probably just some well-defined calls from Larkia, right? Playing towards the maximal situations.
Okay.
Unlike that for Yatsuka, looking the wrong way with no backup.
Oh,
that's better.
Yeah, it's not going to be a second kill, especially after you heard out the first. Here comes May slithering on through. Ooh, classic kills on the board. Ash and Karen. But unfortunately now not having the range. DFM trying to stay close and tight. They come in running and gunning. And of course, cleaning up a little bit of damage here and there, but still a round win.
Well, that is some good value to come out of that round, isn't it? 2 players surviving for DFM on a map that has a little bit more long-range duels as well, right? So you want to be holding on to a couple of these rifles into the next round, which they do. The 2 Vandals will make their way into the 3rd. But it gives a hopeful opportunity to Gen G to be able to start their endeavors now on this defensive side.
But onto your earlier point, absolutely right. I mean, Munchkin going away, Larkia stepping, that's a very big shoe to fill.
It absolutely is. I mean, you look towards the instances that they did play this map, you had a, 9-3 defensive halves, 11-1 defensive halves. Gen G were pretty strong on this map at the beginning of the year. Right now, are they going to do the same? May is trying to go in, he actually overheats on the overdrive, but the new pistol does some good damage.
Oh, good responses coming up from the new players from the side of Gen G as well. Now trying to play around. The smoke's trying to go up around main. Oh, taking the shot against main. The spike carrier has been dropped.
Oh, now they know that Yatska's here. Or do they? They're looking the wrong way. Zinx
Oh,
takes the 1v1 and Yatska just one-taps Karon. Deletes his face. That is disgusting. DFM find 3.
Good play-by-play, Komodo. That was awesome.
These are the things that shouldn't happen. They're in towards the site. The overdrive overheats, as I said. The bandit gets pulled on out. You've got Zinx still playing in towards the stairs where he finds one. He puts himself in the corner. He spots out Yatska. He takes a 1 versus 1 instead of calling for Karod to swing together. These are the micro things that you need to be figuring out early on these rosters, just as individuals. Because that's not a situation where, you know, Lakia is calling for that as the IGL, right? That's the 2 players to quickly figure out what to do. Unlucky. I'll say unlucky for Gen G. Massive shots to come out from Yatska there.
Of all the games to have these happen, and right now, economy not really on their side. Yatska on the outlaw.
Of all the games, would be more worrisome in a double elim.
Fair enough.
With triple elim, you can afford to make these mistakes, but it really does make you wonder, you know, what does this Gen G team look like in this tournament?
For such a storied team. And you love to see this coming out from Texture. Now a gun afforded to him.
Good steal. But what else of substance is there in this round now? Playing the high-low is good. I like this decision. Yatska does have the outlaw that he could potentially find both of them if he has the shots right. So we'll see how that one eventuates.
Meanwhile, Texture as well continuing to run back and forth, you know, gather whatever information he can.
Well, they do know that Zinx did slot himself in towards A main last round, so you've got to have it in the back of your mind as DFM that it's going to be a dirty location if you do still tend towards this A site. 30 seconds to go. Lakia is here as well. A good time special delivery, and she's got out, I believe, by that view, unless it's the salvos. Anyways, needs to be the right timing. It is the delivery.
We're going to deliver a big stun. It does kind of cut them off. Running low on time as well. Bucky in hand. All you need is that one sweet kill. Oh, it's not quite there. Looking for it. No! Obscured by the smoke, but backed off in towards Karen's open arms. Sheriff shots fired. And now the rest of the team is circling around like sharks. The spike may have been planted, but is that going to be enough? Pop flashes. Gen G looking for the frags. May firing back. Slight trades as Karen comes on through from main as well. Akame isolated now, and Zinx will be the one to put that final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, you don't really feel confident as well as Akame there in that 2 versus 1 to use the drone, to use the shock darts, even though Zinx is really low. It's a bit of a fumble to come out there from DFM, but some sharp shots to come through for Gen G nonetheless, right? Stealing of the weapon. Good decision to cheat a rotate over towards the A site nice and early. And it takes a little bit for Karon to get the shot. Don't mind the whiffage, but 5v3, you do close it at the end of the day. Nicely done for Gen G. But will it continue? Buy up here, present for DFM as well. We're going to change things up and look to put all the eggs in this B basket, nice and rapid.
Sinking to sit for both sides. Early spam coming through from Gen G.
Yeah, 1 away off the Hunter's Fury for Akame as well, which I wouldn't actually mind him deploying to permit entry for the team, as we'll see a battle in the smoke.
Oh, and it's going so hectic. Relay bolts all around, but also for May to make it all the way through back sight. Gen G, no idea where to look. They're all burning down at the utility, and the spike getting planted successfully.
Yeah, Lakia is waltzing in towards a nano swarm there, and unfortunately, he's just meeting an opponent. It feels like everybody of Gen G is just at a deficit going into those battles there, right? They're stunned, they're walled, they're flashed, they're running into mollies. It just does not give good confidence that you can come away with a victory in all of those fights from our position, and, well, we see that happen, don't we? Texture and Zinx down first, Lakia falls as well, and Ash and Karon need to twiddle their thumbs now on this save. Another well-placed and thought-out round for DFM, and they're going to be rewarded. 5 alive, backing up on Economy. Good attacking side start on Pearl.
Almost similar to the previous map as well, starting things off 4-1. Gen G How often do you see them playing against the back foot like this on both maps?
I mean, we're going to have to say 100% because we can't apply the same reasoning and logic to this new Gen G roster that we did last year. I really do think stylistically there is a massive gap that Munchkin has left in this team that they're going to have to just find some new things, reinvigorate themselves in new roles, in new strategies, because we saw a teetering down from 2024 for them, and other teams are starting to elevate where it almost feels like in a couple of these times, and mind you, small sample size, they're playing catch-up.
Might seem minute, you know, a player here or there, but it's such a big difference.
But it's also DFM really stepping up in this series. I will say that as well.
Stepping up right here as well. Straight into the fire and the flames. Karen, though, will be able to walk out with a kill as well from Zinx. So, a 1-for-2 trade.
You'll take it. You take that as Gen G, you still got all your Killjoy util towards this A side as well. One away from the lockdown, Texture and Ash also one away from their ults, and Lakia 2 away. Wouldn't actually mind trying to get a couple of them online and holding them for a really big ult rounds, because I have been seeing lately teams kind of throw an ult in here or there and you're not comboing them to their strengths. So we'll see what the ideal scenario is going to be for Gen G if they're able to close out this round. 50 seconds to go. I believe Kaede was just spotted by Ash. No, doesn't matter. Texture will find him.
That should be enough, but a couple more peeks here and there. DFM are trying to break open this window.
Yeah, if they get the plan in the open, they're going to have to sit pretty in the sight, and this you would just assume that Caron can deploy on over the lockdown, but he does have to run a big old mile over towards it, so it's going to take away some time from the spike. Can you really afford to drop the lockdown and wait for it?
Huffing and puffing.
They're just going to
lockdown over.
Go together as 3 here.
All right. You're going to save the ults for the upcoming ones. You kind of know that you have the angles isolated. Got the full squad. Just a Kame left. Trying to work around the utility, but of course, once you have the spike getting stuck all the way through, the pressure has been applied. Kills going through though, but nonetheless a round for Gen G.
Yeah, had he planted it a little bit more open and a little bit more susceptible to the stairs, for example, down that ramp, could have maybe navigated it a little bit better around the pillar, but, you know, these things happen, and for Gen G, they come away with the opener, they establish all the good trades, and they win the 3 versus 2 at the end. Really important for them to keep things competitive in this map and look for a little bit of that stability on this defensive side. And as I also highlighted, right, a couple of those ultimates that were really close to be gathering, now they've got 4 of them online, and they're 1 point away from Lakia. So they definitely have a way to find some strong rounds now.
That's what you're banking on. Opening kills as well with Zinx spinning around. Cess managing to trade. But even with Dimensional Drift coming out from Yatska, this unfortunately might not amount to much.
Well, he's just by himself. He's going to have to take his own TP out eventually, or he can just whittle away with his tail between his legs, because that opening has not gone the way that you wanted. If you're dimensional drifting in, you're trying to spot out where your opponents are, you shouldn't see a world in which Zinx is able to get away with 2 there. Bit of a slap in the face, unfortunately, for DFM. And another scenario in a 3 versus 4, they're going to look to turn to this B site.
Slap in the face out. That hurts. See what Karen can do. He's got all the utility.
Wise from Caron as well to start to fall back. You don't know if they're coming up the alleyway or if they're coming out from main, or a split variety of assortment. So you'll just play to the numbers here. 30 seconds, 4 versus 3. You can deploy your ult here.
Spike planted.
The whole team already quick to respond. Shock Dart's trying to do what they can, but nonetheless, now you're banking on Yatska, who's just been somewhat smoked off. Lockdown almost going all the way through now, a little bit early on the jump, but still a kill afforded nonetheless. Some more stuns, but trying to play the angles around the Cosmic Divide, just running out of ammo. Karen cleans up.
Oh, that is super unlucky for Cess in that spot, but these are the things you have to be aware of. You need to know in that Phantom, if you're going to run out of bullets, hit the damn shots. I didn't catch if he went into those duels without the full clip of ammo, or if he was spraying a little bit earlier, but irrespective, it's one of those ones where it's ultimately, it's just kind of unlucky that he runs out of ammo, I think. Trying to play in between the cosmic divides. Brings it down to the 1 versus 1. It's, yeah.
Feels bad.
It's just a really unlucky one for them.
Then you see the sharpshooting from Karen on the flip side.
Yeah.
Well, next round coming up now. Quick movements coming through from May.
Turn up the pace and see what you can find, but it's going to expire in just a mere couple of seconds. And what do you have for it? You've got control up through mid, control perhaps up through towards street.
Okay.
Does it keep the idea that you want to go to this B site yet again? 3 out of 3 retakes for Gen G is how they've found their rounds, and they've got a Dimensional Drift and an Armageddon that they can layer down as well for another if they want here.
Problems for future 30-second DFM. For now,
pretty much
focused on trying to take on this first contact.
And there is a star on the floor as well, ready for Ash to drop down when he hears any little footsteps, which do happen now, and he's missed the timing.
Has it, but Maze managed to slip past. That makes things very nerve-wracking. The Bucky to the head. Zinx trying to track on, but it just can't go. Now on to Kaide with another frag as well. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, just 2 left for Gen G.
May looking back to the Book of Darby, that is for sure. Bringing out something a little bit vintage for him, something a little bit necessary for DFM. For us to all chuckle about, and for the Gen G fans out there to go, really? That's how this happens?
Oh.
But DFM, they won't see equalization. 5 versus 2. Again, another one where all 5 alive for DFM is going to be good for the further buys in this half. And I look towards the economy of Gen G as well here, Quack. 400, 300, and 200 trickling down for Texture, Ash, and Zinx in that order. Going to be requesting something from Caron, one of them. Texture doesn't have the overdrive, so it is going to be round number 9 that will be feeling a little bit of lesser value for Gen G.
Kind of back and forth, huh, with this economy. But at the same time, then, I mean, a really successful round. The performance from May.
Hell!
Just, you know, see the foot and that's enough. The movement's insane. You know, DFM fans are loving it.
Timeout.
But at the same time, you know, I think the early high gear, that was an interesting one for me. It's slightly early, but it kind of pays off.
High gear or the overdrive?
Oh, overdrive, excuse me.
A
little bit of both.
I mean, the idea is to take the full space, right? You get up very rapidly, you get the extra slide in as well, and you can zap your opponents down. You get the idea of you get that control and you make your opponents probably push an extremity or look to re-clear the space, look to cut some corners. It's always one of those things for the game plans that's valid. But it's the decision-making after, for me, that is better for DFM. You wait, you sit pretty for a while before you ultimately go into the B site, and when they go in, that's where all hell just breaks loose, and May is apparently just shoots with the Bucky and everything is connecting.
That's where the full picture connects. And of course, forcing the timeout from Gen G. Off to another slight eco here or there. They've tried a little bit with, you know, Karen on the KJ up towards, you know, B here and there. Back over onto A now.
I mean, we highlighted it a little bit before, right? 3 retakes that Gen G have managed to find for their victory conditions in this map, but you cannot rely on going for those retakes when you don't have a couple of the ultimates that they've used for the success there. Weapons, of course, as well, because they're missing 3 of them in this round. So we're going to have to just see something a little bit better come out from them, and the emphasis is going to be on mid by the looks of it at the moment. 2 at the doors, 2 through art. DFM want nothing to do with art.
the player or the player?
There's a double meaning in that.
Okay.
To the B site, we look to go though, and this is just going to see what Ash is going to be able to potentially do with Zinx.
Ooh. And the Armageddon as well. Quickly ripped.
Okay.
Caron! Onto the kills from an elevated position. Zinx as well. Ash down to the last one. Everyone from DFM stopped in their tracks.
Apparently, let's just go in towards the B site. Caron is there with his rifle, and he's going to line up the heads where required, and the pistolers do the job as well. Bit of frazzling with the Armageddon that gets thrown out by Alakia, so you'll take that for Gen G. Honestly, they just managed to hit their shots in a bit of the open, looking at the angles that they need to. And it's just a bit of an aim tool everywhere. Not a lot of utility that's really becoming an ultimate be-all and end-all in damage, but you take it. The crowd has also chuckled, so something funny.
Totally understood that. Yeah. Moving forward now, though. It's DFM with a different approach, this time into A main.
I wouldn't actually, mind them falling back to just, you know, very one-dimensional play, I'll call it here. Lockdown, push your opponents out of the side, get your deeper Astra Stars, get your duelists to dive on in behind it and get the plant. Now that you don't have the Armageddon, the Overdrive, a counter lockdown, you get the full respect that has to be given here.
Ooh. Well, respect or not, though, Gen G will look to play around the spaces that they do have, and that's going to be stairs right now. Texture onto the third, the fourth.
Mr. 4K looking for the ace.
Oh, he's yelling.
he knows. Let me have it. Let me have it. Did we get rid of Mr. Did we get rid of Mr. 4K in 2025? He had an ace.
Yo, he's hanging back. He doesn't want to have none of this.
Let's see.
Zinx. Oh, there he goes.
Oh! Cess has revealed his spot.
Okay.
And Texture's falling back. He knows. If I get the ace, do we lose or not? I think that's the more important question than getting the ace.
Oh, come on.
Let's see. Hey, at least he's not trying to sacrifice everything to find it.
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
20 seconds.
Let's not give Cess any 1v1s.
Elevated to the top of the side. I think you know with Cess that you also don't want to give it to him. 10 seconds.
You don't really want to let him hold on.
Is he just going to run and not give him the opportunity? Texture has to start sprinting. Texture has to start hunting for this one.
3 seconds.
He's not going to find it. He's not going to find it.
Cess can just hightail.
Yep.
No.
I need Texture's reaction though at the tail end of this one because he doesn't. Yeah, there it is.
You saw it.
Mr. 4K, everybody.
Oh.
Welcome to 2026.
Some things never change. Might have a new team, new players. We gotta view them under a different lens, sure, but this guy's still the same.
여기까지.
진짜. Okay.
Timeout.
Hello. Okay.
Well, that's going to force the timeout to come through from DFM though, because it's starting to get a little bit up struggle street. 2 rounds found for Gen G, equalized to the 5-5. You start to feel a little bit lost perhaps now on this attacking side.
Was looking good from before. We'll see if Coach Intervention can help. Because right now, Gen G seemingly have found all the answers. You know, you were kind of talking about it. You want things to maybe look a little bit one-dimensional with the approach, but Gen G still have what it takes.
I mean, coaching staff of Gen G have been around for long, outside the server on that coach seat and inside the server as well too, don't forget. So if anyone can start to figure things out in this moment in time, I'd put some good value on it from them.
Feel good.
Give them
Not a gun rounds to be present for DFM as well, I might add. So an opportunity for Gen G to win the half, maybe a best tie it. As there's absent presence from Gen G in through mid as well. They're playing more favor for a strong side B of 4 with that TP over towards A. It's what I highlighted earlier on in the day as well, right? It's generally how you want those Yorus to be played. As Cess is going to be the first casualty in this round. Gen G will fall back with that advantage.
Quickly caught onto it. It's been playing that spot.
Well, it's the Astra, right? They can play a little bit more autonomous, helping out the team from beyond. Well, from elsewhere on the map, I might add, rather. From beyond is Clove.
Well, up now, though. Quick on the pre-aimed corners. Maybe able to get the spike down.
It's information, though, that Caron is over towards Secret as well. And with that plant, things do start to get interesting. Forcing out a drift in this sort of scenario as well would be pretty good for DFM's adventures in the next rounds.
There we go. Whoa! Still can't fully count them out just yet. An opening shot from Yatsuka. Ash in for the trade. Trying to close in the distance wherever they can, but a little gun here and there. Might be able to find something, anything. Back to the corner, eating a flash, and that's unfortunately where the round should end. Akame just onto the Sheriff. looking for the duels, but at that point, multiple angles, all elevated, 6-5. Gen.G have taken the lead.
Oh, a couple of low HP players for Gen.G in that round, but the shock darts, they don't exactly hit the mark on towards Ash to deny it. And there's a couple of bits in this round that are going to be interesting, which the orb control fights go for. And we are again going to have another one over to this B site with the same 4 going for the fights, and Yatska lucky to get out of that.
Intact with the operator, but also there's that space. Karen, meanwhile, just hanging tight on A.
Oh, but it's the immediate space elsewhere for DFM that you're going to look the wrong way. Mei, Kaede, they fall to Lakia. And things are coming up good for Gen.G in round number 12.
Just slowly starting to dispel the fog of war. Gen.G exploring all across the map.
I'm not the biggest fan of posting Lakia to these doors by himself, but if he can hit the shot onto a Kame, it would be good. Unfortunately, he doesn't. So in these 1v1 duels, these are the way that you let DFM get back into the round, because you're not, winning a 3 versus 5. You're losing a 5 versus 3.
Yeah, that's where Komodo starts to shake his head.
Oh, Cess.
At his lips. Cross things here and there, but there goes Karon. Keeping things intact for Gen.G. Lockdown placed in, 30 seconds left.
He's not an attacker, but they know that they've lost control of Art, and that lockdown is safe, that he can look at a singular angle to be protected for himself, and he can really force DFM to waste time to try and get in towards this site. And with the nanos placed at the front side of the site as well, there is just a very difficult way that DFM win this round.
Yeah. Break them, reveal your position. Zinx just pops on through, and there's Karon right there.
Really nicely played for Gen.G on the back of their own timeout at the beginning of round number 9. 4 in a row. Some good decision making and some really sharp shots being hit as well. So we'll see if they're going to be able to carry that on in the exchange of the halves as well. Maybe try and send us to the 3rd map in this series, which we haven't had just yet in Pacific to start off this week. Everything's been a 2-0 so far.
I know Vic and the rest of the guys on the desk were kind of clamoring for the 2-1, but no, we might actually be able to see it. Who knows?
Only time will tell. And there's some decisions to be made on this half as well to see what the differences do look like. Mei for the first half MVP. Stark difference compared to last map.
Well, different ages as well, of course. But yeah, as we think back to it then, does Gen.G have what it takes to close out this map and push us to map 3?
2-1 in the pistols so far. DFM leading that one with finding the opening pistols of both maps. The second one went to Gen.G in the first map for Abyss, so we'll see if that's going to still follow through as well and carry on the successive rounds for Gen.G. As I said, trailing off with 4. See if they can continue to rock on. They now go onto the attacking side. Let's see if they're going to be able to dictate their own pace. The texture on the Neon, a known quantity. For Zinx on the Yoru, new to Pacific.
Very new, but starting to earn some of these stripes. The little 180 flick back there. Gonna need to see a lot more though.
Well, Akame is going to have to fall on back right now, and with this quick execute from Gen.G in towards this A site, they are rapid in approach to see what they can do, and Mei with the frenzy is finding the first one before being traded out. No!
And there he goes again, Lakia straight on through, quickly finding the trades necessary. Mei unfortunately not able to survive any longer. Kaede arriving on the crime scene, but needing a couple of bullets as well. Low HP, and then for Ash to swing on through, peppering more shots over, but at the cost of his life.
They are so low, and Larky has a frenzy. He can just wipe the floor with them. And he's gone to the right spot.
Pushing all the way in, finds the first one. It's the right click though! Kaede ends it! What?
There's no recognition, unfortunately, for Lakia after he finds that first kill. He turns around and, 2 right clicks, 3 right clicks come out from Kaede. He just didn't even turn back. That's quite unfortunate for Lakia in that moment in time. DFM, I thought that they would be out of that pistol round as soon as you had the overwhelming force of Gen.G come in after those first kills that Mei gets away. I need to see how he got the second one, in fact, because I think he had to go for a reload, right? Gets it out, 1 bullet left, back to 15, gets the second. But it's this moment in time when Gen G look for the stability, when they get the plant down, that I thought it was done. Apparently not.
I think Lucky thought that as well, but
now
look at this.
1, 2, and then the left
Oh,
clicks.
no.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice, Matti, nice.
Just written in the cards, in the script for DFM right now on these pistols at least.
In the script for DFM, is that who Jen was talking about?
Oh.
On the phone?
Perhaps. Opening game. But now you take a bit of a breather onto the defense with the upgraded weapons.
Yep, turret first, point of contact, a high-low setup behind it as well. You got the Vandal for May, you're going to waltz in towards this one and probably lose your life. Get off the drone.
Oh, no, not quite. That's an unfortunate loss there. Now you're feeling the pressure with more salvos getting sent over, but Gen G peeling off.
Yeah, not the way that you would hope that the beginning of this round went for DFM, is it? Kaide has taken some damage to the body, Cess as well. I guess you would say that it's all right that Gen G didn't take any of the weapons that were felled. Just the one. But it does expose some gaps around the map now that DFM have to be aware of. Just posting up Yatska, deep line towards B. Rest of the team to stay towards the A site, which is very, very required right now because that's where Gen G are going.
I think that's why, you know, you got the alarm bot, you got Yatska. You know it's not coming towards B anytime soon. May is just so prepared for this. Karan, though, still fighting back. Just the one.
But at the end of the day, DFM needed the round, they wanted the round, and they do get it after the pistol. So equalized 7-7. Now we get the weapons in the hand of Gen G. And we'll see what their attacking endeavors do look like on this map of Pearl. Of course, I know I highlighted it a little bit earlier on, but on the 2025 adventures on this map for them, grain of salt because different look to the roster as well. Some good things from them, right? A couple of good wins. They have 4 at the end of the day, just losing their very first one at T1. But a lot of the rounds came from their defensive side, so they do have a bit of a mountain to climb on this attack side.
Yeah, how about that? So that would be then the benchmark, right, that they kind of need to hit. Trying to do that with a different team, you know?
Benchmark for a team like Gen G with the players on this roster is wins. Not really rounds.
Either way. Trying to break on through from middle now. Oh!
Don't get too overzealous, though, if you're May at the moment. Saw this position get the better of Lakia earlier on as Akame, I think he might have been spotted. The Bandit can't navigate a headshot onto Karon, who is getting ever so closer towards that lockdown as well. And there's that line that Kaide is going to get done dirty by Lakia. So a couple of kills. I might say gifted a little bit over towards Gen G.
Drone going out.
Yeah, that's appropriate. That's appropriate. We'll see what else Gen G's going to cook up, though. Trying to plant some players around.
Yeah, it's the single waltz from Cess that gets the better of him. Gen G just being very passive and comfortable to allow DFM to go scoping for some further information, better positions and advantages.
Trying to lure them out. May will be able to find it, but unfortunately as the last guy left, Yatska, he's going to have to make the long journey.
He died the millisecond the blind hit from the special delivery, the concuss. Yatska 1 versus 3 with the Outlaw. 2 players will lose to a single shot, so just Ash that's going to play on the other side of the map, essentially, because he is the Astra with the Gravwell available. So you just know that Yatska would have had to potentially tap the spike to draw that out early. And that doesn't happen as well. So this round is gone off yonder. DFM are not winning this one. And I'm thinking to myself as well, you're not really going to want to hold an Outlaw potentially to the next round when there's some Vandals on the floor that you can get. So you'll go in towards mid doors where Kaide's one is on the floor. No, he had the Bulldog.
Someone else.
Yeah, the other guy that died there.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track, but either way, Gen G just being careful around these approaches, now finding a lead.
Early stages on the second half, though, of course. And that was the lesser equipped one. It was Texture's gun, mind you. Lesser equipped in that round, though, DFM. Now they'll get the weaponry to come up and see really what these rifle rounds do have. Because for me, you know, you started off a little bit strong for DFM, and Gen.G started to get a good feeling on the defensive side. But on this switch up, are they going to continue to do this? A bit of a brawl happening around A main now. Salvos are in, stuns and flashes. Everybody's blinded and smoked off and
pulled up though.
Not able to fight.
Yeah, Gen.G recognize it so quick.
Well, they're just forced back by all the utility. Now the orb control can go over towards DFM.
I'm out of here.
Some potential options off the space being gained.
They're just going to try and hunt together for the fight, however. You've got an early warning call technically at the front side of B for Kaede. But if that alarm bot does get popped, I think you're more worrisome in the fact that you've seen nothing on the A side of DFM, so you know it's going to be a strong stampede of members up through B. And Kaede is just getting sprayed through the smoke. I need to see texture vision on that.
I think he just wanted to play a little bit sneaky, but that's texture. Check his PC. We're good.
Well, there was an assist to come in through from Larkia as well, so I think some sort of combination on something. Anyways, lockdown in to get the space. Plant goes down. Larkia has an Armageddon. Ash gets traded.
And if the space being cleared out as well, unfortunately, just no option for the rest of DFM.
It's just a save. You've got to. There's no way that you're getting back into this round. It's just untenable. So, DFM, they find the first 2 rounds of this half. They lose to the rifles twice over for Gen.G. You can reinvest for Gen.G. You cannot say the same for DFM. Cess. And that rifle does get pulled out of his hands. So only one translated into the next round in the hands of May. You know, you could technically drop that over because he's got the overdrive. That's what it was. There was a tag onto Kaede. So they've triangulated where he's going to be after the ping come out and sprayed him.
Absolutely.
There was one player on the side of DFM that was summoning cash in Yartscup, so they, you know, could have done something for a little light upgrade, which they have. Light shields and a sheriff. Lion's share of effort, you would assume, has to be done by May now in this round.
It's gonna be quite the mammoth task. Just A main for now.
Well, May is at the right spot. TP is going to fade from Yartska. He's going to jump for all the info, but has that drawn attention away from May? How much can he get away with here? There's the first.
Oh, he's dipping back in for a second with the relay, but a little bit too risky, so...
Yeah, a different world perhaps if Yartska was ready with the blindsides available beyond the stun, that he could re-go for that as well, right? Get back to the high gear and just charge it a bit closer without the slide. But thinks better of it, plays the numbers, gives the gun to Yartska. So we'll play on the back of the overdrive, perhaps, if he sees anything towards the B side, because he has really turned tail to the other side of the map. And for poor old Kaede, he got caught sleeping.
So unfortunate. Reactions so crucial. But right now, for Gen.G to go in with this playbook again,
30 seconds
come
left.
in, re-clear. A lot of question marks for DFM. They're trying to piece this together.
You've heard all the footsteps, so you know where this is ending right now. Akame, Yardscup, you gave the guy the good weapon, he gets one. Now the overdrive is here for May. This is good.
No timer is ticking, but it is May after all. Just quick onto the micro flicks, and it's going to be a thrifty picked up by DFM.
Nicely done from them, honestly. In the very beginning, they come out with the play with all the utility that gets dropped on down. They have the good bait and switch as well, and they play it patiently, honestly. I think that's the biggest thing for them in that round, right? May could have gone hungry to get more frags with the only weapon in the game for the side of DFM. But plays it better to the numbers, drops the gun over, has that overdrive, pops it at the end for the rotation. He ran from A in the beginning to B in the middle, back to A at the end. He's 25 kills, mind you. He's really flipped it over.
It's incredible, but still leaving the rest a little bit wanting. Yartska right now.
I was going to say, when do you ever really expect a TP from a Yoru to go to the top of the site as well? That would have been pretty scary to come out. If he finds the first kill on the floor and then elevated for the second, it would have been a big hampering to Gen.G's affairs in this round had that second occurred. So luckily for Larkia, stealth drone removes that. But what do you look to do now as Gen.G? You've just left Zinx at this site with the TP that is in the site, by the way. And the Stinger at this close range. Yep, can't get the job done. Yartska quick with the op.
Quickly checked, and now you're just walking into KJ utility as well.
Yeah. It's just good positioning and decisions again for DFM in this round, where it's potentially looking to flip things over. I mean, you've got a bit of a save situation from Gen G coming into this round as well, so they will have a buy into the next round. Texture can pick up an overdrive if they go for an orb fight.
It's gonna be Yatska though. Oh my gosh, Ash! What have you done? 1v3 as he tries to scrounge up anything possible in this round. Work around the Caterpillar smokes, but May just quickly dispatches of it all.
Yatska coming out with the 4K. If he was able to re-get out that operator, I would have been putting him in some helpful hands to get the ace. It's really nicely played with the operator in this one. But now the question that we're kind of asking for Gen G is you come out, right, at the sort of beginning stages of this half after the pistol and second with 2 good rifle rounds of your own. Now you've slipped up with 2 rifle rounds. What do you look to do? Well, it's going to be deploy a timeout.
Need to, huh?
I think yes, honestly. If we've seen anything over the course of this map so far and the previous map, when DFM are feeling comfortable and feeling like the decisions that they're making together as a team without the coach involvement is looking successful, they are getting a lot more confidence to continue to rapidly make good decisions, right? It's kind of feeling like a snowball. It just keeps going down. They're hitting their shots. They're feeling comfortable. They're not scared to take these fights, and they are winning them, or they're traded out as well. So I'm thinking DFM are looking really good. So for this time out for Gen G, it's a twofold affair. You're going to have to stall DFM a little bit, but you're also going to have to refigure out what is going to work for you now that DFM have adjusted.
New players again. But that's the whole thing, you know. DFM, even with their new roster, right? Whether it's a Kame or Cess, the whole team's just doing so much. Yatska with that op is going to be a big problem for the upcoming round as well, and I believe that's got to be what Gen G is trying to work around.
The thing is, for me as well right now, this DFM is not just a situation where Gen G can go find May and either ignore him or peek together as 4.
Not anymore.
I mean, technically he's got 20, something kills in this one, and it is a little bit of that case, but the rest of the team is still doing a lot as well.
Yatska, case in point.
Yeah, but is he a little bit too narrow-focused up to top mid? Because Caron is just sitting pretty, scoping things out. Expired TP, and he's rewarded for it. That is unfortunate for Caron.
Wow. You know, May just kind of trailed off as well, but that's just unfortunate.
It might very well be a situation now that you have to dimensional drift to get some forward spots, and well, it's going to be Yatska actually that answers with one to see where their opponents are. A minute mark to go, they're still in mid. He can't spot anything deep towards A main, so it's a bit unfortunate that they don't know if texture is all the way up, but with this dimensional drift that's coming on through, should give you a bit of an idea that this is an A ender.
Drift for drift. As you mentioned, the idea, DFM are wise to still...
I would be dropping the lockdown here as a stalling tactic. Make them really play for it, right? Cosmic Divide goes down. They're going to use it a little bit later on, and it's a bit of a shallow ult as well. That's not really going to force them too deep out of main. So whilst the ult does get respected, Texture specifically is going to be able to fight nice and early.
And Lakia online as well with a couple more bits of utility. So the whole team from DFM, despite having all live, need to clear quite a bit. And that comes down to May starting things off.
Only the things that the Neon can do.
Oh, it's lovely. And there goes the relay bolt straight into A main. Texture, can you do it? Ash is biding his time all the way from round back, and DFM are just on top of it all, and now on top of Gen G.
Yeah, well, that timeout that comes out from Gen G is not going to convert into a victory. DFM, the first team to achieve double digits here, and I'll highlight as well, both timeouts utilized for Gen G, no coach intervention anymore. The team is going to have to remember what was discussed or really rely on Lakia's tenure and experience back in towards this roster to see what can come out. Poor old Zinx in that round as well. Just Neon things when he thinks he's got the right angle. Unfortunately for him, May slides and removes him. You got a lesser equipped buy for Gen G in this round as well. This one is starting to feel a little bit more rough for Gen G when you feel like maybe they're starting to get some individual brilliance shining through with those 2 rounds that they get in a row. Gets pulled out from under them, and now we need to see something fresh for them to get back in towards this map. Change of utility as well for Kaede. Putting the alarm bot in up, putting the turret in towards mid. You'll scope out with the drone that nothing's around A main as well. Do you want to take a little bit more of the forward space, or do you just get an early rotate? It's going to look to be potentially the latter.
About 30 seconds have elapsed. Ooh, Kaede.
You're still confident in the fact that no one's up art, though. That's the thing, right? Alarm bot hasn't been popped. One of the ones that you're not really considering smoking off to cheat on by sneaky beaky like. The numbers are at this site for DFM.
Right there.
Just got no choice. You're gonna have to make a move.
Texture, that is buying a lot of time away from that overdrive for him to get on in and find a kill to get the refresh.
And then you consider the angles that DFM have, the ones that they're holding onto on the site. Lakia able to sneak the kill on towards A main. Now May looking for his opportunity. Unfortunately, though, everyone from Gen G is just collapsing one on top of the other. And now it's Ash. Lurked all the way up top. The only one left being Yatsuka. Trying to land some nasty flakes now, but it's just the op.
Well, he doesn't have a TP to get out either, so he really is just stuck in towards an attempt at a retake, and it's not going to happen. Zinx for the close, a thrifty for Gen G. Very needed, you feel, in this situation. And the fact that Lakia has found that kill with the stinger after getting dinked through the wall, 15 HP, you're feeling a little bit sorry and in the face as Akame.
Nice! Good response coming through from Gen G.
But job not done. Not done at all. Got to still go, and with the money that DFM had built up, they have another purchase in the coffers here. 29 kills for May, charging on for a 30.
Once again, just trying to get a feel.
Decoy.
Portal closed.
Kaede coming back in with the utility once more, but there goes Yatsuka. Sudden peek up from Art, and he collapses onto Texture of all players.
It is a good opener from DFM. You just got to make sure that you are dotting I's, crossing T's for the remainder, as Ash has found the right timing to sneak all the way up through B long. And at the main choke point, is he going to be able to find the right timing onto Cess, who is by himself at this B site, mind you. And in a situation that's quite open and susceptible to being swung on. But that's not the call for Gen G, is it? Over towards the A site, back into the stack yet again. Ash can play for the team from off yonder, but he's really playing for a hell of a late flank.
That's kind of awkward. Either way, so much of it hinges onto this push right here. Karon finding the first. Kaede quick to respond. Lakia coming back in, but Akame is there as well.
And this is the problem. Ash is just in another universe at the moment on the other side of the map, and there's nothing that he can do. Yeah, he'll grab the orb here, but he is, still 4 away from that Cosmic Divide. That's all he takes in this round. He holds a gun for the next round, which, I mean, they kind of need. Texture will request a purchase, and then the team can really all have a buy. But that is a situation for Gen G that time is left a little bit too late, and they are just trying to then bully their way into an A site, which is pretty stacked. That is such a sharp, quick shot, mind you. Wow.
Look at this one for Kaede as well. Stacked indeed, Komodo.
And again, no timeout available, remember, for Gen G to talk things over. So what they see is what they get. Operator for Yatsuka at the right side again, shoots the clone. He's going to try and have a second bite.
He's going to go for it, but right now, it's Cess trying to anchor down onto this site. Knows that there are that many players, but still managed to walk away with another. Texture, having done quite a bit, allows for the team to get the spike down.
Yeah, it's going to be a post-plan scenario where Mei is kind of early on this flank, but it feels like Ash is at least aware of it right now. Kaede wins a very good fight on towards Texture to start to make things a little bit more difficult. Lakia, though, mind you, look, ult, 2 salvos.
He's going to have to be able to deploy that utility first and foremost. Mei trying to toy with him, but there he goes, Ash providing cover. Now it's on to Kaede. The rest of them playing peekaboo around this pillar. Kaede manages to take it.
He's just stuck it. He already got a half defuse. There was no way that you're pulling him off the defuse. Ash didn't have it ready. That's a roughie to come through from Gen G. But again, that's why I kind of highlight such a required duel that Texture being felled there is, right? It's a key piece to the defense of the spike at the end there. But I actually want to take a highlight onto this very play from Seth. The fact that he finds the first kill, buys significant time by himself, dancing around the pillar with Texture, and finding another kill in the mix. That it was very, very crucial.
Hell of an improvement. Roughie or not for Gen G, it is one that affords DFM map and series point now.
2 of them to go. That's what Gen G have to try and find. Lakia missing a bit of utility in the early stages of this round. A Bulldog that he has to play with. No ultis for Gen G as well. They have to play together. Have the good crosshair placements. And if they do want to go in towards Art, there's 3 members of DFM that all swing together. So you count your lucky stars as Gen G that they didn't hang around in that moment.
But as soon as they make the quick turnaround, DFM got moves of their own.
You got to get in towards this B site, you feel like right now, don't you? You want to get away back in towards this one.
Just clearing out the early stages of it, but Mei quick on the draw. Ash coming through. Oh, Kame from up top though.
Defenders win.
Just as quick as the execute happens, the entire map closes out 13-10. DFM, this has been a long time coming.
Well, this is a team that we've been waiting to see, you know, a bit of a good trajectory from, right? For DFM, they got a taste of playoffs at the end of 2025 with that singular instance. They did get knocked out in the opening bit of it, don't forget, but they got to playoffs. Now they are looking to go further, and for an opening series victory against Gen G, we do ask, I guess, 2 questions, right? Is this DFM now going to continue with some really good strengths? And for me, is this Gen G what we are going to continue to see? Because I hope not. I hope we are really looking to see Gen G, you know, come up, be a team evolved, be a team that's going to be extremely competitive, to get back onto international stages, to be trophy winners. Because if they're going to continue for this performance, what are they going to need to do to change it up? Are we role swapping? Are we player swapping? What is going to happen?
You are asking all the right questions right now, Komodo.
Is it just a slow start? It could be.
Could be. You know, triple elim, we do have that, but I'm not gonna lie, it does leave a bit of a bitter taste in my mouth. Bigger they are, the harder they fall, but at the same time, it's such a good climb, a good way to kick things off for DFM.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to be absolutely happy that they get a victory there. I think that's going to be a massive confidence booster for Mei, for Cess, and for Akame, who was sticking on this roster, but for Kaede and Yatsuka, for their first showing on the step up to Tier 1 to get a victory as well against Gen G. That is going to feel amazing. And I'll throw in the coaching staff as well, who's joined as well.
Yeah,
so that's very big credits for DFM. But now we get to hear from them down on the stage.
Hi guys, it's Bella and Hyuga because we're going to be talking to DFM's Kaede. So let's go. 안녕하세요. Hello, congrats. Hello. Kaede sensu, 오메데토 고자이마스. Hello, join me here, right in the middle. Alright, DFM의 카에데 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 와, 팀과의 첫 퍼시픽 경기에서 승리를 가져가는데 정말 큰 기여를 한 카에데 선수입니다. 오늘 데뷔 전 아주 성공적으로 마친 승리 소감부터 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, welcome to Pacific, Kaede. You contributed so much to your team's win today against Gen G. First win here at Pacific. How was that like? How does that feel?
まずは楓選手、パシフィックへようこそ。今日の試合では本当に貢献をしたと思うんですけども、初めての試合でジェンジーに勝った時の感想について簡単に教えてください。
そうですね、パシフィックデビュー戦で
始まる前はちょっと緊張はしてたんですけど、でもなんかそんなめっちゃ緊張してたとかじゃなくて、なんか程よい緊張感でできて、実際その試合に入ったら緊張することなくプレイできたので、めちゃめちゃ良かったです。めっちゃ嬉しいです、勝てて。
So actually, so this is my Pacific debut, and I was kind of nervous, but it was kind of nervous in a good way, in a good feeling. And actually, in game, I wasn't nervous at all, and I'm really happy now.
오늘 첫 경기고 데뷔전이기도 해서 긴장은 했지만 되게 기분 좋은 긴장감으로 오늘 승리를 가져가게 돼서 아주 크게 만족을 하고 있다고 전해줬습니다. 안 그래도 퍼시픽에서 강팀으로 유명한 젠지를 상대로 다들 긴장할 법도 한데 오늘 긴장을 전혀 안 한 모습을 보여줘서 되게 많은 분들이 놀라셨거든요. 이전에 젠지를 많이 상대해봤던 뭐 메이 선수, 세스 선수 그리고 아카메 선수가 오늘 경기 전에 좀 어떤 이야기를 해줬는지도 듣고 싶습니다. 그리고 그것들이 오늘 펄에서 조금 까다로운 순간들에 도움을 줬는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, speaking of nervous, you didn't seem nervous at all. Facing such a powerful team like Genji here at Pacific, what was the talk that Mei, Sess, and Akame gave you coming into today, and did that help you navigate the troubles that you had on Pearl?
本当に緊張しているように見えなかったなっていうのが正直な印象なんですけども、もともといた DFM のメンバーであるメイ選手、セス選手、赤目選手だったりっていうところから、パールでもいろいろトラブルがあったと思うんですけども、どういう言葉をかけられましたか？
なんかあんまり他のメンバーに声かけしてもらったわけではなくて、自分の中でその試合に入ったらなんか感情とかがどうでもよくなって、もう試合に全集中みたいな感じになるんで。でもなんか一個言いたいんですけど、セスさんがいるんで、なんか安心感が全然違うんですよね、今までのチームと。そこの影響は結構でかいかもしれないです。
So actually, not like other members are talking to me in game, but in game, I doesn't think about the emotion, but just focusing on the game itself. And I just want to say one thing, that because we have Sess released me. Actually, that's kind of like the important thing I have in mind right now.
Sess is what motivates Kaede?
Yep.
Oh, okay, alright. 이제 오늘 사실 경기 전에 특별하게 이야기해준 점은 없지만 경기 상황에서 말리지 않고 감정적인 거 대신 경기 운영에 많이 집중을 했다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 그리고 특이한 점이 카에데 선수에게 되게 큰 동기부여와 힘이 되는 게 세스 선수라고 이야기를 했는데 세스 선수에게 특별하게 고맙다는 이야기를 전해줬습니다. 또 한 강팀을 만난 다음에 바로 또 스테이지 1 작년 챔피언 RRQ를 만나게 되거든요. 평소에 RRQ에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 보고 있는지, 자신 있는지도 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Well, another powerhouse awaits for you. It's RRQ next. What are your thoughts about RRQ? Are you confident for this one as well?
次戦は RRQ が2日後にあると思うんですけども、RRQ はパシフィックの中でも結構強いチームだとは思うんですけども、楓選手的に RRQ はどういう印象ですか？また自信はありますか？
そうですね、昔スクリムよく前のチームいた時によくスクリムさせてもらってたんですけど、なんかすごい丁寧なチームというか、でもどこが相手になっても今日の流れを失わないようにして頑張って勝ちます。
So actually about the RRQ, we did scream a lot when I was in the previous team, and they had the role and the balance, but we are in the wave right now, so we want to continue on.
이제 RRQ를 스크림에서 상대해서 많이 만나봤고 되게 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 하지만 DFM 또 그 정도에 못지 않는다. 우리도 아주 잘 해나갈 수 있다라고 카에데 선수가 이야기를 해줬습니다. DFM의 카에데 선수 승리 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 저희는 여기서 인사드리겠습니다. Thank you, Kaede and Hyuga for that. And that's all from us on the stage. Say bye. 안녕.
Well, it seems like DFM has found all the right pieces from top to bottom, whether it's the teammate synergy or the coaching staff that has changed for this team. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from DFM today in both of these maps.
Yeah, it's looking great. This is a new year for DFM. They've started Kickoff in such an aggressive, such a strong way, and I think it's time for Japanese Valorant to get excited once again.
It's a very big scalp to pick up against Gen G this early on in the tournament. It's a big statement win to kick off the year for DFM. Really feels like they're breaking through some of these barriers, and for Gen G, I mean, they kind of had a slow start last year as well. Even though they got third at Kickoff overall, I think a lot of people felt like they could have played better, and I think once again, they're going to have to pick themselves back up as they're heading into the middle bracket.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing for me about this win is map 1, May is at the very bottom of the scoreboard. Everybody else gets that team through and looks dominant. And then in this map 2, May has a crazy game. So it's not like he can't do that. Then when it all comes together in this melting pot, you can just see the potential on this DFM roster.
Yeah, this map was really close in that scoreline. A lot of back and forth here. And Pilski, you were noticing a play style by Karan, who's, not on smokes this time. He's on that Senti roll.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him play Vito in the first map, which is a little bit more of kind of like that dual heavy agent, but he was looking like Meteor out there. I remember at the start of Kickoff last year, you had T1 playing against Boom in the very first game of Pacific Kickoff. I know that's a throwback. You can go look it up on Violado. Open up that VOD and watch Meteor just walk it down with a very similar comp T1 round to what Gen G did. He just took dry aim tools. He was very aggressive on an agent that has absolutely no utility to be able to enable it. It's all intuitive timings and pushing through the middle of the map. Then open up this VOD again and watch how Cameron played. I felt like he was playing exactly like Meteor. He wants to be that aggressive, fearless sentinel that trusts his aim and has impact just with a gun.
Yeah, and that approach, I would love to have a chat with him and find out if that was where his inspiration came from. From a former opponent, teammate, shared a team. But DFM ended up closing out 2-0. Yes. I don't think, while two of us did predict for DFM here on this desk, I thought we were going to go 3 maps.
Yeah,
I thought we were going to see a Haven.
Yeah, same. I really was kind of hoping for more from this Gen G. I do think it was a downgrade from last year, but right now they've got me worried. They're falling down to that middle portion of the bracket very, very early on. They're going to need fast recoveries. They need to figure out how this team is able to function without Munchkin, because I couldn't figure it out from this game, and I don't think they could either.
No, I don't think so. There's clearly some firepower issues and some inconsistencies in this team at the moment, and that is something that definitely needs to be addressed. Zinx was better this game, but still not outstanding. I think Calron was probably the most consistent player on Gen G today. Texture was great on the first map, but maybe fell off a little bit on this map, so I think Gen G definitely need to have some more well-rounded fragging performances across the board, or they're going to be a team that, we usually look towards to have so many heavy hitters, but we have to remember, as we've mentioned many times at this point, Munchkin and Meteor were 2 of those heavy hitters in the past, and those are not players you can replace. Replacements just don't exist.
Yeah, exactly. And we do have to talk about our MVP. We do vote here across the talent pool. And it's going to be Kaide, who we will be having here on the desk for another interview shortly. But he has definitely shown up at, today here on the stage. We had some question marks. He did play well in Riddle Order 2 years ago. Last year, Riddle Order didn't qualify. But you know what? He's proving why he's here, why DFM decided to take him.
Yeah, an incredibly impressive debut for me. I feel like he understood the role very well, executed exactly what was needed for the team, and just looked very confident in the way he took these fights. There was no one on that Gen G side he was afraid of, and you really saw him take the fight to them. I've been loving watching him play, and I think he's in for a big year in Pacific if he can replicate this performance.
Yeah, I think particularly when you're picking up the Vito, that's the kind of play style that you want to be having. You saw Yudatan do it earlier over on the GE side. You really need a shooter on your Vito who's just quite happy to stand in the open against a site execute and multi-frag.
Now, we are going to be looking at our Pacific points ranking here. Yudotan, as you were saying, fantastic performance. He's standing at the top here of our Pacific points ranking, and I'm sure this is going to be changing a lot. This is the very beginning of Kickoff right now.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the top of that board. You see Yudatan and Javi 8K topping it up there. I mean, a big day for global esports, followed closely by May and Cess. Cess was a player that we said we wanted to see more from this year, and he was able to deliver exactly that. I mean, as you say, this is going to develop a lot throughout the year. Wait till we see everybody play, and you can see how they all stack up against each other.
Yeah, I think Cess is interesting that he's number 4 there. That's I believe that APR and KAST does submit a lot to the Pacific Point ranking, so yeah, I don't know. I don't even feel like Cess necessarily played amazing today, but apparently he's number 4.
Yeah, but I think this is going to change a lot. This is only day 2 after all, and you guys are seeing the kickoff bracket. Shout out to Paper Thin and pat on the back for myself as well. We know what was up. Got our predictions 2 for 2 for today. So we do have a special guest interview on the desk with us. I definitely want to hear a lot from you. Congratulations, Kaede. Good to see you again from the Ascension stage to here in VCT. I want to ask about the Gen G match just now. You guys played so well against them, especially during map 1, which was Gen G's map pick of Abyss. I want to know how you guys prepped for that. Were you just playing your own game, or were you doing a lot of anti-stratting? Was your team preparing specifically for Gen G?
まずは、おめでとうございます。ちょっと詳細な話をしていきたいと思うんですけど、マップ1ジェンジー戦は、相手のピックだったと思うんですけども、チームとしてどのような風に対策をしてきたのかについて簡単に教えてください。
なんか簡単なジェンジーの攻め方というか資料だけは見たんですけど、なんかそういう資料だけを考えててもなんか裏目に出ちゃうかもしれないんで、もう自分たちのゲームを貫くみたいな感じでやってましたね。
So we actually checked the Genji style, and the coach and the analyst was creating some stuff during the slides, but we actually, for me, I wasn't focused on that much about that. We just focused to play our style.
Well, it worked out really well.
Yeah, it's great to hear. I wanted to ask specifically about how DFM landed on these roles for the players, because I was questioning myself, who will play secondary duelists? I know in Riddle Order, both Kaede and Yatsuka played a lot of different roles. So how did DFM choose that? I wasn't even expecting Akame to Initiator and then Cess onto Smokes, although Cess has played that role in the past. So how did DFM land on these roles? And did you guys try other combinations?
今の DFM の中でのロールっていうのがあると思うんですけど、例えばセッさんがコントローラーやってたり、赤目がイニシエーターやってたりで、楓選手は以前のチームでもいろんなロールをやられてたと思うんですけども、最終的にこの形に落ち着くまでにどのような過程だったりとかってありましたか？
一旦まず大前提メイはデュエリストで決まってて、他の4人は正直自由みたいな感じだったんですけど、俺が一番得意なのがセンチネルで、なんかサブデュエの例えば夜とかをヤツカにやらせたくて、ヤツカは結構オペレーターとか上手くて、でそれでフレックスがヤツカで、イニシエーターで IGL するのがどうみたいな話になって、それでセスさんがスモークで IGL することになって、赤目がイニシエーターになりましたね。
So starting off from our duelist, of course, it's gonna be Mei, and actually other four was kind of like a free, like a flex position, and I'm good at Sentinel, and I decided to become a Sentinel, and we were thinking about the second duelist, so it's like playing like a duelist like Yoru. Yatsuka is kind of like a good at operator, so we decided to adjust him for the flex role, and we were thinking about the IGL, and doing the IGL and initiator is kind of like a hard things to do it. That's why we chose Cess as a controller / IGL. And of course initiator is going to be a comer.
Okay, cool. And the other thing I wanted to ask as well is about the timing of Yatsuka and Kaede coming into Pacific and DFM as well, because I remember in 2024 Ascension, I felt like Riddle Order had a better run in Ascension in 2024 than in 2025. So I expected the move up to come last year, but it came through this year. Did he want to share why that might be? Did he want to stay with his old team? Or did the offers just not quite line up at the time?
2024年のアセンションと2025年のアセンションをまず比較したときに、 2024のアセンションの方がはるかにいい成績な風に思えて、予想としては去年リーグに昇格してくるんじゃないかなっていう予想があったんですけど、今年になったその理由だったり経緯とかっていったものはありますか？話せる範囲で大丈夫です。
2024年が終わったタイミングで、そのアセンションが、東京からジャカルタに変わって、で結構伸びたんですよ、日程が。その日程が結構伸びちゃって、で日本のそのゼータと DFM はなんかロースターを決めなきゃいけないみたいなオフラインイベントがあって、レッドブルホームグラウンドみたいなのがあって、それでロースターがもう決まっちゃったみたいな。で俺とやつかはじゃあ来年ももう1年一緒にやるかみたいな感じで、もう1年ティア2でやってましたね。
So actually during the 2024 Ascension, it was supposed to be held in Tokyo, but it has been moved to Jakarta at that time, and every schedule was kind of like a delayed at that time. And teams like Zeta and DFM has to lock the rosters. That's like the reason why myself and Yatsuka decided to play one more year in the previous team.
Oh, great.
So timing is really everything here. But you were fantastic today. I want to ask you about your experience here on the VCT stage. How different is it for you? And do you think this is going to be the winning year for DFM? How's it been on the team for you?
実際にこの VCT パシフィックのステージ上を戦ってみて、今年は DFM の勝利の年になると思いますか？
なると思います。
Yeah, definitely it's going to be the DFM's win year.
Yeah, what has changed? Why do you feel like in your heart this is going to be the year?
どのような点で DFM が今年勝利するなっていうふうに思いますか？
なんかスクリームとかやっててもそうだし、そのゲーム外での仲の良さとか、毎食みんなでご飯食べてみたいな、みんなでランクしてみんなで寝てみたいな、なんかまだチームが結成して間もないんですけど、もうこの雰囲気作りができてるのはめちゃめちゃいいと思うんで、これからの雰囲気作りも頑張っていきたいし、まず初戦多分このジェンジーに日本チームが勝ったことなかったから、これでだいぶ自信もつくと思うし、このまま流れに乗れるように頑張ります。
So both in game and outside of the game, we're kind of like doing some ranked, and we also eat the dinner with all together with the coaches, staffs, and the players. And we're kind of like a family right now. We have kind of like a good atmosphere. We want to keep this up. And also, I'm kind of relieved because I think it was first time for the Japanese team to win against Shinji.
Yes.
Oh, yep.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
So we want to keep this up.
Yeah. Well, it's a fantastic way to start the year. Congratulations again. Thank you for joining us, Kaide, and I'm looking forward to more of the DFM action here.
Yes. Thank you for the interview, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this has been really exciting. Really so good to have Kaide and Yatsuka here. I think I was a huge fan of Riddle Order, seeing them back in Ascension, and it was a little sad to not see them last year. So I guess we're still getting them anyway. We got them, we got their coach here, and you can see why that, a bunch of us were so, all about Riddle Order.
Yeah.
So DFM's got it.
I mean, Riddle Order were amazing to watch in 2024, particularly. That was a tournament that everyone thought SPG was going to dominate, and Riddle Order were one of the teams that was closest to be able to beat them. They had big expectations as well coming into that last Ascension. Maybe didn't necessarily go the way they would have expected, but over multiple years, not only in VCL Japan, but multiple Ascensions back-to-back, these players had shown their potential, and I feel like a lot of people have been wanting to see them at the Tier 1 level. And of course, as soon as they go into a team like DFM that has already shown a lot of promise just in that last season, they already take a big scalp.
Yeah, I mean, there's no two ways about it. These were the pickups I wanted to see a Japanese team make moving into this year, so very happy with this. And of course, it's just such a brilliant opening day for DFM. They've got to be feeling like they're on Cloud9 right now.
First Japanese team to beat Gen G.
Huge.
Like, I forgot about it, especially for DFM. This is huge. Now we got tomorrow, we've got a lot of really good games here. This whole first weekend is extremely exciting.
Yep.
And, we touched upon this in Pacific, what's so cool is that things are still extremely unpredictable and things have changed. We have a lot of new rookie players, new shuffling around, and things totally paying off right now. And vibes is just so important. I think that's an X factor on every team that is absolutely important. You guys, like, how would you rate out of 10 today's matches?
Pretty good.
Yeah,
I would
pretty
say
good.
Up there?
Solid 8 out of 10. I want to see some more fight back from these
Yeah,
teams that are losing. Give me an overtime. Give me about 3.
No OTs, no best of 3s, played the full distance, and now we're going to start to see some of the stronger teams that have been seeded ahead in the bracket as well. So I'm a little bit worried that the stompage is going to continue, but I'm hoping that some of these teams that have already made their way through an opponent, maybe that's going to give them, as we've seen before, a little bit of momentum, and the teams that get seeded ahead might be a little bit cold to the stage.
Yeah, well, 2 more days of Kickoff's very first weekend. Really excited for it. It is so cold, so guys, stay warm. It's like -17 and snowing outside. Awesome stuff here in Korea. Happy to be in the stadium. With that, I bid you good night. I'm Victoria, joined by Pilski and Big Time, and we'll see you tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Down to the minimum, but they're still fighting, trying to earn it all in this spot. Yudotan denying them their moment. Out from ramp, he spots another head, and another! Online for the ace, he taps and taps, hunts it down, Yudotan is locked on for the ace at the end. Similar approach to the previous round, but that was not what you want to have. He's hungry for it, but here comes Yudotan. Trying to apply that pressure up with Autumn. All together as a team, simultaneous movements all across the board, and Barrel have no idea how to react. This should, but unfortunately doesn't really connect onto much. Not anything at all. May has afforded 1 kill because of that. The rest of the team coming in to mop up as well. He's been playing this position the past few rounds now, and Kai's quick to draw to it.
In sight, by the way. And the Stinger at this close range. Yeah, can't get the job done. Down. Overdrive, if they go for an orb fight.
It's going to be impossible in this round. Work around the Caterpillar smokes, but May just as quick as the execute happens. The entire map closes out.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.